Chapter 317. Nan Shou Garden, Secret Room. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, only a thin layer of starlight was left, flowing like water in the center of the secret room. In the center, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were sitting cross-legged on a cushion. Bai Ningbing's palms were placed on Fang Yuan's back, injecting rank 3 peak stage snow silver primeval essence. In the secret chamber, there was only silence. But in Fang Yuan's heart, waves were surging. Rumble. A snow-silver waterfall, cold and majestic, fell from the aperture and crashed into Fang Yuan's primeval sea. This was the rank 3 peak stage snow-silver primeval essence that was converted from bone-flesh unity goo. Rank 3 goo masters had silver primeval essence. Initial stage primeval essence only had a thin layer of silver light, thus it was called light silver primeval essence. Middle stage primeval essence had a mixture of silver light, some more and some less, thus it was called flower silver primeval essence. Upper stage primeval essence had a uniform silver light, shining brightly. Thus it was called bright silver primeval essence. Peak stage primeval essence was silver white like snow, extremely beautiful, thus it was called snow silver primeval essence. Right now, Fang Yuan was using snow silver primeval essence as the main and flower silver primeval essence as the supplementary. Under his will, surging waves were formed, washing the aperture's 4 walls. This aperture was originally a water membrane, light flowed like water, swaying and moving. After washing for a while, the quantitative change finally reached a qualitative change. The water membrane shined brightly, like water condensing into ice, no longer flowing, it settled into a stone membrane. The stone membrane shined brightly, thicker and more stable than the water membrane. After forming the stone membrane, Fang Yuan advanced from rank 3 middle stage to rank 3 upper stage. Steady and sure, success would follow naturally. Since it was done, Bai Ningbing slowly retracted her palm, her ice-blue pupils fluctuating with emotions. With her help, Fang Yuan's cultivation advanced rapidly, catching up step by step. She knew that Fang Yuan still had a white silver relic goo. He had been keeping it, waiting for this moment. That is to say, after tonight, Fang Yuan's cultivation would break through to rank 3 peak stage, at the same level as her. Fang Yuan is a sly old fox, he is sinister and crafty. Although I did not find any flaws in the poison oath, it does not mean that there are no flaws in the contents of the poison oath. Bai Ningbing was silent, but her mind was spinning. Shang Yizi's fate reminded her. The psychological pressure that Fang Yuan brought to her was increasing, and she couldn't help but have doubts. Don't worry, I'm sincere in cooperating with you. There is no problem with the poison oath. As if he knew what Bai Ningbing was thinking, Fang Yuan suddenly spoke. Humph. When Bai Ningbing's thoughts were exposed, a trace of coldness appeared in her eyes, and her tone carried a trace of mockery. I hope so. Fang Yuan sighed. When he plotted against Shang Yizi, he had already predicted Bai Ningbing's reaction. There are gains and losses in everything. Now, Shang Yizi was removed from his position, leaving behind the young master position. Shang Xinci had room to advance. However, a crack had appeared in the cooperative relationship between Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. At the same time, it triggered Shang Yan Fei's methods. Just yesterday, Zhu Kai-bei and Yan Tu challenged Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing at the same time. Once the news spread, it immediately caused a commotion in the battle stage, and countless people paid attention to it. Zhu Kai-bei and Yan Tu were both rank 4 initial stage goo masters, and were called half-sky of the battle stage. When the 2 half-skies were combined, it was the entire sky. This title vividly displayed their status and strength. Fang and Bai were the 2 rising stars of the battle stage, dazzling and dazzling. Both of them had a winning streak and had not lost a single match. Such strength was rarely seen in the battle stage in the past. Zhu Kai-bei and Yan Tu were the 2 heroes of the battle stage, standing proudly at the peak. These years, countless demonic goo masters wanted to stand out and become external elders of Shang Clan City, but they were all obstructed by these 2, and their hopes of advancing were destroyed. Suddenly, these 2 joined hands to challenge Fang and Bai. it naturally aroused countless curiosity and suspicions. At once, some people said that Fang and Bai were in the limelight, causing Zhu Kai Bei and Yen Tu to feel uneasy, and wanted to get rid of them in advance. Others said that Zhu Kai Bei and Yen Tu made a bet, and wanted to use Fang and Bai to decide the winner. Almost no one thought that Fang and Bai had a chance of defeating them. Zhu Kai Bei and Yen Tu's strength was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. More importantly, one was a rank 4 Gu master, while the other was only rank 3, there was a huge difference in realms. When Gu masters cultivate, the higher their ranks, the greater the gap between them, and the lower the possibility of a higher rank challenge. Bai Ningbing's voice came from behind. Tomorrow is your battle with Yen Tu, how about it, do you need my heavenly essence treasure lotus? According to our promise, I will do my best to help you. In the darkness, Fang Yuan slowly said. There's no need, Bai Ningbing replied coldly. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged, and did not turn around, instead he snickered, you are quite confident. So what if I am rank 4? In these 2 years, you are not the only one improving. Bai Ningbing turned around and left. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was Fang Yuan's, using this lotus was not Bai Ningbing's true strength. She wanted to use Yen Tu to test her own growth. The secret room's door was opened, and then closed. Bai Ningbing left, and in the secret room, Fang Yuan's lips curled up into a slight smile. Rejecting Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, it seems that Bai Ningbing has already developed a trace of self-doubt in her heart. This lack of confidence is very slight, and she might not even be aware of it. Bai Ningbing, you are still too inexperienced. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment, and collected his scattered emotions. He took out the white-silver relic gu. This gu was like a round bead, silver in color, and was only the size of a finger. Since rebirth, Fang Yuan had seen it once on Qingmao Mountain. At that time, it was Jia Clan's merchant, and the white-silver relic gu was sold for 50,000 yuan stone. Such a high price, to Fang Yuan at that time, was out of reach. Relic gu series were all extremely expensive. After all, it could raise a gu master's realm by a small realm, and save a lot of time and energy. At the same time, its foundation was stable, and there were no repercussions. Gu worms were bought to be used. Fang Yuan activated the white-silver relic gu without hesitation, and immediately, dazzling light poured out, directly illuminating the aperture's walls. About 4 hours later, Fang Yuan advanced from rank 3 upper stage to rank 3 peak stage. Since rebirth, I have advanced to rank 3 peak stage again. Fang Yuan's eyes shone, and his fists unconsciously clenched, feeling excited and joyful. Different from the first time on Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan had used the stone aperture gu, and paid the heavy price of losing his future development to advance from rank 3 initial stage to peak stage. But this time, Fang Yuan advanced to rank 3 peak stage, but still retained his enormous potential. After all, he had a great aptitude now. Looking at spring-autumn cicada. After 2 years of recovery, its condition was also recovering. His originally shriveled body gradually became moist. Its withered wings were already dyed with a layer of green that was full of vitality. Its recovery naturally brought huge pressure to the aperture. But compared to the previous time, Fang Yuan's cultivation was advancing rapidly because of Bai Ningbing and Bone Flesh Unity Gu, and his rank 3 peak stage aperture was able to withstand this pressure. Compared to the pressure on Qingmao Mountain, this time, Fang Yuan was much more at ease. But I cannot relax either. Spring-autumn cicada's recovery is getting faster and faster. My cultivation needs to grow even faster, otherwise I will repeat the same mistake. Time quietly passed, and soon, it was the second day. The expectant audience welcomed the moment of Bai Ningbing and Yen Tu's battle. In this super-large battle stage, there was a field of green grass. This was a grassland terrain, very common in northern plains. Around the stage, the spectating gu masters formed a sea of people, and their gazes were focused on the two main characters in the field. The battle had yet to start, but everyone was already discussing. This time, Bai Ningbing is in danger. Facing Lord Yen Tu, she will definitely lose. She is as beautiful as a fairy, truly pitiful. Thinking of her defeat, my heart is about to shatter. In this 1 year, Bai Ningbing's reputation was outstanding, and she was in the limelight. Her appearance and temperament that resembled an ice fairy attracted a lot of attention. On the stage, Bai Ningbing and Yen Tu stood facing each other. Yen Tu was an old man with a head full of disheveled and long hair. He was as thin as a stick, and his feet were bare. Be it his hands or feet, his fingernails had not been cut for a long time, and were curved and long. The clothes on his body were tattered, and his back was crooked, like an old beggar on the roadside. He, little girl has soft skin and tender flesh, truly beautiful. Yen Tu sized up Bai Ningbing and said in a hoarse voice. Bai Ningbing, who was wearing a snow-white robe and had blue eyes and silver hair, immediately frowned, and her killing intent surged. Old thing, boasting shamelessly. Little girl, you don't know manners. Yen Tu laughed dryly, his 10 fingers rubbing against each other. It seems I have to let you know how important it is to respect your seniors. Long-winded. Bai Ningbing's expression was cold, and her gaze was as cold as ice. She closely stared at Yen Tu, and her every movement revealed vigorous fighting spirit. Clang! A soft sound announced the start of the battle. Icicle goo. Pill fire goo. Almost at the same time, Bai Ningbing and Yen Tu attacked each other. 4 white icicles and 3 orange-red pill fire shot towards each other. Bam! An icicle and a pill fire collided in midair. The icicle melted, but the pill fire still flew towards Bai Ningbing, but its power was greatly reduced. Bai Ningbing's icicle goo was only rank 2. But Yen Tu's pill fire goo was rank 3. In a direct confrontation, the pill fire was naturally superior to the icicle. Unless I use hail goo and detonate the icicle, I can suppress the pill fire. But if I do that, my primeval essence will be expended greatly. This battle has just begun. An eerie light flashed in Bai Ningbing's blue eyes. When the pill fire flew over, she nimbly jumped and dodged it, causing all the pill fire to return empty-handed. At the same time, she waved her hand. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Another 3 icicles flew towards Yen Tuesday. Yen Tu laughed dryly, and took several steps, his body twisting as he dodged the icicles with a strange posture, and started to run. He pointed with his index finger, and lumps of pill fire formed into a concentrated offensive that enveloped Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, and not to be outdone, she took several steps and used icicles to retaliate. At once, the two could be seen running in the large grassland, contending with each other. Icicles and pill fire flew together, and the two dodged while attacking without stopping. The battle had just begun, but the intensity had already surpassed everyone's expectations. Chapter 318. As time passed, the spectators around the battle stage were gradually moved. Bai Ningbing is actually so strong, able to fight Lord Yen Tu so fiercely. She is using rank 2 icicle goo to fight Yen Tu and is not at a disadvantage. Using goo worms to attack while moving is the foundation of a goo master's battle. But Bai Ningbing is doing it perfectly. There is no doubt that Bai Ningbing is a genius, and her foundation is also very solid. No wonder she has been undefeated all this time. In the crowd, Fang Yuan watched calmly. Wei Yang and Shang Xinci had also arrived and were standing beside him. The 3 were in disguise, hiding in the crowd. Bai Ningbing is fighting very fiercely. Even if she is using icicle goo, the more she uses, the more primeval essence she consumes. A trace of worry appeared on Wei Yang's face. Rank 3 and rank 4, there is a difference in primeval essence. But Yen Tu is also using pellet fire goo, and to him, his primeval essence is also constantly being consumed. Although Yen Tu is rank 4, he only has B grade aptitude. Bai Ningbing wants to use her A grade aptitude's primeval essence recovery advantage to contend against Yen Tu's rank 4 cultivation. Fang Yuan exposed Bai Ningbing's battle tactic with one sentence. If that is the case, then today's battle will be extremely difficult for Bai Ningbing. Shang Xinci sighed. Right now, she was also a goo master. Under Shang Yanfei's meticulous nurturing, her horizons had broadened and she could see many things. While the three were talking, the situation on the stage suddenly changed. "Little girl, you are jumping quite happily." Yen Tu's lips curled into a faint smile. He suddenly stretched out his right hand and grabbed at Bai Ningbing from a distance of tens of steps. His right hand turned into a claw, and the goo worm imprint on his palm flashed. Whoosh! Flames roared and formed a giant fire claw in an instant, flying towards Bai Ningbing. The giant claw only had 3 fingers, like an eagle's claw, and was orange in color. The flames burned fiercely, and Bai Ningbing felt the intense heat from the claw. This was the rank 3 fire claw goo. Bai Ningbing quickly activated her movement goo, increasing her speed and pulling apart the distance. She had made preparations in advance and inquired about Yen Tu's background. Xiao Qian knew that the attack range of this flame claw was not as large as the pill flame. It could only move within several meters of Yen Tuesday. But Yen Tu cackled and similarly activated his movement goo, approaching Bai Ningbing like a shadow. His movement goo was a rank 4 goo, its effect was much better than Bai Ningbing's. Thus, not only did Bai Ningbing not pull away from Yen Tu, but Yen Tu had also caught up to her. The flaming claws descended from the sky, clawing and pinching continuously. It was difficult for Bai Ningbing to dodge. Under Yen Tu's skillful control, the flame claw was nimble but not steady. Bai Ningbing's situation became more and more difficult as she rolled on the grass. Boom! The flaming claw brushed past Bai Ningbing's shoulder and landed on the grass, instantly igniting a patch of grass. The flames burned fiercely, forming a fire that spread to the surroundings. With a thought from Yen Tu, the fire claw within the flames rose up once again. However, it was a little more dispirited compared to when it was first activated. But as the primeval sea level in Yen Tu's aperture slightly decreased, the fire claw recovered its power in the blink of an eye, and the dispiritedness was swept away. Frost arrow goo. Bai Ningbing regained her footing and stretched out her pinky finger. The frost arrow goo was residing on it, forming a blue pattern. A lump of icy blue frost chi was suddenly emitted. In the blink of an eye, the frost chi formed into an arrow in the air. The flying arrow hit the flaming claw, fiercely suppressing its flames. Frost arrow goo was also a rank 3 goo that Bai Ningbing had obtained from the auction house. Once it was used, it immediately gained merit. Seeing that the flaming claw was about to be extinguished, Yen Tu's brows slightly furrowed. Activating his primeval essence without caring about the consumption, the flaming claw showed signs of recovering again. But how could Bai Ningbing let him succeed? Swoosh swoosh swoosh. A clump of icicle goo shot out. At the same time, she secretly activated ice explosion goo. Bam bam bam. The icicles hit the flaming claw and exploded one after another. The intense explosion completely dispersed the flaming claw. The flaming claw goo flew back. Yen Tu did not want to lose it and quickly took a few steps forward, catching the flaming claw goo with his hand. The flaming claw goo turned into a lump of imprints again. Bai Ningbing took the opportunity to attack, condensing 2 slender ice blades and holding them in her left and right hands respectively, chopping towards Yen Tuesday. The blades had not even reached his body when Yen Tu felt a sharp killing intent like an icy wind blowing on his face. Good blade! Yen Tu laughed strangely and suddenly snorted, spitting out 2 flaming snakes from his nostrils. The flaming snakes were the size of necklaces at first, but they quickly grew and expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they turned into 2 giant pythons that were several meters long and had the thickness of a water bucket. One of the flaming snakes coiled in front of Bai Ningbing, forming a snake formation and blocking Bai Ningbing's blades. The other flaming snake circled around from the side and wriggled for a while before launching an attack from Bai Ningbing's back. It appeared, Lord Yen Tu's double snake attack. Sigh, I was defeated by this move of his. Yen Tu's control of the 2 snakes is indeed incomparably exquisite, making the opponent lose sight of the other while defending. It is very powerful. The flaming snakes caused a commotion among the crowd. Bai Ningbing's expression was solemn, the battle intent in her blue eyes was as condensed as ice. The flaming snakes gave her enormous pressure, but this made her even more determined to fight. At once, Bai Ningbing raised her blades and fought with the two flaming snakes. Yen Tu, on the other hand, stood outside the battlefield and focused on controlling the snakes. Yen Tu had the ability to do three things at once, although he was only controlling these two flaming snakes. But his moves were exquisite and needed to be coordinated well, which instead made Yen Tu expend even more of his mental energy. Flaming Snake Gu was a rank 4 Gu. Under the pincer attack of 2 rank 4 Gu, Bai Ningbing gradually fell into a disadvantage. It was getting harder for her to deal with the attacks. After all, her movement Gu and defensive Gu were not outstanding. Bai Ningbing was an attack-type Gu master, and this set of Gu worms was mainly for offense. Movement and defense were both her weaknesses. This could not be helped. Gu masters had limited primeval essence, there was no infinite primeval essence. Thus, the primeval essence had to be allocated properly. Bai Ningbing allocated most of her primeval essence to offense, leaving little for movement and defense. Thus, the movement Gu and defensive Gu that she paired with were the ones that consumed less primeval essence. Gu worms consumed less primeval essence, so their effects were naturally lower. After all, you get what you pay for. These two flaming snakes greatly restricted Bai Ningbing's performance. Look, once the flaming snakes are damaged by Bai Ningbing's attacks and become dispirited, Yen Tu will expend primeval essence to recover the flaming snake's might. This is not good. Wei Yang stood at the side, frowning. Fong Yuan's gaze flickered, but he did not speak, waiting for Bai Ningbing's response. Bai Ningbing suddenly erupted. Frost Breath Gu and Frost Arrow Gu were used in turn. The continuous frost energy caused the fire snake's attacks to be greatly slowed down and restricted. But such a crazy attack caused her primeval essence consumption to increase rapidly. Little girl, stop struggling. Yen Tu laughed heartily, sending out lumps of pellet fire. Some of the pellet fire shot towards Bai Ningbing, causing her to be exhausted from dodging. Some hit the flaming snakes and fused into their bodies, causing the dispirited flaming snakes to become energetic again. This was the coordination tactic of pellet fire Gu and flaming snake Gu. Yen Tu had gone through hundreds of battles in the battle stage, tempering himself thousands of times. In comparison, although Bai Ningbing was talented and had high comprehension, she had too little time and did not have the foundation that Yen Tu had accumulated. Bai Ningbing wanted to disperse the two flaming snakes by erupting. But Yen Tu saw through it and immediately retaliated. Similarly, using offense, he disrupted Bai Ningbing's plan, showing his shrewdness and experience. What should we do now? Wei Yang frowned deeply. The situation is not good. Shang Xinci gradually analyzed the situation. Bai Ningbing's eerie blue eyes flashed with a resolute light. Ice Crystal Gu. She brazenly used her Vital Gu, her true trump card. She had not planned to use it so early, but she had no choice. Since the start of the battle, besides the deadlock at the start, Yen Tu had gradually grasped the initiative and suppressed her. Bai Ningbing was an offensive-type Gu master. To take back the initiative, she had to strengthen her offense. Crack crack, Bai Ningbing's whole body emitted this sound, like water turning into ice. In the blink of an eye, she turned into an ice person. Her body expanded slightly, and her silver hair was covered in frost, becoming fixed. The ice crystals spread to the two ice blades, making them sharper, colder, and sturdier. Oh, little girl, you are going to risk your life. Yen Tu teleported, but his smile immediately froze on his face. Bai Ningbing turned into an ice crystal, attacking and defending at the same time, no longer having any reservations. He charged forward, breaking through the obstruction of the fire snakes in an instant, and rushed towards Yen Tuesday. To shoot a person, first shoot the horse. To capture the bandits, first capture the leader. Yen Tu quickly mobilized another flaming snake, blocking in front of Bai Ningbing. Frost Breath Gu. Bai Ningbing breathed out a mouthful of blue frost air. She turned into an ice person and breathed out frost air, her might was no doubt higher. The flaming snake immediately withered after being hit by this frost air. Bai Ningbing continued to charge towards Yen Tu. Old man Yen Tu, fight me if you have the guts. Yen Tu's expression turned grave, he was not proficient in close combat. Bai Ningbing's might was awe-inspiring, if she got close, he would be in trouble. Although he had rank 4 realm and was a flamboyant fire path Gu master, Yen Tu's fighting style was shrewd and ruthless. He was not provoked by Bai Ningbing and activated his movement Gu, continuously retreating. Bai Ningbing's heart sank. She turned into an ice crystal and used movement Gu again, but the effect was not as good as before. To catch up to Yen Tu, she could only slow him down. Thus, Bai Ningbing shot frost arrows again and again. The frost air in the frost arrows had the effect of freezing muscles and blood, slowing down the target's movement. But Yen Tu easily dodged, his dodging technique was superb, none of the frost arrows succeeded. The frost arrows could not hit Yen Tu, causing the distance between him and Bai Ningbing to increase. Yen Tu snickered, as a senior, he was chased by a junior, but he did not feel embarrassed at all. He made the most correct choice. Ice crystal Gu could not be used frequently, if used too much, it would cause the body to completely turn into ice crystals, turning the Gu master into an ice sculpture. Thus, when Bai Ningbing activated ice crystal Gu, she was also activating vitality Gu to maintain her life force. But even with vitality Gu, it could only prolong the usage of ice crystal Gu. Yen Tu was well aware of this. Bai Ningbing inquired about his information, and he also inquired about Bai Ningbing's information. As long as he dragged on, he would definitely win this battle. Although this method did not have the arrogance and domineeringness of a fire path Gu master. But this was undoubtedly the most energy-saving tactic. Bai Ningbing stopped. I can't hit this old man, I can only use that move to change the situation. Her eyes flashed with a trace of hesitation. Chapter 319. The hesitation in Bai Ningbing's heart only lasted for a moment. Soon after, her blue eyes flashed with determination. Iceblade Storm, appear again. Bai Ningbing sighed lightly. She raised her arms, the sharp ice blades were the extension of her arms. She turned into ice crystals, giving off a cold and domineering aura. Vitality Gu turned into a warm current, flowing in her heart, liver and other organs, preserving her life force and preventing Bai Ningbing from turning into an ice crystal person. Vitality Gu had another advantage: once activated, it would turn into a warm current of vitality and move on its own, no need to control it. Whirlwind Gu. Tornado Gu. Bai Ningbing used these two Gu one after another. Whirlwind Gu was also a movement type Gu, but it only increased the Gu master's turning speed. As she used it, Bai Ningbing's whole body started to rotate rapidly. And when the tornado Gu was activated, it immediately formed a whirlwind. The whirlwind covered Bai Ningbing's whole body, and in a few breaths' time, it expanded into a tornado. The green-black tornado was like a green-colored young dragon rising up. Iceblade Gu, Ice Crystal Gu, Whirlwind Gu, Dragon Favor, Bai Ningbing could do 4 things at once. No, not only that. Frost Breath Gu. Bai Ningbing opened her mouth and breathed out, letting out cold air. With her mortal body, she could only breathe out at intervals to prevent her tongue from freezing. But now that she had turned into an ice crystal, she could breathe out continuously. With the addition of the frost air, the tornado immediately turned into a cold wind. Wherever the wind blew, the grass and leaves flew, quickly being covered with a layer of light blue frost. At this moment, Bai Ningbing was doing 5 things at once. This was the unparalleled talent of the 10 extreme physiques. In this aspect, she had already surpassed Fang Yuan. The killer move appeared again, Iceblade Storm. Cold wind blew, causing the temperature in the air to plummet. The sharp ice blades made the tornado even more powerful. 2 fire snakes charged forward without understanding the situation, and immediately suffered heavy injuries. The snake head and half of its body were sliced by the Iceblade Storm. The fire snakes retreated in panic. The flames reformed, revealing a complete snake head and body. But its size was no longer as good as before, only less than half of its original size. The ice blade storm became stronger, and on the grassland, large amounts of frost spread everywhere. Around the frost, the flames burning on the grass also showed signs of extinguishing. Yen Tu's pupils shrank when he saw this. He recalled the fire snake and breathed it into his nostrils. What move is this? I have never seen Bai Ningbing use this move before. Killing move, this is definitely a killing move. A commotion broke out among the spectators, and they all started shouting. Even Wei Yang showed an expression of shock. This killer move is extremely powerful. How many gu did Bai Ningbing use? Shang Xian's eyes lit up. She said nervously and expectantly, this move is so strong. Maybe it can defeat Yen Tuesday. Fang Yuan was silent, watching with rapt attention. He had seen Bai Ningbing use the Ice Blade Storm a few times. Now that he saw it again, the power of the Ice Blade Storm had risen to a whole new level. Bai Ningbing's growth was also shocking. She had peerless aptitude and talent, and the goo worms she paired with were also unique. From the looks of it, her meticulously designed killer move, Ice Blade Storm, was not abandoned, but instead improved upon. She actually had such a move. Yen Tu's expression was no longer calm. Once the Ice Blade Storm was used, he immediately lost his confidence in the battle. His heart was filled with fear. He actually felt such emotions from a junior, a rank 3 Gu master. Bai Ningbing's battle strength had already surpassed Yen Tu's expectations, making him feel an intense threat. Killer move. Usually, several Gu worms were used at the same time, and through the exquisite combination of the Gu worms, a powerful move could be produced. Killer moves were not something all Gu masters had. Only those Gu masters with rich experience or rich talent could design their own killer moves. Killer moves usually consumed a lot of primeval essence, and also expended a lot of mental energy. They were undoubtedly powerful and had extraordinary effects. Not good, this move is getting stronger, I have to suppress it at the early stage. Otherwise, if I can't get rid of it, it will really become unstoppable after it accumulates its strength. Yen Tu was extremely experienced and quickly saw the flaw. If it were other Gu masters, most of them would choose to wait and see in fear. But Yen Tu was extremely shrewd, and immediately saw the flaw of this killer move. Ordinary moves cannot restrain her, and there is no effect even if I use them, it would be a waste of primeval essence. In that case, I will use a killer move to fight a killer move. Yen Tu decided in his heart. Fuel oil goo. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of fuel oil. The amber-colored fuel oil carried a pungent smell. Yen Tu exerted all his strength, not daring to hold back as he madly activated the fuel oil goo. The fuel oil he spat out was like a small waterfall. The waterfall fell on the grassland, forming waves. The fuel oil was like a wave, pouring down in torrents, and in the blink of an eye, the whole battlefield was submerged. The Ice Blade Storm became bigger, and cold air spread everywhere. When the fuel oil got close to it, its momentum slowed down, and a large amount of fuel oil was flung away. The Ice Blade Storm's strength lay in its attack, but the cold air was not enough to freeze the fuel oil. For a moment, the whole battle stage was covered in a dense rain of fuel oil. Other than the area near the Ice Blade Storm, the other grasslands were covered in a thick layer of fuel oil, almost turning into a swamp. Fire snake goo. Yen Tu snorted, and the 2 fire snakes from earlier appeared once again. 20% of the yellow-gold primeval essence was expended, allowing the fire snake's body to expand to its peak, and its might was restored. Once the fire snakes landed on the grassland, they immediately ignited a raging flame. The red flame spread at an extremely fast speed, filling the whole battle stage, instantly turning it into a sea of fire. The flames on the grassland burned fiercely, and countless green grasses withered, turning into ashes, fueling the might of the sea of fire. In the super-large battle stage, there was only one place that did not have any flames, but had instead frozen into ice. That was the location of Bai Ningbing's Ice Blade Storm. She and Yen Tu had transformed the originally green grassland battlefield into an environment of two extremes, ice and fire. The two fire snakes leisurely shuttled through the sea of fire, circling around the ice blade storm, not in a hurry to attack. Meanwhile, Bai Ningbing's ice blade storm was also continuously expanding, accumulating more and more power, and the peak of the storm was already showing signs of reaching the ceiling. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The ice tornado whistled fiercely, and its majestic aura made people tongue-tied. It's not over yet, Fire Claw Gu. Yen Tu raised his breath and shouted. He had 4 Fire Claw Gu on him, and at this moment, he used all of them together. His primeval essence was consumed intensely, and the primeval sea in his aperture fluctuated rapidly. The golden sea surface fell sharply. The 4 Fire Claw Gu did not attack the ice blade storm together, but instead flew into the fire snakes and fused together. In the blink of an eye, these 2 fire snakes grew a pair of claws. Snakes with claws were no longer snakes, but dragons. In the sea of fire, the 2 fire dragons swung their tails and raised their heads, waving their claws, showing an arrogant and domineering aura. Lord Yen Tu, through the combination of Fire Snake Gu and Fire Claw Gu, has reached a small portion of the rank 5 Fire Dragon Gu's power. To think that I could see Lord Yen Tu's killer move, Fire Sea Twin Dragon kill in this competition. Bai Ningbing is just a newbie, but she could force Yen Tu to use his killer move, she can be proud of herself. The spectators were in an uproar at this scene. Both sides used their killer moves, and the battle reached its climax. Killer move versus killer move. Would Yen Tu's Fire Sea Twin Dragon kill be more powerful and majestic, or would Bai Ningbing's Ice Blade Storm be able to engulf the world and shatter half the sky of the battle stage? Everyone was waiting in anticipation, unable to take their eyes off of it. The fire dragon raised its head, letting out a silent roar. They launched their attacks from both sides. The fire dragon crashed into the ice blade storm, its 2 fire claws desperately trying to tear it apart, and its whole body coiled up, sticking to the ice blade storm. The white ice blade storm with a trace of blue was like a giant pillar, unmoving. The sharp ice blades competed with the fire claws, continuously cutting the fire dragon's body. A moment later, the 2 fire dragons could not hold on any longer, and retreated with injuries. They lay down in the sea of fire, absorbing the surrounding flames and immediately regaining their power. The grassland was burning, and this sky full of flames was the fire dragon's abundant replenishment. This grassland was fully utilized by Yen Tuesday. The 2 fire dragons attacked again and again, but failed again and again. After failing, they tried again and again. Fire Sea Twin Dragon kill can't shake Bai Ningbing? Is the world changing? If this goes on, Bai Ningbing actually has hope of defeating Yen Tu. Everyone was shocked again and again. No, the ice blade storm has also been restrained. The wind momentum has been obstructed, it cannot gather any momentum. At this time, Bai Ningbing should be moving left and right, using guerrilla warfare. Wei Yang's expression was solemn, he was most proficient in guerrilla warfare. Fong Yuan's brows slightly furrowed, an obscure light flashing in his eyes. He could see something wrong. With Bai Ningbing's intelligence, she definitely knew that she could not resist it head-on, she had to move and fight. But she did not do so. It seems that this killer move's modification is not perfect. Fong Yuan inwardly guessed. Bai Ningbing felt that she had the will but not the strength. This ice blade storm was her first time practicing, her original plan was very good, but now Bai Ningbing found a flaw. The ice blade storm lacked a driving force, it could only rotate on the spot, this was an indescribable awkwardness. I have turned into an ice crystal and continuously breathed out frost breath, the tornado is too dense, I cannot move forward. Bai Ningbing used all her strength, wanting to activate her movement goo to change this situation. But she was already multitasking, reaching her limit, her mind was exhausted, she had no spare energy. Fortunately, Yen Tu had not discovered it yet. He took the initiative to fight, interrupting Bai Ningbing's accumulation, instead helping her cover up this flaw. Right now, I can only walk this path to the end. Continue to strengthen the Ice Blade Storm. Maybe when the wind momentum is stronger, there will be momentum. Bai Ningbing's fighting spirit had not dissipated, the predicament instead strengthened her fighting spirit. Be it her or Yen Tu, the primeval essence in their apertures were being consumed intensely. The spectators around the battle stage fell into silence. The majestic Ice Blade Storm and the terrifying orange sea of fire divided the battlefield into two completely different worlds. The battle stage's barrier isolated most of the power, but there was still wind blowing. This wind was hot at times, cold at times, allowing everyone to personally feel the intensity of the battle. The sea of fire burned fiercely, the two orange fire dragons fought against the Ice Blade Storm. They failed again and again, but charged forward again and again. They were not discouraged, advancing wave after wave. This is Lord Yen Tu, the strength of a rank 4 Gu master. Someone sighed. To be able to fight with Lord Yen Tu to this extent, Bai Ningbing is the third strongest. Bai Ningbing can be said to be the third. Someone could not conceal his shock as he evaluated. In Shang Clan's battle stage, Yen Tu and Zhu Kai Bei had fought dozens of battles without a clear victor. They were two peak existences. After this battle, Bai Ningbing's battle strength was publicly recognized, and she was recognized as the third. As time passed, the Ice Blade Storm gradually slowed down, and the wind momentum weakened. The blazing sea of fire was also mostly extinguished. The fuel was used up, and the grass turned to ashes. But the fire dragon's might was still there. They not only had the sea of fire to replenish them, they also had the support of Yen Tu's yellow-gold primeval essence. Bai Ningbing's primeval essence was gradually running out, and at this point, the weakness of her cultivation was finally revealed. If she had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, she would still have a fighting chance. Unfortunately, she rejected Fang Yuan's good intentions. It's all over. Yen Tu laughed heartily, and with a shift of his mind, the two fire dragons suddenly merged into one, forming an even larger fire dragon. This sudden change caused many people to involuntarily cry out in shock. This move was Yen Tu's secret method. He had never revealed it to the public. But now, in order to break Bai Ningbing's Ice Blade Storm, he could no longer care so much. The fire dragon opened its mouth, and its 4 fire claws exerted strength, ruthlessly clawing at the Ice Blade Storm. But suddenly, the storm intensified. Bai Ningbing activated Frost Breath Gu, and the whole fire claw was frozen. The Ice Blade Storm suddenly expanded like a monster, engulfing most of the fire dragon's body. What? Yen Tu turned pale with fright. He suddenly realized that Bai Ningbing's earlier weakness was only a facade. He quickly ordered the fire dragon to retreat. The fire dragon was heavily injured, and its might was no longer as it lost its 2 fire claws. At the same time, its body had shrunk to less than half its original size. Seeing this, the crowd immediately went into an uproar. Is Bai Ningbing going to win? After fighting for so long, she still has strength left? Yen Tu's expression was grim. Bai Ningbing's sudden eruption caused him to suffer disastrous losses. In an instant, he lost a Fire Snake Gu and 2 Fire Claw Gu. The Ice Blade Storm suddenly dissipated. Bai Ningbing removed the Ice Crystal Gu, and returned to her original appearance of a mortal body. Her primeval essence was exhausted, and her aperture was completely dried up. I admit defeat, she coldly said. After a short period of silence, the crowd went into an uproar. Bai Ningbing actually admitted defeat? Everyone was slightly surprised by this. So her sudden eruption was because she used up all her primeval essence, and dealt a heavy blow to Yen Tuesday. Fang Yuan realized. Even if I can't win, I will make you suffer. Bai Ningbing's choice was very wise, and her method was decisive and ruthless. Understanding this, Yen Tu was furious, but a formless force descended from the sky, suppressing him. He was unable to move. This was the strength of the battle stage. The hosting Gu master walked into this battlefield that had changed beyond recognition, and announced the result. According to the rules, the winner had the right to request the loser to contribute a Gu. I want your Ice Crystal Gu, Yen Tu said hatefully. Take it. Bai Ningbing snorted, and straightforwardly handed over the ice crystal goo. The two completed the transaction on the spot. Ice crystal goo was Bai Ningbing's vital goo. The moment she lost it, blood flowed out of her 7 orifices. Yen Tu's expression was still ugly. He chose the ice crystal goo to teach Bai Ningbing a lesson. But even so, his loss was too great. A rank 3 ice crystal goo could not make up for it. Although Bai Ningbing was defeated in this battle, she had still established her reputation. It could be said that she lost with honor. Shang Xinci let out a breath of turbid air, calming her emotions. A pity, if Bai Ningbing had listened to my advice and chose the Frost Demon Goo, the situation would have been better. Wei Yang sighed. Ice Crystal Goo was suitable for males, while Frost Demon Goo was suitable for females. Bai Ningbing lost the Ice Crystal Goo. This might be a rare opportunity. Let her change her mind and choose the Frost Demon Goo. Wei Yang said with an expectant tone. Chapter 320. Did you watch that battle? How wonderful! Bai Ningbing suffered her first defeat, and Yen Tu's victory was not easy. I spent 20 yuan stone, and I felt a little heartache at first. But after seeing it, I immediately felt that the money was well spent. The battle between Bai Ningbing and Yen Tu was like a boulder thrown into a lake. It caused a huge impact in Shang Clan City. In the streets and alleys, everyone was talking about this battle. The older, the wiser. In the end, Lord Yen Tu still won. But even though Bai Ningbing lost, it's still a glorious loss. To be able to fight to this extent, her future is limitless. It's a pity that I didn't get to see this battle. Although Bai Ningbing lost her vital goo and is injured, the ice crystal goo is easy to replenish and will not affect her strength too much. I'm really looking forward to the battle between Fangzheng and Zhu Kaibei. That's right, this will definitely be a fierce battle. The battle between Fang Yuan and Zhu Kaibei was scheduled for 7 days later. Because of Bai Ningbing's outstanding performance, she received the attention of countless people. But Bai Ningbing was missing. After that battle, she did not return to Nanshou Garden. Nothing will happen, right? Shang Xinci expressed her worry. Don't worry, I know her. She was arrogant, but she suffered a crushing defeat. Let her be alone. Fang Yuan comforted Shang Xinci instead. Although Bai Ningbing was a girl, she had the heart of a man. All men were like lions and wolves. When they were injured, they would find a secluded corner and silently lick their wounds. Women, on the other hand, were different. When they suffered some grievances, they would have the desire to talk about it. They yearned for protection and comfort. Shang Xinci nodded. Her beautiful eyes were as gentle as water as she looked at Fang Yuan with concern. Can you not fight? That Zhu Kaibei was a character on the same level as Yen Tuesday's sister Bai Yun had already lost, losing the ice crystal goo. Zhu Kaibei is a strength path goo master. If brother He Tu loses all-out effort goo. Bai Ningbing lost the ice crystal goo, but it could be replenished. If Fang Yuan lost the all-out effort goo, he could not make up for it. Fang Yuan smiled faintly. It is precisely because of this that I cannot lose. Alright, I will be refining goo in closed cultivation for the next few days. You go back first. Fang Yuan had long investigated Zhu Kaibei's strength. After the battle between Bai Ningbing and Yen Tu, he had more speculations. Zhu Kaibei was a rank 4 initial stage goo master, comparable to Yen Tuesday. Fang Yuan estimated that with his current methods, he only had a 30% chance of defeating Zhu Kaibei. A 30% chance of winning did not seem high. But in reality, considering the difference in cultivation between the two of them, 30% was already quite good. If the goo refinement succeeds, with the help of that goo, I will have a 60% chance of winning. I hope the goo refinement succeeds. Fang Yuan entered the secret room and started to refine goo. First inner city. In the study, there was a soft light. Shang Yanfei quietly watched the colorful smoke floating in front of him. The colorful smoke billowed, showing the battle between Bai Ningbing and Yen Tuesday. Shang Yan Fei watched the entire battle from start to finish, only then did he retract the colorful smoke. Bai Ningbing lost. He had lost his vital goo and was injured. According to the information gathered by Fengyu Manor, Bai Ningbing was currently recuperating at Dr. Su Shou's place. This way, she was punished and taught a lesson for scheming against his second son. Shang Yan Fei closed his eyes and leaned back on the chair. Now that Bai Ningbing was defeated and did not pass the test, her aptitude and talent were publicly recognized. In time, she would definitely surpass Yen Tu and have great achievements. This was a genius. Shang Yan Fei was also a person who cherished talent. Seeing Bai Ningbing's performance, he had the desire to recruit her for Shang Xinci. After Bai Ningbing, it will be Fangzheng's turn. I wonder what kind of surprise he can bring me. But, I heard he has a heavenly essence treasure lotus. Shang Clan City's living treasure door also had 2 heavenly essence treasure lotuses. There was also a heavenly essence treasure monarch lotus. But to take out these lotuses, they would have to pay an even greater price. With living treasure door guarding it, even if Shang Yan Fei was the clan leader, he had to follow the rules set by his ancestors. Fangzheng is a strength path goo master. Even if he has the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he would not be able to display its value. I might as well give it to Xinci. Shang Yan Fei pondered for a while before sitting up straight and sending out a paper crane's secret letter. The paper crane flew along the secret path and into a secret room. Zhu Kai Bei and Yen Tu immediately sensed it and gathered in the secret room. Master has another secret letter. Yen Tu opened the secret letter and glanced at it before handing it to Zhu Kai Bei. This is for you. Zhu Kai Bei looked through it and muttered to himself, Master guessed that Fang Yuan has a heavenly essence treasure lotus. If I win this battle, I will try to ask for this grass goo. If I don't have this goo, I cannot choose the all-out effort goo. Saying so, Zhu Kai Bei's brows slightly furrowed. He had originally wanted to ask for Fang Yuan's all-out effort goo. This legendary goo was extremely attractive to a strength path goo master like him. But Shang Yan Fei had sent such an order. Master cherishes talent and wants to protect that Fangzheng until he grows up. Yen Tu analyzed. Raising his head, he saw Zhu Kai Bei's tightly furrowed brows and consoled, Brother Zhu, you need to pay attention to your mentality. We are already Shang clan's hidden elders, we have to obey the clan leader's orders. It's no longer the same as before, when I could roam the world freely and do whatever I wanted. Zhu Kai Bei nodded his head heavily and sighed, speaking of which, that period of time is really worth reminiscing. Roaming the world alone, free and unrestrained. Could it be that Brother Zhu wants to become a demonic goo master again? Yen Tu's tone was solemn. Zhu Kai Bei chuckled, Brother Yen, don't you know me? I was just casually saying it. Although demonic goo masters are unrestrained, the pressure is huge and the risks are also huge. Who knows, one day I might die in the wild and there would be no one to collect my corpse. Yen Tu's expression softened. Zhu Kai Bei and Yen Tu were once solitary demonic goo masters. They had made a name for themselves in southern border and had stood strong for decades. But they were getting more and more tired. Although demonic goo masters had extremely free lives, the pressure was huge. They had to worry about the goo's food, yuan stone, their own safety and so on. The two gradually got tired of this life, but they did not have the courage to change. Until one day, the two met in the wild. There was an extreme lack of trust between demonic goo masters. After the two sensed each other, they immediately attacked, trying to gain the initiative. But who knew that in this battle, the two were evenly matched and fought from day to night. During this period, they used schemes, traps, exerted all their strength, and used all sorts of methods. By the time the sun rose, both were out of strength, their primeval essence was also expended and their bodies were covered in injuries. Looking at the opponent in front of them, they had no strength to deal the final blow and kill the opponent. When the morning light shone on their faces, the two made the same decision. I am tired of this life. Sigh, if I survive this battle, I will go to Shang clan and join the righteous path. Yen Tu softly muttered. So tiring, after this battle, I will go to Shang clan and fight for that external elder position. Ju Kai Bei fiercely cursed. For some reason, the two said it at the same time. After saying so, they looked at each other. After a moment of silence, the two laughed loudly. This was fate, like heaven's arrangement. Two veteran demonic Gu masters who had no sense of trust at all, on this day, gained a lifelong friend at the same time. As if they wanted to throw away the shadow of their past, they started to change and chose to trust each other. This trust was unreserved trust towards each other. The two went from one extreme to another extreme. But speaking of which, Brother Yen, you suffered a huge loss this time, you are covered in dust. Ju Kai Bei winked and said. Others would never imagine he would have such an expression. Usually, Ju Kai Bei was solemn like steel and meticulous. But in fact, this was only a mask he had cultivated when he was roaming the demonic path. Only in front of his best friend, Yen Tu, would he show his true nature. Yen Tu snorted coldly, his brows gradually relaxing as he sighed. This Bai Ning Bing is not simple, she will surpass us one day. I only won by a move or two, if she was rank 4, the result would be hard to say. Ju Kai Bei nodded, I also disguised myself to watch your battle, the younger generation will surpass us in time. Yen Tu patted Ju Kai Bei's shoulder, that Fangzheng is as famous as Bai Ning Bing, they came to Shang Clan City together and lived together, their relationship is not simple. They are called the twin stars of Yanwu, some also call them the black and white demons. With Bai Ning Bing's strength, Fangzheng is definitely not weak. Brother Ju, when you are at your strongest is also when you are at your weakest, you need to be careful. Ju Kai Bei smiled proudly, brother, take a look at this. Saying so, he took out a gu from his aperture. This gu was the size of a fist and had the shape of a beetle, black like iron. Ah, hard chi gu. Yen Tu's expression turned to joy after a moment of shock. This is great, Brother Ju. When you use killer moves, your defense will fall. With this gu, you can make up for your weakness. This gu is precious and not commonly seen, you need to feed it well. Ju Kai Bei nodded, after keeping the hard chi gu, he sighed, unfortunately, this is only a hard chi gu and not strength chi gu. If I had strength chi gu, my battle strength would rise and undergo a qualitative change, it would be more than enough to increase my battle strength by 2 times. Yen Tu laughed heartily, you are too greedy, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Ancient chi path has already disappeared, strength chi gu is already extinct. You are already very lucky to be able to obtain a hard chi gu, don't be greedy. Ju Kai Bei also laughed, that's true. But it's only human nature to be greedy, ha ha ha. Ancient chi path appeared much earlier than strength path. Chi path gu worms could be transformed into formless gu worms, their effects were usually very miraculous. In ancient times, when chi path was at its peak, 8 out of 10 gu masters cultivated chi path. However, flowers bloom and wilt, flourish and decline, this was the law of nature, chi path was not exempt from it. After flourishing for a while, chi path gradually weakened and was replaced by strength path. Chapter 321. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, the battle stage welcomed the attention of the entire city. Ju Kai Bei forcefully challenged Fang Yuan. The former was an expert of the older generation, his reputation was awe-inspiring and he held up half the sky. The latter was a rising star in the last 2 years, shining brightly and was a young expert of the younger generation. In addition to the brilliance of the battle itself, the battle between Bai Ning Bing and Yen Tu before eating served as an excellent foreshadowing. After 7 days of fermenting, its influence had spread to the whole of Shang Clan City. Please search for floating astronomy. As a result, today's battle stage was almost filled with spectators. The battle stage also took advantage of the situation and arranged for this battle to be a large-scale event. Shang Qiwen, who was in charge of the battle stage, had gained a great achievement and was in a good mood these days. The battle had not started yet, but the people in the city were already discussing it. Is Zhu Kai Bei from half the sky more experienced, or can Fang Jing win as the weaker one? Many people were discussing this question. The battle between the old and the new attracted many people's attention. Both are Strength Path Gu Masters. This is the revival of Strength Path Gu Masters. Many Strength Path Gu Masters were extremely proud and were looking forward to this battle. In their opinion, this battle had a huge significance. No matter what, Fang Jing has to fight with all his strength. Otherwise, his all-out effort Gu will be taken away by Zhu Kai Bei. Fang Jing is only rank 3 middle stage. Although he has great battle strength, his cultivation is lower than by Ning Bing's. Not to mention comparing him to Zhu Kai Bei. After dozens of battles, Fang Yuan's strength could no longer be concealed. Most people did not think highly of him because the difference in cultivation was too great. Fang Jing is here. Suddenly, someone shouted from the crowd. Fang Yuan walked slowly. With a calm expression, he arrived at the stage. This was a large-scale battle stage with a black stone forest terrain. Fang Yuan came to the center of the stage and stood still. He crossed his arms and scanned the surroundings. Black stone pillars, each thick and sturdy, were erected in the center of the stage, covering the entire stage. Outside the stage, the crowd gathered in a circle around the stage. This was Fang Yuan's first time in the past 2 years. It was the match with the largest number of spectators. Fang Yuan knew in his heart that Shang Xinci and Wei Yang were definitely among the crowd, even Bai Ning Bing was there, but they were all in disguise. He also heard from Shang Xinci. The young masters of Shang clan were all here. This reminded Fang Yuan of his first martial arts demonstration. At that time, there were almost no spectators, and Fang Yuan was still a nobody. Up until now, his reputation had risen to prominence. Become somebody. It attracted widespread attention. This is the last battle. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. The Three Kings' inheritance was nearing. Including the journey, there wasn't much time left. After winning this match, he would do his best to assist Shang Xinci. Pushing her to the position of young lord would be of great help to Fang Yuan's future plans. When Shang Xinci becomes the young master, it will be the day Fang Yuan leaves Shang clan city. No one knew the identities of Zhu Kai Bei and Yen Tuesday. How could Fang Yuan not see it clearly? As long as they were in the battle rest field, they could become Shang clan's external elder. Shang Yanfei wanted to control this channel. It was normal for him to arrange chess pieces like Zhu Kai Bei and Yen Tuesday. Fang Yuan had never thought of dominating the battle stage. Becoming an external elder was something that many people yearned for even in their dreams. Sparrows and swallows often made their homes under the eaves, while eagles built their nests on cliffs. Not to mention Shang clan's external elder, Fang Yuan didn't even care about the position of clan leader. These positions seemed noble and dazzling, but they were actually shackles of fame and fortune. What a pity! In the mortal world, who knew how many people had been shackled by such shackles? Zhu Kai Bei also came to the stage. He had a towering stature, his expression was like steel. His joints were broad, his muscles stacked together, giving people a strong and imposing feeling. In Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, during the righteous demonic battle on Yitian Mountain, Zhu Kai Bei had a great performance. He had killed many famous demonic path Gu masters, and was one of Shang Yanfei's capable generals. On his body, the aura of rank 4 leaked out. Before the battle started, he was already exerting mental pressure on Fang Yuan. In terms of cultivation, Fang Yuan was indeed at a disadvantage. He was rank 3 peak stage now, and was using breath concealment Gu. From the looks of it, he was still at rank 3 middle stage. But even if his cultivation was low, so what? He. Fang Yuan squinted, his eyes shining with brilliance. A few days ago, he had refined that Gu, and his chances of winning had risen to 60%. Although his opponent was strong, he knew he would definitely win. This was not arrogance, confidence, or arrogance, but a type of mentality. Demonic heart. I can't lose, I can't fall, I have to win, I have to win. Even if there is less than 10% chance of winning, even if there is no chance of winning, I have to have the mentality to win. Once a demonic goo master fails, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Thus, I have to succeed, I have to keep winning. There is no what if and no what if. The 500 years of experience in his previous life had caused Fong Yuan to develop such a mentality. Winner takes all, step on other people's corpses, step on them, and step onto the peak. Only I am the one who bears down on the world, no matter what sense of propriety, righteousness, honor, fame, wealth, beauty, gratitude, grudges, love, hatred, they cannot be an obstacle, they can all be used. This was the difference between Bai Ningbing and Fong Yuan. Bai Ningbing had the desire to win, while Fong Yuan had the heart to win. Nothing can stop me. Even if I perish, my heart will not be perturbed. Zhu Kai Bei walked to Fong Yuan, standing still and maintaining his silence. He was not a talkative person. Similarly, Fong Yuan did not like to talk nonsense. The two looked at each other, ignoring the clamor of the outside world. One's gaze was firm, while the other's eyes were dark and deep. Clang! The bell rang, announcing the start of the battle. All-out effort goo. Almost at the same time, Fong Yuan's eyes shone brightly. He poured his quintessential essence into it, and the image of a steed appeared in the air behind him. The horse raised its head, its four hooves galloping. With the strength of one horse, Fong Yuan activated vertical crash goo. Swoosh! He charged towards Zhu Kai Bei. His speed was as fast as a galloping horse. But when he rushed in front of Zhu Kai Bei, the horse phantom suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a wild boar phantom. The boar's eyes were scarlet red, its fangs protruding. Its aura was fierce. Horsepower could increase the speed of charging, while boar strength could increase the force of charging. Fong Yuan could now freely switch between beast phantoms. Seeing Fong Yuan charging straight at him, Zhu Kai Bei was expressionless, opening his mouth. His teeth were as white as snow. At this moment, two tiger teeth grew rapidly. They gradually expanded and protruded. They grew into two pure white elephant tusks. The elephant tusks bent inwards, the sharp tip piercing into Zhu Kai Bei's chest. But the wound did not bleed, instead it was spreading rapidly. A set of pure white armor appeared. A milky white layer of ice spread over his body, and the armor quickly covered his upper body. Fong Yuan charged over. Good. Zhu Kai Bei did not dodge. Instead, he stepped forward, lowering his waist and shoulder, colliding with Fong Yuan. Bam! A loud sound. The two's shoulders collided fiercely. Fong Yuan retreated 5 steps. Zhu Kai Bei was sent flying. This scene caused many people to cry out in surprise. How can this be? Zhu Kai Bei was not Fangzheng's match. All-out effort goo's power is really strong. Something is wrong. How did Fangzheng suddenly have rank 3 peak stage cultivation? Fong Yuan attacked, breath concealment goo's effect was broken, the aura of rank 3 peak stage leaked out, and was quickly sensed by countless people. Zhu Kai Bei's eyes flashed with a trace of shock. But soon, it disappeared. He crawled up from the ground, not suffering much damage. However, the shoulder armor was full of cracks. But soon, these cracks gradually disappeared. The white armor continued to spread, and soon, it covered Zhu Kai Bei's arms, waist and abdomen. This was the effect of Zhu Kai Bei continuously activating the ivory white armor goo. Ivory white armor goo was a rank 4 goo worm, it had strong defense. But its weakness was, it needed to grow for a period of time, it had no ductility. When the battle ended, the goo master would have to destroy the armor if they wanted to remove it. Fong Yuan shrugged his shoulders, feeling a little sore. Earlier, he did not use golden shield goo, copper skin, iron bones, steel tendon, these 3 complemented each other, giving him a strong defense. Strength was mutual, and strength path goo masters had high requirements for defense goo. The collision just now was just a small test. This Ju Kai Bei has great strength, he is the strongest opponent I have met since rebirth. At the same time, his defense is also very strong. Fong Yuan's gaze was eerie as he pounced again. Bam bam bam. Both sides raised their fists and punched each other. Ju Kai Bei was at a disadvantage. Fong Yuan naturally would not give him a chance. The ivory white armor broke again and again under Fong Yuan's iron fists, unable to regenerate. But Ju Kai Bei's strength was also increasing. From being suppressed at the start, to gradually being able to stand on equal footing with Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan was not surprised, he had detailed information on Ju Kai Bei, he knew that he had a rank 4 habitual strength Gu. All-out effort Gu was already extinct, and to replace it, the current strength path Gu masters had developed habitual strength Gu. Habitual strength Gu's predecessor was the rank 3 accumulation strength Gu. Strength accumulation Gu could accumulate strength in one attack and explode out. But it needed time to accumulate strength, and during this time, the Gu master could not move. It was not very practical. But at rank 4, after the accumulation strength Gu was refined into habitual strength Gu, this weakness was eliminated. After the activation of habitual strength Gu, Ju Kai Bei's strength continued to accumulate, becoming bigger and bigger. At the same time, Ju Kai Bei could move freely. Bam! Fong Yuan's fist smashed on Ju Kai Bei's chest, while Ju Kai Bei's palm chopped on Fong Yuan's shoulder. Both sides took 6 steps back, they were evenly matched this time. But Fong Yuan's entire fist was numb. Ju Kai Bei's chest was wrapped in ivory white armor, there were only slight cracks on it. As time passed, Ju Kai Bei continued to activate the armor, and the ivory white armor became thicker, turning Ju Kai Bei into a monster with thick skin and flesh. Ju Kai Bei's strength was gradually revealed. Not only rank 4 yellow gold primeval essence, but also rank 4 Gu worms. Just one ivory white armor Gu was comparable to Fong Yuan's iron bones, copper skin and steel tendons. Chapter 322. Sweep fists, palm strikes, elbow poke, kick, both sides exchanged blows, fists landing on flesh, close combat, forcefully clashing. Fists and kicks collided, creating intense vibrations. The two figures tangled together, and everywhere they went, the stone forest collapsed one after another. Fang Zheng is gradually falling into a disadvantage. Gradually, the spectators understood the situation. To deal with Ju Kai Bei, we need to defeat him first, don't give him any time. Someone sighed. Ju Kai Bei had habitual strength Gu, the longer he used it, the greater his strength would be. Easy for you to say, who can kill him at the early stage? He has rank 4 cultivation after all, and also has ivory armor Gu, as well as abundant battle experience. It is already not bad that Fang Zheng can fight to this extent. Among the crowd, Bai Ningbing's eyes were eerie as she quietly watched the battle. She was the most familiar with the pressure Fong Yuan was feeling right now. Only by personally fighting a rank 4 Gu master would one understand the huge gap between rank 3 and rank 4. Brother He too. Shang Xinci clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes following Fong Yuan. Wei Yang's brows gradually furrowed. Howl! Suddenly, the roar of a wild beast burst out. The shadow of a dragon and elephant, huge and mighty, suddenly rose up from behind Ju Kai Bei. Dragon elephant was a giant elephant with dragon blood, its body was even bigger than a mammoth, and it was a ferocious alternative dragon. When lions and tigers met it, they would take a detour, not daring to face it head-on. Killing such a ferocious beast had a high chance of obtaining Dragon Elephant Giant Strength Gu. Dragon Elephant Giant Strength Gu, rank 4. Fong Yuan used Galloping Horse Strength Gu, Green Bull Labor Gu and others, which were also rank 3 Gu. Since Ju Kai Bei became a rank 4 Gu master, he had used 3 Dragon Elephant Giant Strength Gu, adding 3 Beast Phantoms to himself. At this moment, he suddenly attacked with the strength of a dragon elephant. Fong Yuan's pupils shrunk, and at the crucial moment, he raised his arms. All-out Gu, Stone Tortoise Strength. Behind him, a giant tortoise phantom rose. Bam! Ju Kai Bei's fist, which was the size of a bowl, fiercely hit Fang Yuan's arms. A huge force surged over, forcing Ju Kai Bei to take a step back, while Fang Yuan was sent flying by Ju Kai Bei's punch. The stone tortoise phantom collapsed with a loud bang, while the dragon elephant phantom rose higher and higher. The stone tortoise was clearly no match for the dragon elephant. Fang Yuan's body was sent flying 30 steps away. He knocked down 2 stone pillars in a row before coming to a stop. Fang Yuan regained his footing and shook his aching and numb arms. Although he was in a sorry state, he was unscathed. The combination of iron bones, steel bars, and copper skin was still very strong. Ju Kai Bei has unleashed the power of the dragon elephant. Outside the arena, many people exclaimed in unison. He has been using habitual strength Gu, his strength is getting stronger and stronger. This was only the power of one dragon elephant. Ju Kai Bei had a total of 3 dragon elephant phantoms on his body. I had once seen him use the strength of 3 dragon elephant and instantly burst his opponent's head. Fang Zheng did not restrain Ju Kai Bei. Ju Kai Bei using the strength of the dragon elephant is a sign that he wants to control this battle. Fang Yuan was expressionless as he charged towards Ju Kai Bei again. Both sides tangled together again. Snow-silver primeval essence continued to pour into the all-out effort Gu. Boar, brown bear, crocodile, green bull, horse, stone tortoise, white elephant, black python, 8 beast phantoms flashed one after another. After stone tortoise strength Gu, Fang Yuan used white elephant primeval strength Gu and black python coiling strength Gu, adding white elephant phantom and black python phantom to his body. 8 beast phantoms was the limit of Fang Yuan's body. Thus, after the black python coiling strength Gu, he did not use any other strength Gu. In the arena, Fang Yuan unleashed a frenzied offensive, fist winds howled and were extremely fierce. Such a terrifying offensive made people's hearts palpitate. Ju Kai Bei had just erupted and used the strength of one dragon elephant, but his strength returned to normal as habitual strength Gu started to accumulate strength again. But Fang Yuan used his full strength and immediately turned the situation around. In the air, his 8 beast phantoms flickered continuously, with the occasional appearance of a dragon elephant phantom. But every time the dragon elephant phantom appeared, it would send Fang Yuan flying. As time passed, Fang Yuan's injuries accumulated, and even his bronze skin could not block Ju Kai Bei's enormous strength, his skin and flesh were lacerated. Meanwhile, Ju Kai Bei's whole body was covered in a layer of ivory armor, and although his armor was full of injuries and cracks, he did not fall, like an iron tower that stood on the ground. After a while. Chance. Ju Kai Bei made very few mistakes, this was a rare opportunity. Fang Yuan grasped this fleeting opportunity and suddenly went behind him, slapping with his palm. The brown bear phantom appeared. This attack was extremely heavy, if it landed, he would definitely vomit a mouthful of blood. Ju Kai Bei did not have time to block, he could only turn around and sweep his arm. Howl! Suddenly, there was an elephant's cry, and the dragon elephant phantom rose, completely suppressing the brown bear. Fang Yuan was instead sent flying, this was the 8th time. The number of dragon elephant phantoms appearing became more and more frequent. When they did not appear, Fang Yuan had the slight initiative. But once they appeared, none of the beast phantoms were his match. Fang Yuan's beast phantoms were all ordinary wild beasts, but dragon elephant had a slight dragon bloodline, it was already a mutated beast. After fighting for an hour, 2 dragon elephant phantoms appeared above Ju Kai Bei's head. His fists fiercely hit Fang Yuan's chest, sending the latter flying far away. Fang Yuan vomited blood in the air, his vision turning upside down. Bam 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 bam. 5 stone pillars were destroyed by him in a row. Fang Yuan fell on the ground, dust rising and covering his body. So tragic. Seeing this, many Gu masters' eyelids twitched. Fang Yuan's current situation was too tragic to look at. Rank 3 beast phantoms are not the rank 4 dragon elephant phantoms match. Fang Zheng might have all-out effort Gu, but he can only summon 1 beast phantom at a time. It is inferior to Ju Kai Bei's habitual strength Gu. How can this be? All-out effort Gu is a legendary Gu, how can it be inferior to ordinary habitual strength Gu? Someone was shocked. Soon, someone explained, this is not the all-out effort Gu's problem, but Fangzheng himself. Fangzheng has the strength of 8 beasts, he is like a huge water vat, but the water outlet is a small bamboo pipe. All-out effort Gu can make the bamboo pipe come out of the water at full speed, while habitual strength Gu is like a bucket drawing water from the vat. All-out effort Gu is like a small stream that flows for a long time, while habitual strength Gu accumulates and explodes. Brother He too. Seeing Fang Yuan's figure being engulfed by the dust, Shang Xin's heart jumped and she had difficulty breathing. But soon, everyone saw a black figure slowly stand up from the dust. 3 broken ribs, and his internal organs seemed to be bleeding. Such a powerful attack. Fang Yuan endured the heart-wrenching pain, his lips curling into a smile. He had a will of steel, so what was this pain? What was this injury? The pain surged his battle intent, burning like fire. His blood was boiling like boiling water. This kind of battle is exciting. Defeating such a strong enemy is interesting. He, ha ha ha. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed heartily in the dust. What is Fangzheng talking about? Why does he seem to be laughing? Did he become stupid from Ju Kai Bei's attack? Because of the barrier, everyone could not hear clearly. Hearing Fang Yuan's wild laughter, Ju Kai Bei's expression changed for the first time since the start of the battle. This lad. His expression sank, he felt something familiar yet strange from the laughter. After thinking for a while, he came to a realization. This was the aura of the demonic path. Killing intent as sharp as a blade, madness to destroy the world, arrogance to look down on the world, ruthlessness to trample on all living beings, this laughter seemed to bring Ju Kai Bei back to the past. That unbearable past. Every day was spent in killing, like walking alone in the endless darkness, with no one to talk to. The endless loneliness turned into fear, the demonic path life worse than death, you have to move forward, you have to win all the way. It was like walking on a tightrope at the edge of a cliff, your nerves stretched to the limit, unable to relax. If you lose, you might fall into the abyss and be consigned to eternal damnation. Ju Kai Bei was sick of such a life, so he joined Shang clan and became a hidden elder. All these years, he was a person who almost drowned, struggling out of the sea of bitterness, climbing ashore and gasping for breath. He was already standing ashore, but Fang Yuan's laughter was like a wave, making him look back at the sea of bitterness. This laughter evoked a trace of fear in Ju Kai Bei's heart. Don't go back to the past, I don't even want to think about the past, a prodigal son is worth more than gold, I have already repented, I have started a new life, I am a member of the righteous path. Righteous and demonic are irreconcilable. Ju Kai Bei's face trembled, a trace of extreme hatred towards Fang Yuan emerged from the depths of his heart. Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Gu. Ju Kai Bei took the initiative to attack, taking large steps like a tiger or a dragon, charging into the dust cloud. Every step he took was accompanied by the roars of dragons and dragons. This was the rank 4 Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Gu, it allowed Ju Kai Bei to move forward rapidly, and it was similar to charging Crash Gu, using the force of collision to unleash the hidden strength in Ju Kai Bei's body. Ju Kai Bei fiercely charged into the dust cloud, facing Fang Yuan. Howl! Dragon elephant phantoms appeared again. He didn't hit 2 of them, only 1. But this was enough to suppress Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not dodge, he took the attack head-on, a stone tortoise phantom rising from his back. The two fiercely collided. The shockwave from the collision blew away the surrounding dust cloud. Ju Kai Bei had an astonished gaze as he retreated 5 steps. But Fang Yuan did not move a single inch. Outside the arena, bewildered gasps could be heard. What is going on? This scene was out of everyone's expectations. It was the strength of the stone tortoise against the strength of the dragon elephant, but why were the results so different? Ju Kai Bei gritted his teeth and charged again. Bam! With a loud sound, he was sent flying by Fang Yuan's punch, flying like a sandbag before crashing on the ground. He struggled to get up, his gaze fixed on the sky above Fang Yuan's head. In the air, the brown bear and boar phantoms were slowly dissipating. He attacked two beast phantoms at the same time. How is this possible? This defies logic. Chapter 323. Two beast phantoms, did I see wrongly? Outside the arena, Yen Tu stared with his eyes wide open. To be able to shoot out two beast phantoms at the same time, what gu did he use? Zhu Kai Bei's expression turned solemn as he stared at Fang Yuan. Suddenly, his pupils shrunk. It's here. Vertical crash gu. Fang Yuan's expression was cold, his eyes were like an unfathomable black pool as he charged towards Zhu Kai Bei. At the same time, in the air above his head, a horse and boar phantoms appeared. The boar's strength increased the force of his charge, while the horse's strength increased Fang Yuan's speed, increasing the speed of his charge. With the support of the two strengths, Fang Yuan was like a ferocious boar or a galloping horse, his figure continuously enlarged in Zhu Kai Bei's eyes. Dragon Travel Tiger Steps gu. Facing Fang Yuan's powerful attack, Zhu Kai Bei's figure leaped, the dragon and tiger roars resounded again. This time, he took the initiative to dodge, and Fang Yuan brushed past him. Vertical crash gu's flaw was that when charging, it was a straight line, it could be easily detected by the opponent and easily dodged, causing the attack to be useless. Zhu Kai Bei dodged. He has always been charging head-on, rarely dodging. This is the first time he dodged since the start of the battle. Fang Zheng can shoot out two beast phantoms at the same time, while Zhu Kai Bei's habitual strength gu needs to recharge. Dodging was a wise move. Fang Zheng is still too inexperienced, although he has good gu worms, his battle experience is far from Zhu Kai Bei's. This attack was not handled well. Ugh. Before the person outside the arena could finish his evaluation, there was a sudden change in the arena. After Fang Yuan brushed past Zhu Kai Bei, he suddenly stopped activating all-out effort gu. The two beast phantoms dissipated, the force of the charge immediately fell to the bottom, and he crashed into a black stone pillar. The black stone pillar collapsed, and Fang Yuan's charge came to a stop. Horizontal charge gu. Fang Yuan charged sideways, punching with both fists. The brown bear and white elephant phantoms suddenly rose into the air. The distance was too close, Zhu Kai Bei was caught off guard and was struck, his body flying high up in the air. The person who said Fang Yuan was too inexperienced was speechless. Many people's eyes shine. Fang Yuan's attack this time seemed ordinary, but in fact contained many things. It was exceptionally brilliant. All-out effort gu can activate and unleash a burst of attack, of course. Switching between activating and deactivating allowed Fang Yuan to be extremely nimble and flexible. At the same time, he make use of the terrain. Zhu Kai Bei was hit by Fang Yuan in one strike, not because he was not smart, but because he was used to using habitual strength gu. His rich experience had caused him to have a blind spot in his thinking. Fang Yuan once again. Zhu Kai Bei turned into a punching bag, unable to retaliate. He could only hold his breath and defend. Heavens, Fang Zheng is actually suppressing Zhu Kai Bei as a mere rank 3 peak stage. An unimaginable scene is actually happening right in front of my eyes. All-out effort gu is after all a legendary gu, its power is miraculous, even rank 4 habitual strength gu cannot compare to it. Fang Zheng has already used all-out effort gu to perfection, although he does not have rich battle experience, his talent is enough to make up for it. There was a commotion outside the arena. Boom! A cloud of dust rose into the air. Zhu Kai Bei's tall body was like a flying sack, crashing into several thick black stone pillars. Jiuich! He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, struggling to get up, but Fang Yuan had already pounced, not giving him any chance to breathe. Stepping on the ground, the two beast phantoms of a horse and a green bull appeared at the same time. Zhu Kai Bei rolled on the ground, miserably dodging this attack. Fong Yuan's right foot stomped on the ground, letting out a muffled sound. Rocks and soil flew, and the entire battle stage shook slightly. Under his feet, an obvious crater suddenly appeared. Vertical crash goo. Fong Yuan charged again, the brown bear and white elephant phantoms appearing at the same time. Damn it! This time, Zhu Kai Bei could not dodge in time, he could only grit his teeth and block with his arms. Roar! Roar! Two dragon and elephant phantoms appeared from his body, rising into the air, making Fong Yuan's brown bear and white elephant phantoms pale in comparison. Fong Yuan crashed into Zhu Kai Bei's body, causing Zhu Kai Bei to retreat slightly, while he himself was sent flying. Two beast phantoms could suppress one dragon and elephant. But with two dragon and elephant phantoms pressuring him, Fong Yuan was at a disadvantage. He finally unleashed the strength of twin dragon and elephant. Zhu Kai Bei breathed out. Fong Yuan's battle strength was so fierce that it shocked him. Only the eruption of twin dragon and elephant phantoms could turn the situation around. Habitual strength Gu, although rank 4, was inferior to all-out effort Gu. Zhu Kai Bei activated habitual strength Gu, accumulating and increasing his strength, then unleashing the beast phantoms. But Zhu Kai Bei did not know when he would be able to unleash them. Even if he unleashed them, Zhu Kai Bei would need to recharge his strength, causing his battle strength to fall temporarily. Zhu Kai Bei's strength was like a water tank. Habitual strength Gu was like a bucket, every time it was unleashed. On the other hand, all-out effort Gu could be unleashed at will, completely depending on Fong Yuan's will. In fact, when Fong Yuan did not want to unleash it, he would stop activating it, unleashing and retracting as he wished. This allowed Fong Yuan to advance and retreat with a sense of propriety, fierce and flexible at the same time. If only I had the all-out effort Gu, sigh. Unfortunately, even if I won, Shangyan Fei would not allow me to obtain the all-out effort Gu. Zhu Kai Bei felt very regretful. When he became a demonic path Gu master, he was free and could do whatever he wanted. After joining the righteous path, although it was stable and had ample resources, he felt restricted when doing things. If I really chose the all-out effort Gu, what would happen? Such a thought suddenly appeared, but was immediately dispelled by Zhu Kai Bei. If he did that, he would undoubtedly offend Shangyan Fei. Shangyan Fei was not only a rank 5 expert, he was also in charge of Shang clan. If he did not listen to his orders, even if he escaped in the future, there would be no peace. Wait. Why am I thinking so much? The most important thing now is to defeat Fong Zheng. Zhu Kai Bei's gaze focused, activating Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Gu and attacking Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan had just been injured, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his iron-like arm bones were showing signs of cracking. The intense pain caused Fong Yuan to grin instead. All-out effort Gu. Brown bear, white elephant and green bull phantoms burst out at the same time. Even Zhu Kai Bei couldn't help but widen his eyes, revealing a look of astonishment. What happened to Fong Yuan earlier was also happening to him. Zhu Kai Bei had wanted to take advantage of the situation and take the initiative to attack, but he was sent flying instead. The thick ivory white armor on his chest was smashed into a large hole. He spat out a mouthful of blood, the black stone pillar was knocked down and collapsed on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Zhu Kai Bei gritted his teeth and quickly got up. 3 beast phantoms. The spectators were in an uproar. He had seen the earlier scene very clearly. Fong Yuan sent out 3 beast phantoms. How did he do that? Many people looked at each other. He sent out 2 beast phantoms earlier, but now he sent out 3. Many people were speechless. Even more people had guesses. Don't tell me. Zhu Kai Bei stared at Fong Yuan and squeezed out a word, bitter strength Gu. That's right, it was bitter strength Gu. Bitter strength Gu was a rank 4 Gu, a perfect match for strength path Gu masters. The more injured the Gu master was, the greater the pain they felt, and the greater the strength they could use. Of course, there was a limit to the strength they could use, it depended on the Gu master's foundation. Fong Yuan had 8 beast phantoms on him, the strength they contained was like a large water vat. All-out effort goo was like a bamboo pipe that could be opened and closed at any time, continuously drawing out water. Now, after Fang Yuan was injured and used bitter strength goo, it was like opening up many small holes around the water vat. All-out effort goo added bamboo pipes to these holes, allowing Fang Yuan to use them as he pleased. When using all-out effort goo alone, Fang Yuan only had one bamboo pipe to draw water, thus he could only send out one beast phantoms. But now, he was affected by his injuries, and used the bitter strength goo. It was like adding two new openings to the water tank. Thus, when Fang Yuan used all-out effort goo, he could send out 3 beast phantoms at the same time. To think that bitter strength goo is on him. Didn't Shangye Zi buy this goo in the auction? This bitter strength goo, is it the one in Shangye Zi's hand? Yen Tu guessed the answer from outside the stage. His eyes squinted, his expression was unprecedentedly solemn. If Fangzheng's bitter strength goo is not Shangye Zi's, then in the auction, he had no doubt played with Shangye Zi. If this bitter strength goo was bought by Shangye Zi, then it is even more terrifying. Shangye Zi had been stripped of his young master position because he and Fangzheng falsified accounts together. Maybe this bitter strength goo is Fangzheng's spoils of war. This kid is not simple. Brother Ju, you need to control yourself. Yen Tu could not help but worry about Ju Kai Bei's situation. Ju Kai Bei felt a bitter taste in his mouth. First, it was all-out effort goo, now it was bitter strength goo. These two goo were what he, Ju Kai Bei, yearned for day and night, searching for them bitterly, but to no avail. But Fang Yuan had two goo at such a young age. Such luck and opportunity made a senior like him green with envy. With bitter strength goo, the more injured Fang Yuan was, the more holes in his body became, and the stronger his battle strength became. In other words, every time Ju Kai Bei was injured, Fang Yuan's battle strength increased. This was not a good feeling. Those with weaker mental fortitude would not even want to fight with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan got stronger the more he fought, and the more injured he was, the stronger his strength became.
More importantly, he had 8 beast phantoms. If they burst out together, even Ju Kai Bei's 3 dragon elephants would not be able to help. What made Ju Kai Bei even more dejected was that he knew Fang Yuan had a self-reliance goo. Self-reliance goo, to Fang Yuan, had a very good healing effect. Fang Yuan could heal himself while being injured, maintaining his strength at a terrifying level. All-out effort goo, bitter strength goo, self-reliance goo, the 3 formed an ingenious combination, forming a solid foundation. At this point, Fang Yuan's plan of using goo worms had already reached a small success stage, forming the framework. The effect was outstanding. Even the rank 4 Ju Kai Bei would be at a disadvantage against this goo worm set.
Chapter 324. However, even if Fang Yuan has bitter strength goo, the strength he can erupt with is at most 8 beast strength. Bitter strength goo does not provide endless strength. Shang clan leader did not allow me to take all-out effort goo, I can still choose bitter strength goo. Thinking of this, Ju Kai Bei's eyes brightened. Be it all-out effort goo or bitter strength goo, they were extremely attractive to strength path goo masters. I have not lost yet. I am rank 4 initial stage, I have the advantage in terms of primeval essence, moreover, I still have killer moves. Ju Kai Bei was very experienced in battle. After a few moments of contemplation, he sorted out his emotions and reorganized his troops, raising the low morale of his troops. The two began to fight again. The battle could no longer be described as intense, it was more appropriate to describe it as tragic. Both sides punched and kicked, exchanging attacks and defenses. Ju Kai Bei's ivory white armor was constantly breaking and mending, blood spurting out of his mouth from time to time. Fang Yuan was not much better off, he restrained himself from using self-reliance goo, his whole body was lacerated and bleeding, his ribs were broken, endless pain attacked his nerves like a tide. The more severe his injuries, the stronger his strength. Not long after, he could summon 5 beast strength phantoms at the same time. Zhu Kai Bei's situation was even more dangerous. He was almost suppressed by Fang Yuan to the point of not being able to raise his head. This was an unprecedented experience in the battle stage. Even Yen Tu was only evenly matched with him. "Junior, you are too arrogant." Zhu Kai Bei was furious, his fists sweeping horizontally. "Three dragon elephant." He suddenly erupted. The dragon elephant's huge figure appeared in the air. Fang Yuan was sent flying without any hesitation. Three dragon elephants suppressed 5 beast phantoms. The 2 arms that Fang Yuan used to block were strangely twisted, completely fractured. His left arm was even bent at a right angle. The broken arm bone was exposed and dripping with blood. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and activated self-reliance goo. Such injuries had already affected his battle strength and could not be healed. He first healed his right arm, then forcefully straightened his twisted left arm, forcefully putting it together, before activating the self-reliance goo. Very soon, the severed arm began to grow back. The bone mass increased and reconnected. Then it was the broken flesh, and finally the skin. While recovering, Fang Yuan kept dodging Zhu Kai Bei's attacks. He continuously used horizontal charge goo and vertical crash goo, doing 3 things at the same time to deal with Zhu Kai Bei. When he attacked, he was powerful and domineering, strong and fierce. When dodging, it was a completely different style. He was calm and collected, not panicking in the face of danger. He was as slippery as a loach. He made full use of the surrounding black rock forest. Zhu Kai Bei's dragon travel tiger steps goo was faster than Fang Yuan, but it could not catch him. After Fang Yuan recovered, he turned around and fought again. As time passed, the battle grew more and more desperate. Fang Yuan's 5 beast phantoms gradually increased to 6, then 7, then 8. At the beginning of the battle, there would be people cheering from time to time. Now that the situation had reached such a stage, they gradually fell silent and no one made a sound. Fang Yuan and Zhu Kai Bei's terrifying strength caused everyone to shiver in fear. Too scary. Such strength, one can only imagine the magnificence of the ancient strength path. If it were me, no matter who I was fighting, I would have been smashed into minced meat. Everyone was speechless, secretly admiring Fang Yuan and Zhu Kai Bei's unyielding spirit. These 2 men were truly tough men of steel. No one could predict the result of this battle. Fang Yuan was very strong, using 8 beast phantoms and suppressing Zhu Kai Bei most of the time. However, Zhu Kai Bei was not weak either. His healing goo was also very effective. In addition, with the combination of Dragon Guts goo, Dragon Form Tiger Steps goo, and Dragon Elephant goo, the law fragments of the 3 were similar, forming a Dao pattern resonance, greatly increasing the chances of using Dragon Elephant phantoms. Shang Xin's hands were sweating. Wei Yang's frown deepened, turning into a knot. He could see that Fang Yuan was tired. Fang Yuan's iron body could not withstand the full power of the 8 beast phantoms. He was sweating profusely and his muscles were numb. He had an even bigger problem. He could use 8 beast phantoms, but at the same time, it also meant that his injuries were extremely heavy, putting him in danger. Fang Yuan was walking on a tightrope. Once he was hit by Zhu Kai Bei's 3 dragon elephants, he would die. He was risking his life in battle. This was a battle that was extremely firm and resolute. From the start till now, 2 hours had already passed. The battle was gradually entering its final stage. Both sides had reached their limits and their attacks were starting to slow down. But the battle became more dangerous. Even Bai Ningbing had a solemn expression. The whole place was silent. Countless people were watching the battle with full concentration. Zhu Kai Bei was finally impatient. Although he could use 3 dragon elephants, it depended on luck and was not very stable. Sometimes, when they attacked, the timing was not right, allowing Fang Yuan to easily dodge or block them. Why is his primeval essence still not depleted? At this point, even as a rank 4 strength path Gu master, Zhu Kai Bei did not have much primeval essence left. But Fang Yuan, a rank 3 peak stage, was still full of primeval essence, full of energy. Don't tell me, he really has the heavenly essence treasure lotus? Shang Yanfei's secret letter appeared in Zhu Kai Bei's mind. If Fangjing really has it, then his luck is too heaven-defying. Zhu Kai Bei gritted his teeth. The expected advantage did not exist, causing his fighting spirit to fall. But in fact, Fang Yuan not only had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he also had the blood skull goo and the 4 flavors liquor worm. If Zhu Kai Bei knew of this, his expression would be very interesting. I cannot lose. It seems I can only use my killer move. Zhu Kai Bei made up his mind. Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Goo. He suddenly retreated. This abnormal action immediately attracted Fang Yuan's attention. But Fang Yuan could not catch up. Dragon Travel Tiger Steps was very fast, much faster than Horizontal Charge Goo and Vertical Crash Goo. Adding on this terrain, it was not good for chasing. Almost instantly, everyone's gazes were on Zhu Kai Bei. Many people realized what was going on. Oh no! Wei Yang saw this and his expression changed. He could not help but cry out. What? Shang Xianci quickly looked over. Zhu Kai Bei is going to use his killer move. This battle has finally reached the most crucial moment. Wei Yang's voice was low, sweat dripping down his forehead. He was very nervous. He spoke quickly and explained, Zhu Kai Bei's killer move has a flaw. If Fangjing can grasp this flaw, he will be able to clinch victory. If not, I'm afraid Zhu Kai Bei will win. Just as Wei Yang finished speaking, there was a change in the battlefield. Giant Spirit Heart Goo. Giant Spirit Body Goo. Giant Spirit Will Goo. 3 rank 4 Goo were activated at the same time. Body and mind as one, essence, chi, and spirit flowing together. Zhu Kai Bei's body suddenly expanded by 3 times, his whole body shining with white spirit light, like a god descending into the world, his aura rising bit by bit. This was his killer move, Giant Spirit Transformation. It could increase a Goo Master's strength by 3 times. At the same time, their mental strength would increase by 3 times. A Goo Master controlling Goo Worms expended mental strength. After a long time, their mental strength would become sluggish. But now that Zhu Kai Bei's mental strength was increased, his mind shook and he became excited again. At the same time, his strength would increase by 3 times, the strength of 3 dragon elephants would become the strength of 9 dragon elephants. Once the 9 dragon elephants burst out, the 8 beast phantoms would be useless, Fang Yuan would lose without a doubt. Zhu Kai Bei reached his strongest moment. But at this moment, the ivory white armor on his body was broken by him. Many defensive Goo did not have the ability to extend, ivory white armor was one of them. This is the moment, he is defenseless, his strongest moment is also his weakest moment. Quickly grab this only chance of victory. Wei Yang's eyes opened wide, he clenched his fists and shouted. On the other side, Bai Ningbing's eyes also brightened. As if he had heard Wei Yang's reminder, Fang Yuan was about to make a move, but suddenly his movement stopped. Wei Yang's excitement and joy froze on his face. Make your move. He could not help but shout, his heart pounding. Unfortunately, the barrier blocked the sound, the surrounding people could not help but look at him strangely. Fang Yuan did not move, he watched silently. The broken ivory armor began to regenerate, and a new set of armor was formed, covering Zhu Kai Bei's entire body tightly. Fang Yuan's chance of victory was slipping away, it was getting slimmer and slimmer. Wei Yang stomped his feet anxiously, but it was to no avail. He looked at the sky and sighed, Fangjing lost, he lost his only chance of victory. Fang Yuan did not attack, this made Zhu Kai Bei somewhat surprised. He had expected Fang Yuan to attack, he had already made preparations, but Fang Yuan did not move. This made him feel pity. Because, just earlier, he had used the hard Qi Goo. The hard Qi Goo turned into a formless air current, wrapping around his entire body. At that moment, he seemed to be defenseless, but in fact, his defense was extremely tight, it could be said to be as solid as a rock. With the hard Qi Goo, his biggest flaw was made up for. If Fang Yuan attacked forcefully, he would definitely face Ju Kai Bei's attacks, he would suffer greatly and most likely lose. But Fong Yuan did not make a move. Even if Ju Kai Bei purposely slowed down the ivory white armor's growth, Fong Yuan would not move. The latter also did not move, he only watched quietly. Did you notice it? Impossible. The heart Qi Gu is formless, I just obtained it and have not used it. Humph, since you are not attacking, I will. Ju Kai Bei's eyes shone brightly. Jin transformation was a killer move, to control 3 rank 4 Gu at the same time, be it the yellow gold primeval essence or mental strength, they were both expending intensely. Strength and mental strength increased by 3 times. But at the same time, it was also expending at 3 times the rate. Ju Kai Bei's Jin transformation could not last long. Dragon movement tiger steps. Ju Kai Bei charged towards Fong Yuan. Rampaging. Fong Yuan took the initiative to retreat, avoiding the attack. Ju Kai Bei could not help but be bewildered. Fong Yuan changed his style and suddenly retreated. Was he trying to stall for time? It was useless. My body is now 3 times bigger than usual, and my steps are also 3 times longer. If I use Dragon Movement Tiger Steps Gu, my speed will be even faster. Ju Kai Bei snorted coldly in his heart. Even if Fong Yuan used the terrain of Black Stone Forest, it was of no use. At this point, the Black Stone Forest was almost completely destroyed. What's more, the gigantic spirit transformation was a completely one-sided battle style. For Ju Kai Bei, it was a completely flat stretch of land. Chapter 325. Seeing that Fong Yuan was about to be caught, Shang Xin's heart tightened. Fong Yuan's injuries were severe. If he was hit by Ju Kai Bei's 3 dragon elephant strength, he would die. Right now, Ju Kai Bei was strong. If Fong Yuan got close to him, he would be in danger. But Fong Yuan's movement speed was slower than Ju Kai Bei. Unless he had a strong long-range attack method to restrain Ju Kai Bei. Fong Zheng, you lost. Ju Kai Bei walked over. He knew that Fong Yuan had a Blood Moon Gu. But how could such a weak long-range attack stop him? Ordinary long-range attacks could not stop him at all. In the whole battle stage, only Yen Tu's Fire Sea Twin Dragon could block his Jin transformation. Fong Zheng is going to lose. So Ju Kai Bei is the victor of this battle. Old ginger is spicier, the spectators discussed. The situation was very clear now. Sigh. Wei Yang heaved a long sigh. Shang Xinci could not help but close her eyes. Bai Ningbing's gaze also dimmed. He. Yen suddenly laughed lightly. With Fong Yuan's defeat, Shang Yanfei's mission was completed. Unless Fong Yuan had strong long-range attacks and could stop Ju Kai Bei from getting close. However, Strength Path Gu masters were mostly close-range fighters. Their long-range attacks were very weak and were usually just for the occasion. This was a common weakness of Strength Path Gu masters nowadays, and could be easily exploited. Yen Tu and Ju Kai Bei had many intense battles. Some of them relied on long-range attacks to restrain Ju Kai Bei, and he won with a slight advantage. Other than that, he did not restrain Ju Kai Bei, causing Ju Kai Bei to lose in close-range combat. Close-range and long-range attacks were crucial in battles against Strength Path Gu masters, even to the point of deciding victory. It's over. Ju Kai Bei was already very close to Fong Yuan, many people sighed. But right at this moment, Fong Yuan's lips curled into a smile. His eerie black eyes suddenly shone with a cold light. It was time. 8 phantoms suddenly rose behind him. Next, he activated his Gu worm and lightly pointed his finger. The snow-silver primeval essence in his aperture fell by 40%. Some kind of miraculous change occurred. The beast power phantom that was originally just a pure Dao pattern suddenly became plentiful, turning from illusion to reality. It turned from a shadow into a real shadow. Wild boar, brown bear, crocodile, green bull, horse, stone turtle, white elephant, black python, all descended from the sky with a loud bang, attacking Ju Kai Bei. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The turnaround was so sudden that Ju Kai Bei could almost see the scene of Fang Yuan bowing his head in defeat under his fist. But in the next moment, the 8 great beasts pounced on him, surrounding him from all directions. The wild boar charged, the brown bear slapped, the crocodile bit, the green ox pointed its horns, the steed trampled its hooves, the stone turtle suppressed, the white elephant swung its tusks, and the black python coiled around its body. Bang bang bang, roar, boom boom boom, the 8 beast phantoms seemed to have gone berserk as they attacked Ju Kai Bei fiercely. Dust rose and rocks flew. Ju Kai Bei was surrounded by the 8 beast phantoms and was beaten up mercilessly. Attacks came from all directions. Ju Kai Bei's huge body that had expanded to 3 times its original size became the best punching bag. The ivory armor that covered his whole body could not hold on any longer and broke apart, white fragments flying everywhere. Where it wasn't broken, there were also densely packed cracks. Countless people stared with their eyes and mouths wide open, looking at this scene in extreme shock. There were close to 1,000 Gu masters watching the battle. Right now, no one made a sound. They were dumbfounded as they looked at the 8 frenzied beast phantoms submerging Ju Kai Bei's figure. After a while, the 8 beast phantoms turned from solid to phantom, vanishing without a trace. As the dust settled, Ju Kai Bei was half kneeling on the ground, his arms hugging his head as he breathed roughly. Finally resisted? He slowly retracted his arms, raising his head to look at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was holding 2 yuan stones, trying his best to recover his primeval essence. He had a great aptitude and heavenly essence treasure lotus. Now that he was multitasking and absorbing 2 yuan stones at the same time, the primeval essence in his aperture was already replenished to 70%. Seeing this, Ju Kai Bei's eyes twitched uncontrollably. He loosened his tightly clenched teeth, spitting out blood and broken teeth. An intense pain came from all parts of his body, causing him to feel dizzy and his ears to buzz. This was a vicious beating. If I had not used all my strength to activate the ivory armor Gu, I might have already fainted. Ju Kai Bei felt a lingering fear, but by doing so, his yellow-gold primeval essence was almost expended. He had not expected such a change, and it was too late to use Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Gu to retreat. The 8 beast phantoms surrounded him. He had no way to escape. Ju Kai Bei estimated that his bones were broken in dozens of places. He could only choose to heal these injuries. He did not have much yellow gold primeval essence left. He also had Yuan Stone, but he could not absorb natural primeval essence during battle. Fang Yuan would not give him the chance. To be able to absorb the primeval essence from Yuan Stone during battle, he needed a good opportunity. Like earlier, when Ju Kai Bei was beaten to the point where he could not retaliate, Fang Yuan had some free time. Even so, Fang Yuan was taking a risk. He was multitasking, absorbing the primeval essence from 2 yuan stones. This way, the number of Gu worms he could activate would decrease, and his reaction speed would also decrease. What did I just see? This is unbelievable. Beast phantoms can actually turn into physical attacks. Since when did Strength Path Gu masters become so strong? They actually have such a method. After a while, the people outside finally reacted and cried out in alarm. For a moment, the battle stage was in chaos and clamor. Shang Xinc's eyes were wide open. She was surprised and overjoyed, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. Good lad! Wei Yang clapped his hands, shouting excitedly. Bai Ningbing was speechless, her eyes shining with an eerie blue light. Able to turn beast phantoms into physical bodies. Such a Gu worm, could it be? Yen Tu's expression was heavy. He could not help but think of the many times Ju Kai Bei had expressed his desire to obtain that Gu. What you used just now, was it, Strength Chi Gu? Ju Kai Bei slowly stood up, his voice was hoarse, concealing bitterness. He did not attack, and Fang Yuan was happy to see it so. While continuing to absorb primeval essence, he nodded. You guessed right, it was Strength Chi Gu. Ju Kai Bei's expression froze for a moment, before a complex expression emerged on his face. In his expression, there was envy, jealousy, helplessness, and misery. Strength Chi Gu, he. He raised his head and heaved a long sigh. Ancient strength path Gu worms were basically extinct now. Every time there was some news, it would attract Zhu Kai Bei's intense interest. He had searched for it for many years, but to think he would personally experience the power of strength Chi Gu from the young Fang Yuan. Beast phantoms were traces of the great Tao, they were illusory and powerless, unable to attack directly. However, with the strength Chi Gu, the Gu master can activate this Gu and produce formless strength Chi. The beast phantoms left Fang Yuan's body and attached to the strength Chi, gaining the ability to attack directly. When the strength Chi dissipated, the beast phantoms would lose their carrier and also dissipate, automatically returning to Fang Yuan's body. The strength Chi Gu in Fang Yuan's hands was the product of his closed cultivation Gu refinement. The main body of the strength Chi Gu was the rank for atmosphere Gu. When Fang Yuan unexpectedly saw the atmosphere Gu in the auction house, he immediately made up his mind to buy it. Atmosphere Gu, strength Chi Gu, both were Chi path Gu. Their own laws had subtle similarities, thus they could be converted through Gu refinement. This conversion recipe was extremely complicated. Over 20 different supplementary materials were used in reverse refinement, and there were over 30 steps in between. Fire control and time had to be grasped clearly, there could not be the slightest mistake. The success rate was not low, around 80%. Strength Chi Gu was only a rank 3 Gu worm. Fang Yuan spent several days and nights in the secret room without rest, using his rich experience and calm mind to refine the strength Chi Gu. 200 years later in his previous life, this recipe was recreated by a recipe master of the past path, and was made public. As for now, the master who recreated this recipe had not been born yet. No one in the world knew. There is no need to continue this battle, I admit defeat. After realizing that Fang Yuan had strength Chi Gu, Zhu Kai Bei lost his will to fight and actually surrendered. With this Gu, Fang Yuan would have a powerful long-range battle method. Both close and long-range combat were equally powerful. This was the elegance of the ancient strength path. It was impossible for Zhu Kai Bei to get close to Fang Yuan, even if he used Jin transformation. On the contrary, Fang Yuan had methods to kill him. Being ganged up by 8 beast phantoms, Zhu Kai Bei did not want to experience this again. Of course, Zhu Kai Bei was clear about the weakness of strength Chi Gu. Strength Chi Gu consumed a lot of primeval essence, it needed 5% of snow silver primeval essence to produce enough strength Chi to sustain 1 beast phantom. 8 beast phantoms were 40% snow silver primeval essence. Even at Fang Yuan's peak condition, with 90% primeval essence, he could only use this move twice. And this data was only in theory. In battle, Fang Yuan still had to use movement Gu, defense Gu, all-out effort Gu and so on, splitting the primeval essence consumption and activating 8 beast phantoms at the same time, he could only use it once. Such a move could not be used carelessly. The primeval essence consumption was huge, and if it was futile, it would instead weaken the user. Thus, Fang Yuan stayed until the end. When Zhu Kai Bei used Jin transformation, he relaxed his mind. Fang Yuan sharply grasped this mentality and dealt a heavy blow to him. When Gu masters fought, they used Gu worms, but in the end, they were the foundation. Once a person showed a flaw, it was often the biggest flaw.
At this time, the hosting Gu master walked onto the stage and announced the result. Zhu Kai Bei actually admitted defeat. Many people could not accept it. Fang Jing really broke through the sky. The sky is changing, the sky is changing. Zhu Kai Bei was known as half the sky of the battle stage, but now, even this sky could not cover Fang Yuan.
Chapter 326. Fang Jing actually won against a rank 4 peak stage rank 3. Not only did he defeat a strong opponent, he even defeated a powerful existence like Zhu Kai Bei. He is truly a promising young man. This is undeniably a great victory. Zhu Kai-bei even used his killer move Jin transformation, but was still defeated by Fang Zheng. He even admitted defeat. The attacks of the 8 beast phantoms are truly terrifying. To think that Fang Zheng actually has the strength Qi Gu. His luck is too good. I heard that this strength Qi Gu was a treasure of his original clan. In the tea houses, restaurants, and streets, people were casually chatting about the battle between Fang Yuan and Zhu Kai-bei. Being able to defeat a rank 4 with a rank 3 strength when both sides were at their peak state, such a battle was truly rare. There were close to 1,000 people watching the battle. The whole process was witnessed by everyone. Fang Yuan won fair and square, without using any tricks. His battle strength was indeed above Zhu Kai-bei. As for the origin of the strength Qi Gu, Fang Yuan purposely spread false information, leading everyone's guesses to Gyue clan. From today onwards, Lord Fang Zheng is my role model. After this battle, many people started calling Fang Yuan Lord. His battle strength had already gained the recognition of most people. Lord Fang Zheng is truly incomparably handsome. Zhu Kai-bei's era is over. Some female Gu masters' eyes shined. A new generation replaces the old. Zhu Kai-bei's fall has allowed Fang Zheng's reputation to flourish. Many old Gu masters sighed, feeling as if the new generation was replacing the old. Fang Zheng defeated Zhu Kai-bei, but I wonder if he can defeat Yen Tuesday. If he also defeats Yen Tu, he will be the only person to dominate the battle stage in all these years. As long as he wins 18 rounds, he will become Shang clan's external elder. This battle caused the battle stage's structure to shake. The old structure was broken, and a new force was born. People started to look forward to Fang Yuan's future with excitement and anticipation. It had been more than 10 years since Shang had an external elder. If Fang Yuan only had a slight advantage and barely won against Zhu Kai-bei, then everyone's expectations would not be so high. When Fang Yuan displayed his strength that surpassed Zhu Kai-bei's, everyone began to analyze the situation excitedly. Fang Zheng has all-out effort Gu, bitter strength Gu, self-reliance Gu, and strength Qi Gu. Even ancient strength path Gu masters could not compare to him. All-out effort Gu allows his attacks to be powerful and domineering. Bitter strength Gu allowed him to get stronger the more he fought, especially when paired with self-reliance Gu. It was amazing. Strength Qi Gu allowed him to be extremely fierce in long-range battles, making up for his weakness. The scene of the 8 beast phantoms attacking together was simply terrifying. This is Fang Zheng's killer move. Zhu Kai-bei did not lose unjustly. Although he was rank 4 and had the advantage in cultivation, strength path Gu worms had little primeval essence requirement, which unknowingly weakened this advantage. Fang Zheng's Gu worms were simply too good, their combination was powerful and their coordination was flawless. Zhu Kai-bei admitted defeat on the spot. He must have been disheartened. How can a person's fortuitous encounters be so strong? Fang Zheng's luck is so strong that it defies heaven. He has only been in Shang City for a few years, but he has already accumulated to such an extent. With such a powerful combination of Gu worms, it is enough to let him become famous in southern border and have his own name. Name? He already has one. Now many people call him and by Ning Bing the Black-White Demons. But even more people call Fang Zheng Little Beast King. Fang Yuan controlled the 8 beast phantoms. His battle style was fierce and domineering, rampaging everywhere. The name of Little Beast King was very fitting. As for why he was not directly called Beast King, that was because Beast King was a famous demonic path Gu master. He occupied 100 Beast Mountain alone, had 100 beasts as his army, his cultivation was at rank 5, he was unreasonable and extremely vicious. Both the righteous and demonic paths were wary of him. Fang Yuan was only rank 3 peak stage now, although he defeated Zhu Kai-bei and became famous in one battle. But compared to a rank 5 Gu master like Beast King, he was still lacking. On the other hand, the fact that everyone called him Little Beast King indirectly showed that Fang Yuan's future was in everyone's favor. I am really looking forward to his arena defense battle. Every expert who dominates the battle stage, their arena defense battle is a classic. Back then, Lord Wei Yang was only rank 3 middle stage, even weaker than Fang Zheng, but he could dominate the battle stage. Every battle of his has become a classic. An experienced Gu master sighed with emotion. Thus, many people started to calculate Fang Yuan's future. At this point, how many true opponents does Fang Jing have? Zhu Kai Bei, Yen Tu, right, there is also Bai Ningbing. However, Zhu Kai Bei has already been asked for Giant Spirit Will by Fang Jing. This move is really ruthless. Among the three Gu, Giant Spirit Body, Giant Spirit Heart and Giant Spirit Will, Giant Spirit Will is the hardest to obtain. Without Giant Spirit Will, Zhu Kai Bei's killer move is incomplete. To Fang Jing, the threat is greatly reduced. Yen Tu will be Fang Jing's greatest opponent. He and Zhu Kai Bei are known as half the sky of the battle stage, their strength cannot be underestimated. But Fang Jing can defeat Zhu Kai Bei, and also has the strength Qi Gu to make up for his weakness in long-range attacks. His chances of winning against Yen Tu are very high. Someone mentioned Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing cannot be underestimated either. After losing to Yen Tu, her cultivation had already broken through to rank 4 initial stage. Rank 4 at such a young age, what kind of aptitude is this? But her relationship with Fang Jing is very deep. Even if they meet in battle, she will take the initiative to admit defeat and let Fang Jing win. Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan had been living in Nanqiu Garden. This news was already widely known. Many people guessed that they had already had intimate relations. However, just as everyone was in an uproar, Fang Yuan announced that he would be leaving the battle stage. When the news spread, everyone was shocked. Why did Fang Jing give up such a good opportunity? External elder dominating the battle stage is right in front of us. Countless people wrung their hands and sighed. Is there some inside story? Demonic Gu masters could not help but start to guess. Could it be that Shang clan no longer wants to recruit external elders, so they are secretly forcing Fang Jing to give up? Demonic Gu masters had always lacked trust. Or maybe Shang clan wants to change the policy and get rid of the external elder policy. Suspicion caused many people's hearts to fluctuate. Shang clan's policy of recruiting demonic Gu masters to become external elders was unique in southern border. Many of the clans in the southern border had their own practice fields. The largest and most popular battle stage was located in the number 1 clan of southern border, Wu clan. But these battle stages were mostly for internal use, rarely for external use. The Shang family's external family policy became the finishing touch. It attracted countless talents for Shang clan. Even for external merchants, many demonic Gu masters did not rob Shang clan's caravans. Precisely because of this external elder policy, these demonic Gu masters wanted to leave a way out for themselves. Shang Yan Fei sensed something amiss and quickly clarified. Although he had secretly placed Zhu Kai Bei and Yen Tu as his chess pieces to control the battle stage. But such things could not be exposed. Shang Yan Fei's prestige caused this formless storm to gradually calm down. Soon after, a few days later, Fang Yuan also announced in public that he would join Shang Xinci and help her ascend to the young master position. Immediately, everyone's attention was diverted from the battle stage to the battle for the young master position. Because Shang Yazi's falsification of accounts was proven, his young master position was revoked, leaving it empty. Many of Shang Yan Fei's children were eyeing this position covetously, drooling over it. I have heard that Fang Jing is a loyal and righteous lad. He has a principle in life, that is to repay a drop of water with a gushing spring, and repay a small grudge 100-fold. He is really responsible. Someone gave a thumbs up for this. For Shang Xinci to ascend to the young master position, Fang Jing even gave up the external elder position that he was so close to obtaining. This is really... Someone could not understand such a move. Who knows, he and Shang Xinci might have some ambiguous relationship. If it were me, I would not make such a sacrifice. That is very possible. Wait, if that is the case, what about Bai Ningbing? Everyone's gossipy soul burned fiercely. The triangle relationship between Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing and Shang Xinci became the topic of many people's conversations. Soon after, a few days later, Bai Ningbing also announced that she would leave the battle stage. Bai Ningbing also joined Shang Xinci. Everyone was shocked. What is wrong with this world? Does no one want an external elder? Many people's values had been impacted. Bai Ningbing is very courageous, not willing to compromise and give up. For love, she took the initiative to interfere. Actually, the emotional entanglement between these three started from the moment they met. Similar rumors started to spread everywhere. The crowd imagined countless scenarios. Even Shang Clan City started to produce sketchbooks and dramas, depicting the emotional entanglement between Fang, Bai and Shang Xinci. It was actually very popular. Putting these minor details aside, Shang Xinci had indeed become the focus of everyone's attention after Fang and Bai had joined her. Bai Ningbing was now rank 4 initial stage. A rank 4 Gu master would be a clan leader in other small or medium-sized clans. Fang Yuan was only rank 3 peak stage, but his battle strength was above many rank 4 Gu masters. When he becomes rank 4, what would happen? They were both very young and had a lot of room for growth. Now everyone had high hopes for them. With the help of 2 experts, Shang Xinci naturally became the second most popular candidate for the young master position. Before this, everyone thought that the person with the greatest hope of inheriting the young master position was Shang Yifan. Once Fang and Bai joined Shang Xinci, the situation immediately changed, creating a situation where 2 strong contenders were competing. Shang Yifan was not tall, even a little short. He had an aquiline nose, narrow eyes, and a sharp gaze. Shang Xinci. He sat on a wide-back wooden chair in the study room, muttering softly, his gaze flickering with uncertainty as he thought about this name. In front of him, a person was sitting. It was none other than Shang Yizi. "Brother Yifan, I came here this time to help you. Shang Xinci has Fang and Bai's help. She will be your greatest opponent. Especially Fangjing, you have to be careful, this person is sinister and crafty. I fell into his hands." Chapter 327. Shang Yizi continued, "I lost, but I have not completely failed. Father exiled me to the slave hunters for 3 years. After 3 years, I will return. But before that, I have something to give you." Saying so, Shang Yizi handed a few documents to Shang Yifan. Shang Yifan received them and looked through them. The documents recorded Shang Yizi's secret assets, his hidden pawns, and some of his trusted subordinates. "Brother Yizi, you are..." Shang Yifan showed a shocked expression. "Brother Yifan, you are the one with the highest chance of becoming the young master out of all our brothers and sisters. I'll lend you a helping hand and hope that you can succeed in your endeavors. You can use these resources and manpower as you wish. 3 years later, when I return, you can return them to me." Shang Yizi sighed. He was sent to the slave hunters to train. He could not bring his subordinates and guards. He was not there to enjoy life, but to be punished. Now that he no longer had the young master status, these forces would fall apart sooner or later. He might as well hand them over to Shang Yifan while he could still control them. 3 years later, when Shang Yizi returns to the clan, he would not have to start from scratch. Shang Yifan quickly stood up and cupped his fists. "Brother Yizi, Yifan will not forget your help. In the future, when I become the young master, I will repay you tenfold." "Sigh, we are brothers, how can we repay each other?" He. Although he said so, Shang Yizi's lips curled into a wide smile. After a heated conversation, Shang Yifan personally sent Shang Yizi out. Watching him leave, Shang Yifan's smile slowly turned into a sneer. "Shang Yizi, you have a good plan. You want me to take care of your forces for you? Then I will beat you at your own game. I will first take over your forces, then divide them. I will not return them." He saw through Shang Yizi's plan. 3 years? So many things can happen in 3 years. You really think you still have hope? So naive. So naive, no wonder Fang and Bai schemed against you. You are a disgrace to our Shang clan. Shang Yifan sneered. But when he thought of Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, his face darkened. Shang Xinci. He muttered the name. When Shang Yizi stepped down from the stage, he thought that the young master position was already in his grasp, but he did not expect for Shang Xinci to suddenly appear and become his biggest obstacle. Shang Yifan's eyes narrowed into a line as he analyzed. Shang Xinci's greatest advantage is her father's pampering. Which other children had such favoritism? But the family rules are there. Everyone is competing for the young master position, so father can't openly give her special treatment. On the contrary, because of Lord Father's favoritism, the other siblings have opinions or even hostility towards Shang Xinci. Shang Xinci's greatest advantage is actually her weakness. Shang Xinci's second advantage is actually her greatest advantage, and that is Fang Zheng and Bai Ningbing. These two are really. Thinking of Fang and Bai, Shang Yifan's face also revealed a strange, envious, jealous, and incomprehensible expression. These two, I wonder what they are thinking. They even gave up on being an external elder, and went to help Shang Xinci. This feeling was like someone gave up on eating watermelons, and went to pick sesame seeds. How did Shang Xinci win over these two? Her luck is really good, she easily took in these two generals. That Bai Ningbing is already rank 4, and Fang Zheng can even defeat Zhu Kaibei. These were two rank 4 battle strength. Even big brother Shang Qiu did not have rank 4 subordinates. Above the 10 young masters, Shang clan's current young clan leader, Shang Tuahai, only had 2 rank 4 subordinates. But these 2 subordinates were not Shang Tuahai's private army, but were specially sent by the clan to help him. As the clan's young master, Shang Tuahai personally controlled a caravan. When fighting outside, he needed strong assistance to deal with all sorts of situations. Now, Shang Xinci had not even become Shang clan's young master, but she already had 2 rank 4 experts helping her. This situation made many of Shang Yanfei's children jealous and wary. However, even if she has Fang and Bai's help, so what? This young master position will definitely be mine. Shang Yifan licked his lips, thinking of something, his spirits rose. At the same time, in Nanqiu Garden, Shang clan has complicated and comprehensive clan rules, especially regarding inheritors. The rules are even stricter. Wei Yang stood in front of Fang and Bai, as well as Shang Xinci, speaking frankly with assurance. Lady Xinci, if you want to ascend to the young master position, you have to pass Shang clan's test. This test is very traditional, it has always been the same content, that is, business. Shang clan was built on business, and its development could not be separated from business. Shang clan's selection of young masters was based on business. Do not look down on business, thinking that it is just a business that earns money. Business can test every aspect of an inheritor. There will be all sorts of problems in the process of doing business. It tests one's plans, adaptability, strength, and so on. The clan will allocate a sum of 100,000 yuan stones to any child who participates in the competition. 3 months later, the one who earns the most will become the new young master. Wei Yang was very familiar with the clan's policies. Then, how much yuan stone do we need to earn to win this competition? Fang Yuan asked. Shang clan's young master selection was watched by the entire city, the entire Shang clan was paying attention to it. Fang Yuan knew his own limits, and decided to abide by the rules here. Normally speaking, as long as Lady Xinci has 300,000 yuan stone, you can eliminate most of the people. If you have 600,000, you will have a high chance of winning. Above 600,000, between 700 and 800,000, these results are top class in the past young master selections. However, as he said this, Wei Yang's tone slowed. Among the competitors this time, there is one whose mother is the clan leader's cousin. She is a member of Shang clan, and has great power. He is called Shang Yifan, and is the most popular candidate in this young master selection. With his mother helping him from behind, he would be able to get at least 600,000 points. If Lady Xinci wants to win him, she needs to have even more outstanding results. Shang Yifan will have at least 600,000, if Shang Xinci wants to obtain the young master position, she needs to be top class. But Shang Xinci has no power in Shang clan, and her mother is a Zhang clan member, she is at a disadvantage politically. She cannot be like Shang Yifan, with people supporting her from behind. Her only backer is Shang Yanfei, but because he is the clan leader, he cannot openly side with her. Thus, the pressure on Shang Xinci's shoulders is huge. After Wei Yang said this, he looked at Shang Xinci with hidden worry. He knew that a result between 700 and 800,000 was hard to come by. There were very few young masters in history who could achieve such results, because it required talent, help, and luck. Shang Yanfei did not plan to let Shang Xinci compete for the young master position so quickly. Everything was pushed by Fang and Bai from behind. After Shang Xinci heard Wei Yang's introduction, she was silent for a while, before suddenly asking, "I wonder, what is the best result in Shang clan's history?" Wei Yang was slightly stunned. Of course it surpassed 800,000, reaching over 900,000. In Shang clan's history, there are very few who can achieve such results. At the very most, there are not more than 20. The current young clan leader Shang Tuahai reached 890,000, causing an uproar. But Missy, your father reached 920,000 at that time. Just this achievement is enough to be recorded in Shang clan's history. As he said this, Wei Yang paused, but the best result in Shang clan's history is 1,110,000. He is called Shang Gui Kai, he has monstrous talent, but a pity he has one of the 10 extreme physiques. 920,000, 1,110,000. Shang Xinci's eyes shone as she listened, clenching her fists. She could be said to be brimming with talent in business. Towards this competition, although she was encouraged by Fang Yuan, she had her own will, and was not passive. Seeing Shang Xinci's expression, Wei Yang relaxed slightly. "All right, I should go. But before I leave, I have a special reminder for you. This competition is highly valued by the entire Shang clan. Do not take the risk and do anything that goes against the rules. Believe in your big brother Wei, those who cheated in the competition have never succeeded." Young master was the future of Shang clan, this was a huge matter, there was no room for carelessness. Shang Yazi was still a young master, but because of one false accounting, he was exiled. From this, one could see how much importance Shang clan placed on young master matters. Shang Yifan had the support of his mother's tribe, he could at most help him within the rules, and did not dare to cheat for him. After that, Wei Yang gave a few more instructions before leaving Nanshou Garden. He was an important official of the clan, Shang Yanfei's trusted aide, he should have avoided him. But he still went in and out of Nanshou Garden, and explained so much to Shang Xinci, it showed his loyalty. Big brother Wei is bearing a lot of pressure for us. From now on, we cannot trouble him anymore. Shang Xinci said. Fang Yuan did not comment. Bai Ningbing frowned. To do business in 3 months, to increase 100,000 yuan stone by 6 times, it is easier said than done. Although she was talented, she knew nothing about business, so she was in a very difficult position. But Shang Xinci's eyes turned, revealing a smile as she said confidently, "Actually, I have a good idea. As long as we implement it, I guarantee we can make 600,000. "Oh, what is it?" Bai Ningbing asked. Shang Xinci looked deeply at Fang Yuan, revealing everything. "I was inspired when I saw Brother He Tu's battle at the battle stage. We can do information business." Chapter 328. That's right, information business. Shang clan's battle stage has hundreds of battles every day, the atmosphere of the battle stage is so intense, we can make use of it. I've thought about it, we can collect the information of all the Gu masters in the battle stage and sell them. We can invite some famous people to make predictions before the battle, and give comments after the battle. Shang Xinci smiled as she replied. Brilliant. Bai Ningbing immediately slapped the table and praised. This idea was too brilliant. Bai Ningbing had participated in many battles in the battle stage, she had a deeper understanding of the beauty of this idea. She immediately understood that this was a brilliant idea that could open up business opportunities. Even Fang Yuan could not help but raise his eyebrows. He had actually thought of this idea in his previous life, and had even used it in Wu Clan. Wu Clan's battle stage was much larger than Shang Clan's, and the atmosphere was even more intense. Fang Yuan's creation caused a huge commotion at that time, and he earned a lot of money every day. But not long after, Wu Clan interfered, and all kinds of competition and suppression came one after another. In just a few months, his profits fell to rock bottom. Half a year later, he could no longer do it. Fang Yuan thought to himself, he could think of this idea because of his memories from Earth. Shang Xinci was able to think of this, it was truly a pioneering idea, it showed her outstanding talent in the business world. But although this idea was good, Fang Yuan shook his head. Shang Xinci gritted her teeth. Does Brother He too think this idea is bad? It is a good idea, but don't rush. Xinci, do you trust me? Fang Yuan looked at Shang Xinci with rapt attention. Shang Xinci smiled warmly. My life was saved by you, Brother He Tuesday. Why can't Xinci believe in you? Bai Ningbing snorted in her heart, but did not speak. She was in the know, and along the way with Fang Yuan, she was clear, Shang Xinci's dangers were all caused by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded, since you trust me, then listen to my arrangements. In just 20 days, you'll be able to triple the amount of primal stones in your possession. Is that so? Shang Xinci's face showed curiosity, then I will listen to brother's arrangements. What is he up to this time? Who does he want to harm this time? Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Yuan from the corner of her eyes and couldn't help but guess. San Cha Mountain was located between the Zhua clan's Cold Quaking Mountain and the Che clan's Feilai Mountain. The Zhua clan and the Che clan had a history of more than 600 years, while the Che clan had a history of 580 years. The two families had been enemies for generations. The hatred that had accumulated for generations had made the two families irreconcilable enemies. In the recent 100 years, the two families expanded and fought to occupy San Cha Mountain. On a certain mountainside of San Cha Mountain, an intense battle was already nearing its end. Blood flowed on the ground, dozens of Gu Master corpses lay on the mountain rocks. In the arena, there were still 7 people standing. 3 people from the Zhua family and 4 from the Che family. There was a deep hole in the chest of the Zhua family's elder, Zhua Soundless. He pressed on his wound with one hand and stood in front of Zhua Chanyu, his expression solemn. Eldest miss, please leave quickly. We'll hold them off. Zhua Chanyu was the eldest daughter of the Zhua family, she had a great aptitude and was the future hope of the Zhua family. She was young and beautiful, not even 20 years old but already had rank 3 middle stage cultivation, she couldn't die here. Elder Soundless. Zhua Chanyu's expression showed reluctance and hesitation. Want to leave? No way. Che clan's elder, Che Yuin, sneered and walked out from the crowd. Old Soundless, to think you would have such a day. He, today, Che Yuin, will make the 3 of you die without a burial ground. His tone was filled with killing intent. But after saying this, he whispered to a fresh and beautiful female Gu master beside him, Xiang Er, you are injured, when the fight starts later, just stay back and watch over us. Che Xiaoxiang's brows immediately furrowed, Father, I only suffered light injuries, it's nothing. I want to fight alongside you. She was very worried. The other party, Zhua Soundless, had been enemies with her father Che Yuin for decades, their strength was actually about the same. Although Zhua Soundless was heavily injured, it would not be easy to kill him, his counterattack before death would definitely be terrifying. Nonsense. Che Yuin scolded in a low voice, listen to father, this is an order. Che Xiaoxiang pouted and was about to retort when she suddenly heard a long laugh. Ha ha ha, he, hoo hoo hoo, this laughter was very strange, it made people feel like an evil wind was blowing. Following this laughter, a figure appeared on a mountain rock. This person was handsome and wore a flowery robe with pink butterflies embroidered on it. He wore a flower crown on his head, and on the crown was a fluffy red flower ball that trembled along with his laughter, like a character in an opera troupe, giving off a comical feeling. But whether it was Soundless or Che Yuyin, when they saw this person, their expressions changed, they felt no joy, but instead fear and panic. Ah, you are the pink butterfly gentleman, Kong Ri Tian. The two spoke one after another, revealing the identity of the newcomer. At this moment, even the expressions of the others changed. Especially Zhua Chanyu and Che Xiaoxiang, they turned pale and were extremely nervous. This Kong Ri Tian was a demonic gu master with a notorious reputation. He liked to wear a flowery robe embroidered with pink butterflies, thus people called him the Pink Butterfly Gentleman. But the truth was, he was a rapist who specialized in harming the chastity of righteous path women. He was hated by people and was a loner. Most importantly, he had rank 4 cultivation. His appearance immediately changed the situation of the entire battlefield. Zhua tribe and Che tribe were at the end of their ropes, their two strongest forces, Che Yuyin and Zhua Soundless, were injured and had insufficient primeval essence, they only had rank 3 cultivation. Ha ha ha, he, hoo hoo hoo, yes, that's right, I am Kong Ri Tian. Although his identity was exposed, the pink butterfly gentleman was very happy and let out his signature strange laughter. Suddenly, he waved his sleeves and injected primeval essence into goo worms, causing flower petals to rain down. The pink petals turned into colorful butterflies that fluttered in the air. At once, the battlefield was filled with fragrance. Zhua tribe and Che tribe members quickly defended and displayed their abilities. Kong Ri Tian took the chance to attack. The battle erupted. The flower rain became more intense and figures flew everywhere. After fighting for 8 or 9 rounds, Kong Ri Tian's body flashed and he suddenly retreated, leaving the battlefield. He was beaten back. So close, Che Yuyin and Zhua Soundless let out a sigh of relief, but their expressions changed at the next moment. Chan Yu, my son. Xiao Xiang. Scoundrel, let go of my daughter. The eyes of the two elders were filled with anger, their eyes were filled with anger. Ha ha ha, he, hoo hoo hoo. Kong Ri Tian laughed loudly towards the sky, his 2 hands, one in each hand, were holding 2 beauties. They were Che Xiaoxiang and Zhua Chanyu, they were unconscious and had just been captured by Kong Ri Tian in the chaotic battle. Kong Ri Tian was most proficient in dealing with female gu masters. Today's harvest is not bad, to think I could see these 2 beauties here. Ha ha ha, he, ugh. Kong Ri Tian was feeling very pleased with himself when a change occurred. The whole of Sancha Mountain started to shake, at once, rocks rolled down and the earth quaked. What's going on? What's happening? Everyone exclaimed in shock. 3 pillars of light shot out from the 3 highest peaks of Sancha Mountain. The grand pillars of light, one yellow, one blue, one red, pierced through the sky, piercing through the clouds. Right at this time, the voices of the 3 mixed together spread throughout the whole of Sancha Mountain. 3 kings' inheritance opens today, righteous or demonic, it will be left for those who are fated. Everyone stared blankly at the scene in front of them. They were all stunned. Even Kong Ri Tian temporarily forgot about the 2 beauties in his arms. 3 kings' inheritance, it is actually 3 kings' inheritance. After everyone came to their senses, an extremely excited look emerged on their faces. 3 kings' inheritance, heavens, the 3 kings are all rank 5 gu masters. This is their inheritance, this is actually their inheritance. 3 days later, Shangclan City. Nanqiu Garden, study room. Placing a report on the table, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a bright light. 3 kings' inheritance has finally opened, counting the days, it was the same day as in his previous life. It could be seen that in this world, although rebirth could change history, major events had inertia and could not be easily changed. Since Three Kings' inheritance has opened, I don't have much time left. After pushing Shang Xinci to the position of young master, I should immediately leave this place. Fang Yuan felt a sense of urgency. He needed to make full use of his time. Three Kings' inheritance was not the same as ordinary inheritances. The flower wine inheritance and Baigu inheritance that Fang Yuan had taken were only one. Three Kings' inheritance, however, had three. If he could obtain all three, Fang Yuan's strength would increase by several times, and his requirement for rank 4 Gu worms would be more than half satisfied. At least, he would not need to worry about cultivation resources before rank 5. However, Three Kings' inheritance was a demonic inheritance. It was extremely dangerous. There were many bastards inside, and there were many obstacles. In his previous life, countless lives were sacrificed, and after spending half a year, someone finally reached the end and obtained the inheritance. Thus, it was useless for Fang Yuan to go for now. The news of Three Kings' inheritance cannot be concealed. How can those three pillars of light be concealed? Fang Yuan knew that these three pillars of light were the entrances to the inheritance. But to enter these entrances, a certain standard was needed. This way, I can buy dog enslavement goo, paper crane goo, and exploding egg goo. Fang Yuan calculated. Before this, he had used the funds he had, and secretly bought these three goo from the market. But he was cautious, and did not use his full strength. Now that the news of Three Kings' inheritance had spread to Shangclan City, the time was ripe. Buy with all his strength. In the next 5 days, Fang Yuan bought large numbers of rank 1 dog enslavement goo, rank 2 paper crane goo, and rank 1 exploding egg goo. Not only Shang Xinci's 100,000 yuan stone, but also Bai Clan's latest 300,000. Fang Yuan had extorted 3 million yuan stone from Bai Clan, and by now, Bai Clan had paid more than half of it. Together with Bai Ningbing's remaining funds, Fang Yuan's plan was a huge success. Chapter 329. Shang Xinci used all her funds to buy these three goo. In the study room, Shang Yifan held a document in his hand. This document was from his mother's side. Shang Yifan's mother was Shang Yanfei's cousin. She had a huge force and many eyes and ears. Rank 1 dog enslavement goo, rank 2 paper crane goo, and rank 1 exploding egg goo. What is the use of buying these goo? Shang Yifan frowned deeply, thinking hard but could not think of anything. I heard that Shang Xinci entrusted the 100,000 goo to Fangzheng. Although Fangzheng has great battle strength, he has not been rumored to have any talent in business management. By buying them like this, he will only be wasting his time and damage his own strength. Did I overestimate them? Shang Yifan pondered. Although his cultivation level was not high, he had also trained his talent in business management, and had a deep understanding of the market. According to common sense, any experienced businessman would not choose to spend such a large sum of money to purchase goo worms. Because this investment had no prospects of returns. But as Shang Yifan thought about it, he felt that something was amiss. He felt that he had missed out on something, as if behind this crazy act of buying goo worms was the other party's scheme. At this time, the old butler reported from outside, "Young master, something big happened, I need to report to you." "Oh, old Zhang, please come in." Shang Yifan quickly called him in. This steward Zhang was his mother's capable subordinate. He had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, he was independent and had rich experience. Naturally, he could not treat him like an ordinary subordinate. Shang Yifan's mother had instructed him to treat Steward Zhang with respect, and to seek his guidance. Steward Zhang walked in with a solemn expression, "Young Master Yifan. Something is wrong. From the latest news from Sancha Mountain, someone has already found the correct method to enter the inheritance." Although the Three Kings' inheritance had appeared earlier, yellow, blue, and red pillars of light shot to the sky. The Three Kings' inheritance had its own mysteries, no one could enter it. Over these days, many talented people had searched crazily, and the method to enter the Three Kings' inheritance had already been found. Hearing Steward Zhang's words, Shang Yifan showed great interest. "Oh, enter the Three Kings' inheritance. What do you want to do?" "Wait, could it be?" Suddenly, his expression changed, and his eyes involuntarily stared at the report. A possibility occurred to him, and he rose from his seat involuntarily. Steward Zhang smiled bitterly. "It seems young Master Yifan has already guessed it." Indeed, to enter the Three Kings' inheritance, 3 gu were needed. To enter King Quan inheritance, the gu master needed to have at least rank 1 dog enslavement gu. To enter King Xian inheritance in the blue light pillar, the gu master needed to possess a paper crane gu. If you want to enter King Bao's inheritance in the red light pillar, you must have at least 1 exploding egg gu. How could this be? Shang Yifan cried out. He sat down on the chair, his face dejected. He finally understood. This was the reason why Fang Bai wanted to buy these 3 gu in bulk. Presently, the news of the Three Kings' inheritance had already spread throughout the entire southern border. 3 rank 5 gu master inheritances appeared together. It was unknown how many people were itching to get a piece of the action. But to enter the Three Kings' inheritance, one must have at least 1 of the 3 gu. But now, these 3 gu in Shang Clan City. Most of them were in Shang Xian's hands. As long as one was not an idiot, they could imagine it. Their business of selling gu worms would become extremely popular. Shang Yifan was not an idiot. In fact, he was very smart, at least more astute than Shang Yizi. Where did they get this information from? They are so accurate. No, it is not important to investigate the source of the information now. The important thing is, how can I stop them? Shang Yifan's eyes shone with a dark light as he thought hard. After a long while, his face showed dejection and helplessness. There was no other way. Shang Xianci had done it cleanly. This was a very ordinary and normal investment, but with the help of the Three Kings' inheritance, it was very outstanding. Although Shang Xianci had used more than 100,000 yuan stone to purchase the gu, this was not against the clan rules, it was just taking the edge. As long as the yuan stone was earned, it was only 100,000 yuan stone, there was nothing wrong with it. If Shang Yifan wanted to use this to cause trouble, he did not have the confidence to do so. Because he was also taking the edge, he borrowed the influence of his mother's clan, for example, Steward Zhang. Strictly speaking, he was taking the edge more ruthlessly than Shang Xianci. Young Master Yifan, this time, the other party has the most accurate information. After this, their capital will increase by at least 3 times. We cannot find any evidence against them, we cannot use underhanded methods, we need to hurry and do our own business. With Madam's connections in Shang Clan City, 3 months later, young master will have at least 600,000, you still have a chance of winning. Steward Zhang explained. That is all we can do. Shang Yifan let out a breath of turbid air, but there was still a lingering worry in his heart. The competition for the young master position had just started, but the other party gave him such a surprise. He really didn't know what kind of tricks they would come up with next. Shang Yifan, who was full of confidence, started to feel hesitant. 3 kings, they were King Quan, King Xian, and King Bao. Their origins could be traced back to 300 years ago. The 3 kings came from Wang clan. Wang clan was seized by their mortal enemy Wu clan and exterminated, but unexpectedly, 3 Wang clan children were left behind. These 3 children were 2 boys and 1 girl. The oldest was only 8 years old, and he would be the future dog king. The youngest was 5 years old, King Bao. The girl was the future King Xian, she was 6 years old at that time. Wu clan was busy annexing and digesting everything in Wang clan. What were these 3 little children? They were not even gu masters, thus they did not care, they casually gave a kill order and ignored the 3 of them. The person chasing them was also a lazy person, he killed the 3 children and impersonated them to complete his mission. The 3 Wang clan orphans were lucky to survive. They went through hardships and trials, barely making ends meet, surviving with difficulty. As they supported each other, they developed a deep relationship. As they grew older, their hatred towards Wu clan deepened. But after Wu clan annexed Wang clan, their strength swelled and they became a large clan with 3 famed mountains. After these years of operation, their forces were deeply rooted in the area. The 3 Wang clan orphans did not even have the chance to awaken their aperture. To deal with Wu clan and take revenge, it was simply a fantasy. But the mysteries of the world lie in the unpredictable changes of fate. You never know what fate awaits you in the next moment. One time, while risking their lives to gather herbs in the mountains to make a living, the 3 kings were accidentally drawn into an ancient inheritance. This inheritance was no small matter, it was left behind by a mysterious rank 6 Gu immortal. Thus, the 3 kings' fates changed. They each inherited a portion of the rank 6 Gu immortal's inheritance. They worked hard and cultivated for close to 100 years. The 3 encouraged each other and worked hard together. When they cultivated to rank 5 realm, they felt the time was ripe. They left the inheritance ground and rushed to Wu clan to take revenge. At that time, Wu clan was at its peak, developing vigorously. The 3 kings did not use any schemes or plots, they directly attacked their clan. Wu clan leader was a rank 5 Gu master, but how could he fight against 3 rank 5 Gu masters working together? Especially these 3 rank 5 Gu masters, they had all inherited an ancient inheritance. King Quan controlled the dog group that covered the entire mountain. With a wave of his hand, it was a majestic army. The dog group was like a vast river, engulfing Wu clan village. King Xian was agile, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. He attacked Wu clan's higher-ups, causing the group to be leaderless and chaotic. And King Bao was ferocious. He did not make a move, but once he did, it would shake heaven and earth, causing landslides and rocks to split. The Wu family, which had been strong for a while, was annihilated by the 3 kings within 3 days. On the 3 mountains, the spirit springs were destroyed, corpses were everywhere, blood flowed on the ground. It was a tragic sight to behold. Wu clan was completely uprooted, and the 3 kings paid a heavy price. However, they were willing to pay such a price in order to avenge themselves. After getting their revenge, the 3 kings felt that life was dull and boring. They did not want to rebuild Wang clan. No matter how strong a clan was, it could not resist a true expert. They lived in seclusion and did not come out again. Like 3 meteors, they shone brightly and caused a huge commotion in southern border. Then they retreated, vanishing without a trace. No one knew about the 3 kings after that. Until recently, their inheritance suddenly appeared in the world. King Quan has at least 3 rank 5 dog enslavement Gu. With it, he can control myriad beast kings and command beast groups to conquer the world. King Xian is an expert in Gu refinement. She developed a set of special Gu worms from the ordinary rank 2 paper crane Gu, allowing her to easily steal information. Because of her, King Quan and King Bao knew about the loophole in Wu clan village's defenses. The 3 kings were able to exterminate Wu clan village because of her contributions. There is also King Bao. He has a fiery temper. Every time he attacks, there will be earth-shaking explosions. His power is fierce and domineering. If you can obtain his inheritance, you will be able to move unhindered in the world. 3 rank 5 inheritances. Obtaining 1 will allow you to soar to the sky, obtaining 2 will allow you to leave your name in history, and obtaining 3 will allow you to achieve great ambitions. This is a huge opportunity. I won't be satisfied if I don't work hard. I need to get there as soon as possible, otherwise if I am late and others take it away, I will regret it for life. As the 3 kings' inheritance method spread, countless people in Shang Clan City became excited. I want to buy exploding egg Gu. I want paper crane Gu. I want dog enslavement Gu, paper crane Gu, and exploding egg Gu. What? Why are these Gu so expensive? The price is 3 times higher than before. TSK, if you don't have money, go away. There are many people who want to buy it. Damn it. I will buy it. I will buy it too, I must buy it. Chapter 330. In just 10 days, we earn 20,000 a day on average. In 10 days, the 100,000 yuan stone in our hands has tripled to 300,000. Shang Xinci was surprised and happy as she looked at the account book in her hand. In the competition for the young master position, Shang Xinci's capital of 100,000 had tripled in just 10 days, and she was leading the group. 300,000 was only the capital of the young master position. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing had also invested a lot of money, and were now earning a lot. One primeval elder gu in Fang Yuan's hands was no longer enough, so he added 2 new ones. His assets had already risen to over 2,400,000. Bai Ningbing had also earned a lot. Shang Xinci's 2 servants, Xiao Dai and Xiao Lan, looked at Fang Yuan with an indescribable light in their eyes. They knew that this was all because of Fang Yuan that they could have such a good result. A good start was half the battle. The 2 servants were originally doubtful of Shang Xinci's competition for the young master position, but this matter gave them much more confidence. But, how did Fang Yuan know about the 3 kings' inheritances information? Bai Ningbing sat at the side, feeling puzzled. The reason why Fang Yuan was able to speculate, hoard, and earn a lot was because of this information. Could it be that Fang Yuan knew the secret of the 3 kings' inheritance? Or did he have a mysterious source of information? No matter which it was, it showed that Fang Yuan was not simple. Although Bai Ningbing had also earned a lot, she felt a sense of pressure in her heart. She had interacted with Fang Yuan for a long time, and she found that unknowingly, Fang Yuan would bring her some surprises. Fang Yuan did not look mysterious on the surface, but in fact, he was shrouded in a layer of dense fog. It was because she had interacted with Fang Yuan day and night that she could understand this feeling, and understand how unfathomable Fang Yuan was. Brother He too, thank you. With these 300,000, I will be able to carry out my plan better. Shang Xinci said with a smile. Unexpectedly, Fang Yuan waved his hand. No hurry, no hurry. Xinci, your idea is very good. However, it is still very difficult to implement it. He continued, doing information business in the battle stage is different from hoarding goo worms. This time, it was too sudden. Your competitors couldn't react in time. More importantly, Shang Yazi, who was in charge of the shop, had already stepped down. The shop was managed by the Shang clan, there was no personal will. Even if the others wanted to, they couldn't interfere and could only watch. But it's different if you're in the intelligence business. To carry out this business, the material requirements were not high, but a large amount of manpower was needed. At the same time, he also needed the help of various connections. Otherwise, they would be suppressed and destroyed by their competitors. Our foundation is shallow, so we can't act rashly. Once he made his move, he had to succeed. Therefore, we need to make more preparations. Shang Xinci's expression turned solemn as she nodded. Brother He too, you are right. But I haven't been in Shang clan city for long, I only have Xiao Dai and Xiao Lan with me. As for connections, I don't even have them. Xiao Dai was a personal servant she brought to Shang clan city. She was very loyal and was being nurtured by Shang Xinci to become a gu master. Her aptitude was pretty good, having B-grade cultivation. As for Xiao Lan, she was sent to Shang Xinci by Shang Yanfei. She was a rank 3 healing gu master and was trustworthy. Fang Yuan chuckled, Xinci, don't look down on yourself. Just the battle stages Shang Qiwen alone has a good relationship with you. We are both women, we can get along well. At the same time, the information business will also boost her sales, I'm sure she won't object. Shang Xinci estimated. Xinci, I said I would help you ascend to the young master position, I naturally have a plan and a chance of success. You don't need to worry too much. As long as you do as I say, you will have a high chance of ascending to the young master position. Fang Yuan consoled. I will listen to Brother He Tu's instructions. Shang Xinci smiled and answered without hesitation. Fang Yuan sat on the chair, looking like a strategist, giving Shang Xinci a sense of security. Xinci, the first thing you need to do is to recruit people. You want to do the information business, you need a large number of loyal subordinates. But before that, you need a manager. This manager needs to have at least rank 3 cultivation, be able to take charge, and have rich experience in managing goods. I have already found a person for you. His name is Zhou Quan, he is a shopkeeper under Shang Yizi. Fang Yuan continued to guide Shang Xinci. Shang Xinci's expression was slightly troubled. Zhou Quan, I know this person. But he is a rank 3 Gu master, he has an arrogant nature and is very lofty. He was once the Zhou clan leader, having rank 4 cultivation. But Zhou clan had internal strife and was slaughtered by demonic Gu masters. He luckily escaped but suffered heavy injuries. Right now, his cultivation is only rank 3 upper stage. The shop he is in charge of has the best sales among all the shops. But even Shang Yizi could not obtain his loyalty. Such a person, I'm afraid I cannot. Fang Yuan waved his hand and laughed. How would you know if you don't try? Xinci, you need to be confident, trust me, you have a charisma that is different from others. In the future, many people will willingly submit to you and work for you. Zhou Quan is a very difficult target, you might not succeed, but as long as you show your sincerity and work hard, you will reap rewards. Yes, brother He too, I will work hard. Shang Xinci clenched her fist. Fang Yuan nodded, go ahead. Not long after Shang Xinci left, Wei Yang arrived at Nanqiu Garden. Fang Yuan received him at the lakeside pavilion. Brother Wei, I already know why you are here. Please take a seat. Saying so, Fang Yuan poured a cup of tea for Wei Yang. Wei Yang laughed, Brother Fangzheng, you are very intelligent, then please tell me more. Fang Yuan used the 3 kings' inheritance to hoard and speculate. It was all because he knew about the 3 kings' inheritance in advance. Shang Yanfei was not an idiot. He immediately understood that Fang Yuan had information that was ahead of time. The 3 kings' inheritance was the most important matter in the last 50 to 60 years of southern border. It had already affected the whole of southern border, attracting the close attention of many forces. Most forces could not help because of the mountains in southern border. It was vast and deep, with dangers lurking everywhere, thus they could not help. But many clans, as long as they could, sent out their own forces. The inheritance of 3 rank 5 Gu masters, even the super clan's Shang clan could not help but be moved. I got my information from the White Bone Mountain. Grey Bone Scholar had once explored the 3 kings' inheritance ground, and obtained some information. In fact, the inheritance land of the 3 kings is the blessed land of the olden antiquity Gu master that they accidentally discovered. Fang Yuan spoke half truth and half lies. Naturally, his information did not come from White Bone Mountain. But the news of the blessed land was real, he had confirmed it in his previous life. Blessed land? Hearing this, Wei Yang's eyes shone brightly. Blessed land, was a place of fortune, the place where Gu masters lived after becoming immortals. Inside the blessed land, the scenery was picturesque, the weather was unique, and there were large amounts of treasures. The primeval energy inside was at least 10 times that of the outside world, extremely abundant. A blessed land was an independent small world, a paradise, isolated from the rest of the world. It was ruled by a Gu immortal, and living inside could bring happiness and peace. Brother Fangzheng, are you serious? Wei Yang's tone became hurried. He had no choice but to take this seriously. Rank 5 Gu masters were all mortals, rank 6 Gu immortals. Between rank 5 and rank 6, there was a huge qualitative change, the difference was like heaven and earth. 3 rank 5 Gu master inheritances could only attract Shang clan's interest. But if it involved a rank 6 Gu immortal's inheritance, then all the super clans in southern border would rush over. The value of a rank 6 Gu immortal's inheritance was too great. It was so great that even rank 6 Gu immortals who lived in seclusion would appear one after another. Fang Yuan smiled, I don't know the details, but Grey Bone scholars will recorded this. He was not afraid of revealing this information in advance, there would be negative effects. According to his previous life's memories, in a few days, people would come to a common understanding. Not long after, Shang clan would also know of this, so he might as well tell Wei Yang in advance to gain trust. Brother Wei, don't be too excited. Although this is a blessed land left behind by a rank 6 Gu immortal, it has already decayed. Right now, it is on the brink of collapse. Back then, this blessed land was already taken by the three kings, the resources and treasures were almost all dug out. Right now, the three kings are relying on this blessed land to build their inheritance. The blessed land is unable to bear the burden. One day, it will be completely destroyed, vanishing into nothingness. Fang Yuan said slowly. Oh, is that so? Wei Yang blinked his eyes, thoughts moving intensely in his mind. These are the records in Grey Bone Scholar's will. Unfortunately, to ensure my safety, I destroyed it. I cannot show it to you. Fang Yuan smiled. Brother, this is too important. It is not that I don't trust you, but I need to report this to Lord Clan Leader and let him decide. Wei Yang said solemnly. Fang Yuan expressed his understanding. If Shang Clan wants to send an exploration team, I have some information here, maybe it can help. Fang Yuan had some understanding of the three kings' inheritance. Haha, in that case, I will not let you suffer a loss. Name a price. Wei Yang was in charge of Fengyu Manor, he was in charge of information. Fang Yuan thought about it, and gave 400,000. Wei Yang frowned. This concerns a rank 6 Gu immortal's inheritance. 400,000 is a bit low. But the information is not confirmed yet. I will give you 400,000 first. After some time, I will evaluate it. Brother, don't worry, with Brother Wei here, you will not suffer a loss. With Brother Wei here, I can be at ease. Fang Yuan smiled. After Shang Yanfei received this information, he placed great importance on it, and immediately sent 3 teams to Sancha Mountain. Each team had at least 3 elders, they had great strength. A few days later, Fang Yuan received another payment from Wei Yang regarding the information. The information he provided was a great help to Shang Clan's team, they prevented many casualties. After Fang Yuan received this payment, he went to find Li Ran. Li Ran was a spy planted by Wu Clan in Shang Clan. He was currently in 3rd inner city battle stage. His identity was confidential. Other than Fang Yuan, almost no one knew about him. I have information regarding the three kings' inheritance. I believe your Wu Clan will be interested. Fang Yuan secretly met with Li Ran, and went straight to the point. Chapter 331. Time passed day by day. Around the three kings' inheritance, Sancha Mountain was in a turbulent state. Many heroes of the evil Tao, people of the righteous Tao, and people of all religions and 9 schools of thought rushed over. At first, Shang Clan controlled the situation, continuously increasing their troops and occupying the entrance of the inheritance, showing their determination to obtain the inheritance. Next, Wu Clan moved and broke Shang Clan's blockade. After that, the news spread. Three Kings' inheritance was the blessed land of the rank 6 Gu immortal back then. The people were in an uproar and countless people flocked towards Sancha Mountain. The other super clans were also alarmed and sent out their strongest Gu master teams. This time, even Shang Clan and Wu Clan could not stop this huge trend. Sancha Mountain's situation fell into chaos. People died every day. In order to fight for the opportunity to enter the inheritance, righteous and demonic path people, and righteous path people fought fiercely. Every change in Sancha Mountain's situation affected many people's hearts. Fang Yuan had also been paying close attention to this. The inheritance had opened for more than half a month. Some people had already obtained benefits from the inheritance. This stimulated everyone's passion to explore the inheritance. But these benefits were nothing to Fang Yuan. He had his previous life's memories and knew that the true essence of Three Kings' inheritance was in the deepest part of the inheritance. To reach there were at least 100 checkpoints and it took a lot of time and effort. Sometimes, they would get lost and get trapped in the fog, unable to find the exit. Sometimes, they would be attacked by dog groups and many Gu masters would die tragically under the dogs' bites. The three kings were demonic path people and this was a demonic path inheritance. Demonic path inheritances were always filled with danger. They often had to risk their lives to explore it. It is still too early to go to Sancha Mountain, the time is not ripe yet. I might as well sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor while conserving my energy. Once they get through the checkpoints and get rid of the obstacles, I will go and plunder the fruits. Now, it is time to refine Gu. Fong Yuan had a plan in his heart. He was refining Gu this time, not anything else but liquor worm. Rank 1 liquor worm could purify green copper primeval essence by a small realm. Rank 2 4 flavors liquor worm could purify red steel primeval essence by a small realm. Rank 3 7 fragrances liquor worm could purify white silver primeval essence by a small realm. Rank 4 9 eyes liquor worm could purify golden yellow primeval essence by a small realm. Above 9 eyes liquor worm, there was no rank 5 liquor worm. Back then, the secret recipe master who researched the secret recipe of the liquor worm was extremely talented and very young. However, he was beheaded by his opponent in advance and died prematurely. Geniuses only represented one possibility. There were many cases of geniuses being killed before they could mature. But now, Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing could be considered to have matured. It would not be easy to destroy them. After Fong Yuan had refined the liquor worm into the 4 flavors liquor worm, he had not used it. He had been raising it for nothing. The reason was that he had the bone-flesh unity Gu, and with Bai Ningbing's help, the 4 flavor liquor worm lost its value. But things were different now. Bai Ningbing had advanced to rank 4 while Fong Yuan was rank 3 peak stage. Not long later, he would also advance to rank 4 initial stage. At that time, their cultivation bases would truly be equal. Bone-flesh unity Gu's help to Fong Yuan would be greatly reduced. At this time, if there was a rank 4 9 eyes liquor worm, it would be very convenient to cultivate. Refine 9 eyes liquor worm. While Shang Xian Ci was recruiting Zhou Quan, Fong Yuan chose to go into closed-door cultivation to refine Gu. Bai Ningbing did not know what Gu to refine, but also chose to go into closed-door cultivation. To refine the 4 flavor liquor worm, there needed to be 2 rank 1 liquor worms, as well as 4 types of sour, sweet, bitter and spicy wine. To refine the 7 fragrances liquor worm, there needed to be 2 4 flavor liquor worm and 7 types of spices. To refine the 9 eyes liquor worm, there needed to be 2 7 fragrances liquor worm and 9 types of 100 beast king's eyeballs. Fong Yuan was currently in Shangclan City, which was blessed by the heavens. If it was any other place, to gather the materials to refine liquor worm, he would need to spend a lot of effort searching. But in Shangclan City, as long as he had money, he could buy them. Fong Yuan already had a 4 flavor liquor worm in his possession. He bought 2 liquor worms, and first refined the second 4 flavor liquor worm. Next, he used 2 4 flavor liquor worm to refine the first 7 fragrances liquor worm. Up to this point, he was very successful. But in the process of refining the second 7 fragrances liquor worm, he met with difficulties. When he was refining the third 4 flavor liquor worm and 7 fragrances liquor worm, he failed once. The yuan stone consumed was all wasted, and the supplementary materials had to be bought again, so he had no choice but to start again. Fortunately, in the end, the refinement of the 2 7 fragrances liquor worms went smoothly. 3 days later, Fong Yuan obtained the 9 eyes liquor worm. The 9 eyes liquor worm was like a silkworm, its whole body was white and exquisite like a pearl. There were no eyes on its head, but the 9 eyes were of different colors, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue and purple, as if they were inlaid with agates or gems. 9 eyes liquor worm could raise the yellow gold primeval essence by a small realm. For it, Fong Yuan spent a lot, close to 200,000 yuan stone. Failure in Gu refinement was unavoidable for any Gu master. Although Fong Yuan failed many times, his luck was good overall. His failures were concentrated in the process of refining the 4-flavor liquor worm and 7 fragrances liquor worm, in the first half of the process. At the final juncture, he succeeded in one go. The most frightening thing in goo refinement was failure in the later stages. That kind of loss would be extremely disastrous. I have 9 eyes liquor worm now. Fong Yuan looked at it for a while, before putting the liquor worm into his aperture in satisfaction. He was only rank 3 peak stage now, so he could not use the 9 eyes liquor worm yet, and could only wait until he reached rank 4. Bai Ning Bing could use it. But gold middle stage primeval essence had a stronger effect on the nourishment of the aperture walls. Bai Ning Bing had the northern dark ice soul physique, and according to her, her aptitude had already risen to 96%. The 9 eyes liquor worm, however, had more disadvantages than advantages to her. When I reach rank 4 initial stage and use this 9 eyes liquor worm, I will have gold middle stage primeval essence. At that time, I will surpass Bai Ning Bing in terms of primeval essence for the first time. Fong Yuan felt that he was not far from rank 4 realm. Although he had signed the alliance agreement, he had never forgotten the hidden danger of Bai Ning Bing. Days passed, and after Kong Ri Tian, another big shot of the demonic path appeared on San Cha Mountain. He was Long Qing Tian, the one who dyed the blue sky, a famous figure in the poison path. The moment he appeared, he poisoned 3 Shang clan elders to death, causing the demonic path's morale to soar. Fortunately, 2 days later, Wu clan sent out rank 4 elder Wu Tongshen to resist Long Qing Tian. The situation on San Cha Mountain returned to a balance point once again. As for Shang Xinci, she met with a setback in recruiting Zhou Quan, and her progress was slow. Zhou Quan was arrogant, his attitude did not soften, and his tone did not seem to leave any room for discussion. After Fong Yuan successfully refined the 9 eyes liquor worm, he had been cultivating diligently. Because Bai Ning Bing was constantly providing him with yellow gold primeval essence, Fong Yuan was getting closer and closer to rank 4 realm. But these days, spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed was getting faster, and the pressure on the rank 3 aperture was getting more obvious. On this day, Shang Clan City welcomed the auspicious market festival. This was Shang Clan's traditional festival, to commemorate the first time the ancestor of Shang Clan set up a stall 1,000 years ago. Shang Clan's ancestor was a legendary figure. He was originally a mortal, living a poor life, and set up a stall to make a living. In the end, in a certain transaction, he accidentally obtained a Gu Master's inheritance token. Relying on this token, he inherited the inheritance, and stepped into a new world in his life. Step by step, he advanced steadily, and his forces and wealth continued to grow, finally establishing Shang Clan City. On this day, Shang Clan City's inner and outer city was decorated with lanterns, and all the large shops, brothels, restaurants and so on were closed. People were in high spirits, happily walking to the streets and setting up stalls. Men, women, old and young were immersed in the lively atmosphere of the festival, treating this day's business as an interesting competitive game. But the joyous atmosphere of the festival did not seem to affect Shang Xinci. The young girl sat in front of her desk, her brows slightly furrowed as she stared at the invitation cards on the table, feeling melancholy. These invitations were from the 9 young masters. During the auspicious market festival, the young masters would hold a grand banquet to reward their meritorious subordinates, and invite people from all over. Brother He Tu, what do you think I should do? Shang Xinci felt troubled, and subconsciously asked Fong Yuan. Xinci, we tripled our investment this time, and are one of the hottest contenders for the position of young master. They will definitely invite you. Fong Yuan smiled, continuing, but we can only choose one of the 9 invitations. On the surface, this is a joyous banquet, but it is actually a political choice. Fong Yuan spoke of the deep political meaning behind the invitation cards. Shang Clan only had 10 young masters, and among the 10 young masters, there were alliances, and also internal conflicts. Shang Xinci was competing for the position of young master, and was one of the 2 hottest contenders. The other 9 young masters naturally paid close attention to her. Shang Xinci had yet to become a young master, but they were already trying to rope her in. In the pugilistic world, one had no choice. As a higher-up of Shang clan, one could not avoid being dragged into the political whirlpool. Should I choose Shang Qiwen's invitation? After all, she is in charge of the battle stage. It will be of great help to our future plans. Shang Xinci said. Feng Yuan shook his head. On the surface, there are 9 invitations, but that is not the case. Among the Shang clan young masters, the biggest faction is Shang Qiu. His status as the eldest son is his greatest advantage. Second is Shang Pu Lao, Shang Baishi, and Shang Baishi, they are currently in the limelight. Third is Shang Chaofeng and Shang Fushi, they are waiting patiently. As for the rest, Shang Qiwen has no ambition, and Shang Pai Xiu is too playful. Xinci, your foundation in Shang Clan City is too weak. If you want to choose one of the top 3, that way, you can make up for your weakness. As for Shang Qiwen, there is no difference if you choose her or not. Is that so? Shang Xinci's eyes brightened when she heard this. Feng Yuan's words made her feel like the clouds had parted, and she could see the clear sky. Her previous bewilderment was swept away. She thought for a while, and made her choice. She chose the third faction, Shang Chaofeng's invitation. Right now, among the 3 great sects, the first and second faction are competing with each other. If I choose one, I will definitely offend the other. I might as well choose the third faction and join this whirlpool, but I can stay out of it for now. Shang Xinci explained to Feng Yuan. Shang Xinci was intelligent and understood immediately. Regarding this, Feng Yuan was gratified, but also had a slightly strange feeling. Chapter 332. Here, let me toast Big Brother. Shang Yifan stood up and bowed, raising his wine cup with a smile on his face. Right now, the hall was brightly lit, people were singing and dancing, and music was playing. Everyone was toasting each other, the atmosphere was intense. Good. Shang Qiu sat on the main seat, raising his wine cup towards Shang Yifan and drinking it. A strategist spoke for him, young Master Yifan, it is a wise decision for you to attend young Master Qiu's banquet. Don't worry, our young master will not mistreat you. Big Brother Qiu has always been my role model. Actually, I have always wanted to get closer to you and learn from you. Shang Yifan smiled. Shang Qiu was the #1 faction among the current young masters, and Shang Yifan's mother's tribe had deep ties with him. If Shang Xinci chose Shang Qiu's side, she would be ostracized by Shang Yifan. However, Shang Qiu had already sent an invitation to Shang Xinci. If Shang Xinci came, he would definitely welcome her. Why? Because Shang Xinci had Feng and Bai, 2 rank 4 battle strength experts. This was something none of the other young masters had. Many people were envious and jealous of this. Young master, I have found out that Shang Xinci went. At this time, a Gu master entered and whispered to Shang Qiu. Shang Qiu's gaze dimmed as he heard this. Shang Yifan had been observing the situation carefully, thinking, it seems Shang Xinci did not choose this side, could it be Shang Pu Lao's faction? Shang Qiu's face was already well trained, he did not show any emotions on his face, his expression did not change, Shang Yifan could only guess and not see any clues. But not long after, Shang Yifan also received the news. Shang Xinci had taken the invitation and attended Shang Chaofeng's banquet. This meant she chose Shang Chaofeng's faction. The moment he received this news, Shang Yifan was secretly happy. Shang Chaofeng and Shang Fushi might be the 3rd largest faction, but they are suppressed, how can they be Big Brother Qiu's match? I have a higher chance of winning this time's young master position. However, old butler Zhang shook his head and said with a grave expression, young master Qiu and young master Pu Lao's factions are locked in a stalemate. Young Master wants to borrow Young Master Cho Nyo's strength to deal with Shang Xinci, but I'm afraid it's not possible. At such an intense moment, it is impossible for Young Master Cho Nyo to make another enemy. Shang Xinci's choice this time was rather ingenious. She avoided the whirlpool and temporarily watched from the sidelines. By the time the two sects have decided who is stronger, the competition for the position of Young Lord will also be over. Shang Xinci has 2 rank 4 battle strengths. No matter which sect she joins, she will be recruited and become an ally. Young Master Shang Chao Feng will definitely support her. Old Steward Zhang analyzed the situation calmly and incisively. In other words, even if I join Shang Chio Nyo's faction, I still can't deal with Shang Xinci. Shang Yifan's expression turned ugly. I can only say that we cannot borrow Shang Chio Nyo's strength. Old Manager Zhang stroked his white beard. However, Shang Xinci has many problems. Most importantly, he still lacked competent manpower. I heard that recently, she has been trying to recruit Zhou Quan. How is that possible? Steward Zhang sneered, continuing, Zhou Quan was once the leader of a clan. He is proud and arrogant, and is 10 times more talented than me. How could he attach himself to a little girl who was still wet behind the ears like her? I have already secretly made a move and created a large amount of rumors. Zhou Quan's extremely prideful face has already blocked his path. Shang Xinci originally only wanted to recruit Zhou Quan secretly. If she fails this time, she will lose her prestige and become a laughingstock in Shang Clan City. He. Saying so, Steward Zhang laughed sinisterly. Shang Chao Feng's study room was decorated simply. There was a large square stone table and high-backed stone chairs, giving off a rough and sturdy aura. While Shang Yifan and old manager Zhang were conversing secretly, Shang Chao Feng, Shang Xinci, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were also discussing something. The conversation had been going on for some time. In truth, Shang Chao Feng was slightly surprised that Shang Xinci took the initiative to join him. He had thought that Shang Xinci would join Shang Chio Nyo or Shang Pu Lao. His faction was only the 3rd faction, currently lying dormant and accumulating strength. Normally, they were very low profile, and would choose to give way to many problems and conflicts. But to think that they would gain Shang Xinci's favor. Shang Xinci's cultivation was only rank 2, her aptitude was even worse, and her faction foundation in Shang Clan City was almost 0. But she had Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing to rely on. These were 2 rank 4 battle strengths. Even when Shang Yanfei was a young master, he did not have such capable subordinates. To have 2 such powerful generals, no young master would not be envious. Shang Chao Feng naturally also secretly sighed at Shang Xinci's good luck. Now, as long as he recruited Shang Xinci, he could indirectly obtain Fang and Bai's help. This was an irresistible temptation to Shang Chao Feng. The atmosphere in the study room was harmonious. In the conversation earlier, Shang Chao Feng had already sincerely expressed his intention to fully support Shang Xinci's ascension. Sister Xinci, you have already earned 300,000 primeval stones by selling the goo worms you bought earlier. You can be said to be at the top, but just this 300,000 is far from enough. What plans do you have for the future? Shang Chao Feng added, tell me, as long as it is within my capabilities, I will give you the greatest help. Shang Xinci and Fang Yuan glanced at each other, and Fang Yuan nodded at her. Shang Xinci said honestly, I won't hide it from Brother Chao Feng, I want to do information business. Information business? Shang Chao Feng could not help but raise his eyebrows. Yes. Shang Xinci explained her plan in detail. But after Shang Chao Feng heard it, his expression changed and he shook his head. You want to do information business in the battle stage? Not appropriate, not appropriate. He said not appropriate twice in a row, disapproving of Shang Xinci's plan. Oh, what is inappropriate? Please enlighten me, Brother Chao Feng. Shang Xinci said sincerely. Xinci, I advise you to change this plan. You have just arrived, so it is understandable that you are not clear. It is better not to touch the battle stage. Shang Chao Feng sighed and continued, Shang Clan City's battle stage is different from all the other clans' battle stages in the southern border. Here, demonic Gu masters can become external elders of our Shang clan. This is our Shang clan's unique policy. These years, we have absorbed many talents. Among the 5 great elders of the current Shang clan higher-ups, 3 of them are external elders. However, this policy has its advantages and disadvantages. The greater the benefits, the higher the risk of disadvantages. External elders are Shang clan higher-ups, and if we invite a wolf into the house, it would be a huge disaster for our Shang clan. Demonic Gu masters are demonic Gu masters after all, even if they turn over a new leaf, their loyalty is still questionable. At the same time, other than demonic Gu masters, there are also those righteous sects with ulterior motives. Thus, Shang clan's battle stage is the place that Shang clan higher-ups pay the most attention to. Once, there was a young master who suddenly had the idea to use his blade in the battle stage, and opened a casino. In the end, the casino only opened for 2 days, and he earned 500,000 yuan stone. But on the 3rd day, the casino was sealed, and the young master was demoted and exiled. The battle stage cannot be touched carelessly, this example is the best warning. Shang Chao Feng revealed a secret. This secret was unknown to Feng Yuan, Bai Ningbing and Shang Xinci. Although Feng Yuan had rebirth memories, it involved Shang clan's internal affairs, and such a small and secretive historical event that happened suddenly and ended quickly, it was not strange that he did not know. The battle stage was a forbidden area. Back then, a young master touched this place, and not only did he lose his young master position, he was also exiled by the clan. Now, Shang Xinci was not a young master yet, but she had the idea of the battle stage. In Shang Chao Feng's opinion, this was truly the ignorant being fearless. Xinci, your plan is a different path, it is a good idea. If it succeeds, you will definitely be making money every day. But this possibility is too small, don't take your future as a joke. I will be in charge of the Gu battle stage, and your brother Shirsan will be in charge of the auction house. You can take care of these aspects, with our help, you will definitely be able to compete with that Shang Yifan. Shang Chao Feng advised gently. Shang Xinci was silent. Bai Ningbing frowned. Feng Yuan's lips curled into a smile, he opened his mouth to speak, but after glancing at Shang Xinci, he changed his mind and swallowed the words in his mouth. At once, the atmosphere in the study room became heavy. After a long while, Shang Xinci suddenly smiled after thinking intensely, Big Brother Chao Feng, regarding the battle stage, my point of view is different from yours. This matter is very possible. Oh? Shang Chao Feng frowned, staring at Shang Xinci. Shang Xinci felt the pressure from Shang Chao Feng's gaze, but instead smiled like a flower, showing her confidence. She continued, the previous young master failed to open a casino, he was simply a moth flying into a flame, courting his own death. He was exiled by the clan, but our Shang clan is merciful. Why? In the study room, only Shang Xinci's gentle voice could be heard speaking. Just like Big Brother Chao Feng said, our Shang clan's battle stage is of utmost importance, a place that all the higher-ups are extremely vigilant about. Opening a casino in the battle stage, for huge profits, can easily create a mastermind behind the scenes, secretly manipulating the results of the battle stage. To Shang clan, this is a huge destruction to the external elder policy. The casino seems to have high profits, but to Shang clan's battle stage, it is a huge parasite. Sacrificing Shang clan's benefits to feed themselves. They must be removed to allow the battle stage to continue growing. Shang Chao Feng nodded continuously, Shang Xinci's words were incisive, and had a kind of temperament that made people involuntarily believe her. But the nature of my information business is completely different from the casino. I know Shang clan's largest information organization, Fengyu Manor, has been investigating these demonic goo masters in the battle stage. We need to investigate clearly to confirm if they have any ulterior motives. However, these investigations had always been carried out in secret, never in broad daylight. Why? Hee. This is because most of the demonic goo masters are filled with distrust, suspicion, and even paranoia. They live in precarious situations all year round, with their lives hanging by a thread. They cannot relax for even a moment, the mental pressure is too great. If they go to Shang Clan City, they will be investigated, they will definitely feel disgusted and disgusted. To ensure they can attract more and better talents, Shang Clan naturally cannot investigate openly. But not investigating is also impossible, and I can't be at ease. In this situation, I do information business. I investigate every goo master's general strength, goo worms, battle achievements, and sell them. At the same time, I invite authoritative figures and experts to estimate the results of important battles, as well as create rankings. To the goo masters in the battle stage, this was extremely important information. Many goo masters rush for the position of external clan elder, hoping to advertise themselves more, and also hope to see their names in the rankings. This kind of information, of course, does not involve any privacy, and only summarizes and compares the strength they have displayed. This way, it will be of great help to the demonic goo masters in the battle stage. At the same time, it can strengthen Shang Clan's control over the battle stage. I think Lord Father must be extremely happy. Why would he ban such a thing? After Shang Xinci finished, she smiled at Shang Chao Feng. At this moment, her eyes were shining brightly, full of wisdom and confidence, her elegance boundless. Bai Ningbing's brows had already relaxed. So it is like this. Fang Yuan laughed inwardly. Shang Chao Feng slightly opened his mouth, looking at Shang Xinci with a dazed expression. After a few breaths, he reacted and could not help but clap his hands, praising, "Well said, your analysis is too brilliant. Little sister Xinci, you really have a unique insight and a pure heart, I cannot help but admire you. I will definitely help you with this business. You lack manpower now, I will transfer some people for you. I can give you as many as you want." Shang Xinci, however, shook her head. "Thank you Big Brother Chao Feng for your good intentions, but we already have someone in mind." On the surface, Shang Chao Feng wanted to send people to help Shang Xinci, but in fact, he had his own people to control this information business, and at the same time increase his control over Shang Xinci. But Shang Xinci immediately saw through it, and tactfully rejected Shang Chao Feng. Not all the help was out of good intentions. But Shang Chao Feng was not willing to let it go. The information business that he had previously avoided, had now become a rich treasure in his heart. He continued to persuade, "Little sister Xinci, I know that you have been trying to recruit Zhou Quan recently, but this person is arrogant because of his talent. Previously, Shang Qiu had personally invited him, but was rejected by him, and even reprimanded him. This junior is still wet behind the ears, how dare you recruit my 100-year-old subordinate?" Zhou Quan was already over 100 years old, and was not willing to live under someone else's roof. Especially as a subordinate to a junior. Shang Chao Feng was also not optimistic about Shang Xinci recruiting Zhou Quan. Zhou Quan's ability was recognized, but he was too arrogant. Let's take a step back. Even if you manage to recruit Zhou Quan, what can one person do? You still do not have any lower or middle-level subordinates. These people must have a certain level of ability, and most importantly, they must be loyal and devoted to you. To build up this kind of power, it will take time, a very long time. You do not have subordinates that you can trust. Even if you do this information business, it is very likely that it will be destroyed by Shang Yifan, and even the fruits of success will be stolen. Although Shang Chao Feng had his heart set on giving up, his words were very reasonable. Hearing this, Shang Xinci could not help but frown. Chapter 333. So it is like that. Shang Chao Feng answered. Fong Yuan had helped Shang Xinci to reject his suggestion, he could not force it. Fong Yuan had defeated Zhu Kai Bei, and had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, but had rank 4 battle strength. At the same time, he had a purple thorn token, and was an esteemed guest of Shang clan. Thus, Shang Chao Feng had been showing goodwill to Fong and Bai. But he did not care. Building a force requires time, how can it be done in one go? Never mind, I will let you guys suffer first. At that time, I will come and help, it will be more effective. Shang Chao Feng thought, but on the surface, he had a smile. Both sides talked for a while longer, before Shang Chao Feng personally sent Shang Xinci and the rest out. To outsiders, this was the clearest political signal. After bidding farewell to Shang Chao Feng, Shang, Fong and Bai walked on the street. Today was the auspicious market festival, all the shops were closed, and all kinds of small stalls were set up on both sides of the street. Come, sweet and sour candied haws. Let me tell you, this piece of old jade was passed down from my ancestors, selling rice, a bag of 5-spice essential oil rice, only half a yuan stone. Small stalls were set up one after another, a dazzling array of goods were sold. They formed a row, stretching out. Looking around, countless pedestrians rubbed shoulders, some stopped to watch, some haggled, some looked around. The auspicious market festival was held once a year, whether it was Fong Yuan, Bai Ningbing or Shang Xinci, they were not unfamiliar with it. Thinking about it, it has been 2 to 3 years since we came to Shang Clan City. Shang Xinci suddenly spoke, sighing. Too many things have happened in these 2 years. She sighed, continuing, if it was before, I would never have thought that I am Shang Clan leader's daughter. Then, Shang Xinci looked at Fong Yuan, smiling, revealing her white teeth. If not for you, brother Fong Yuan, I would not have been able to come here. Towards Fong and Bai, Shang Xinci had always been deeply grateful. Bai Ningbing was silent, but the corner of his eyes twitched. That's right, I also did not expect your father to be the famous Shang Yanfei. However, saving you is also because we hit it off. Fate comes and goes, meeting and parting, this is the nature of the world. Fong Yuan looked ahead as he answered. Shang Xinci's expression changed slightly, she understood the meaning behind his words. Big brother He Tu, are you leaving Shang Clan City? Not bad. Not long after, Bai Ningbing and I will leave Shang Xinci for San Cha Mountain. Fong Yuan answered. Shang Xinci gritted her teeth and wanted to say something to make him stay, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She had been with Fong Yuan for a long time. Although they had never had a clear conversation, she could feel the ambition in his heart. This man's ambition was too great. It was impossible for him to stay in a place like the Shang Clan City. But don't worry. Before I leave, I will push you to the position of young lord and let you sit on it steadily. Fong Yuan smiled. Let's go, I will bring you to recruit subordinates. Today, let's build the foundation of your force. What, big brother He Tu, you really have an ideal candidate in mind? Shang Xinci asked in astonishment. Building a force required a long time. Any loyal and devoted subordinate had to go through a long period of nurturing. Fong Yuan's current tone made Shang Xinci feel that loyal and capable subordinates were like cabbages, they could be easily found if they wanted to. What kind of certainty did he have, to sound so confident? Not only Shang Xinci, but even Bai Ningbing was curious. Just follow me. Fong Yuan walked in front, leading the way for the two. After several turns, they came to a small alley. Between a lantern shop and a silk shop, there was a stall. Fong Yuan walked to this stall and stopped. Behind the stall, a young man was lying down. The young man's clothes were tattered, his back leaning against the wall. His eyes were half closed, his complexion was bad, his gaze was unfocused, as if he was immersed in wine and women, unable to extricate himself. Could it be that big brother He Tu is looking for this young man? Shang Xinci thought. Bai Ningbing was also looking at this person with a sharp gaze. Although this person was a Gu master, he was only rank 1 middle stage. Looking at his appearance, he was not young, but his cultivation level was simply too horrible to look at. "Little brother, what do you want to buy, Lord Fangzheng?" The young man sensed someone and opened his eyes. Halfway through his words, he suddenly raised his voice, showing a shocked expression. Fang Yuan was now a famous person in Shangclan City. He did not hide his face and many people recognized him. Lord Bai Ningbing." Soon after, he recognized Bai Ningbing and stuttered in excitement. Although he did not know Shang Xinci, he could recognize her Gu master aura. At the same time, Shang Xinci's stunning beauty made him feel dazzled. "This is 10 yuan stone, I will buy all your things. You can leave now." Fang Yuan took out a bag of yuan stone. The young man's face immediately showed an overjoyed expression. But soon after, he revealed a slightly hesitant expression. The junk on the stall was something he had found when he was tidying up his grandfather's belongings. Through his inspection, he found that they were all scrap metal. There was nothing valuable in them. But why did Lord Fangzheng want to buy his things? Was there really a treasure in here? If there was a treasure and he sold it, wouldn't it be a loss? Just as he was thinking, Fang Yuan suddenly raised his hand and threw the small bag filled with primeval stones to him. "What are you thinking? You didn't hear me clearly." "Humph, it is your honor that I like your things. You can scram now. If you don't scram now, you won't even have the chance to." Fang Yuan threatened coldly. The young man immediately shivered in fear. His lips trembled as he stuttered, "Fang. Lord Fangzheng, how can you do this? When doing business, it was all about mutual consent. We can't force you to buy or sell, you are also a person with status, and this is Shangclan City." Slap! Fang Yuan waved his hand and slapped the young man, sending him to the ground. Scram! Fang Yuan looked down at the young man with a cold gaze, speaking calmly. The young man covered his face with his hands. He was so frightened that his whole body was trembling. He raised his head and looked at Fang Yuan, but when his gaze met Fang Yuan's dark pupils, he immediately shifted his gaze. Then he got up without saying a word, stumbling as he ran away. Brother Hey too. Shang Xinci looked at the young man's departing figure, feeling pity in her heart. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, unconcerned. "Xinci, I am a demonic Gu master, I have my own way of doing things, which is to do as I please." Fang Yuan casually explained, feeling justified. The surrounding stalls looked at him. His gaze swept around, and immediately, everyone avoided his gaze, not daring to meet his eyes. If it was the Fang Yuan of the past, he would naturally feign civility and use coaxing and deceiving methods to buy the goods from this stall in a friendly manner. But now, his strength had risen greatly, he was no longer the same as before. If he could use the most direct method and save time and effort, why not? Righteous path people cherished their reputation and displayed their grace, thus they often expressed kindness to the weak. Fang Yuan, however, was not a righteous path person, but a demonic path person. Since ancient times, big fish eat small fish eat shrimps, this was the law of the jungle where the strong preyed on the weak. It was just that demonic path people tore apart flesh and blood, swallowing it mouthful by mouthful. Righteous path people, on the other hand, shed crocodile tears as they ate, saying they had no choice. There were always many foolish people who were deceived by hypocrisy. Or they were foolish enough to deceive themselves, unwilling to face the cruel truth. Hee. In fact, it was all eating. The exploiter ate the exploited, the invader ate the invaded, the strong eat the weak, the oppressor eat the oppressed, the superior eat the inferior. There was no living being that did not eat. If they did not eat, they would not be able to survive. It was just that there was a difference in the way they ate. Fang Yuan chased away the stall owner and bent down, picking out a token from the stall. This token seemed to be made of black iron, it was black and had half a piece missing. There were words carved on it, but after grinding for so long, and with half missing, it was impossible to make out the words. But Fong Yuan knew, it was the word rice. 300 years ago, there was a demonic path Gu master who fell into the water with heavy injuries, and was saved by a little girl washing clothes by the riverside. The little girl was kind, and after saving this demonic path Gu master, she secretly placed him in the woodshed, and even sent him rice every day. After the demonic path Gu master recovered, he felt the little girl's kindness and made a black iron token, with the word rice carved on it. He broke the token into two, giving one half to the little girl and the other to himself. When the demonic path Gu master left, he carefully instructed the little girl, if she had any difficulties in the future, she could go to Danhua Shan's Wailing Ghost Cave and seek his help. Even if the little girl died, this promise would still be effective to the new owner of the half token. The little girl remembered it well. But in less than 50 years, a huge battle occurred in Danhua Shan, the volcano erupted and Wailing Ghost Cave was destroyed. And that demonic path Gu master was captured alive by Tai clan, and imprisoned in the demon suppression tower. This half of the token had lost its use. It was passed down among the little girl's descendants. Because it involved the demonic path, the little girl did not reveal any secrets to her children before she died of old age. She buried this past in her stomach. The little girl's descendants were banished by the clan. After settling down in Shang Clan City, the clan gradually declined. His descendants were unfilial and talented, only one son was left, and now there was only a young man left. This young man was spoiled, with a young master's temperament, he indulged in all sorts of things. After his parents died, every once in a while, he would rely on selling his ancestors' belongings to survive. But in a Leaf Festival, his fate took a turn. Chapter 334. The three were overjoyed, taking out the other half of the token and assembling it into one. It turned out that the demonic Gu masters back then also had a bloodline. Before being arrested by Tai clan, he had instructed his descendants to remember this past, and if possible in the future, they had to repay this debt. The three brothers were the descendants of the demonic Gu masters. After seeing this token, they immediately explained the situation to the young stall owner. They asked him if he needed any help, and that he would do his best. This young man was very crafty. He immediately replied, saying that he lacked 3 subordinates, and had no one to help him. The 3 brothers looked at each other, and immediately knelt down in front of the young man, acknowledging him as their master for the next 20 years. For the next 20 years, they would be at his beck and call. But after 20 years, they would regain their freedom. These 3 brothers were famous figures in the battle stage. Each of them had rank 3 cultivation, and were most proficient in joint attacks. The young man relied on the 3 brothers' abilities, and had another 20 years of wealth. During this period, he asked the 3 brothers to bring tea and water, and used yuan stone, and they all agreed. But after 20 years, the 3 brothers repaid the debt and left him. Because he had already forgotten how to work, and was even more ashamed of begging, he did not even know how to control himself, and continued to lead a befuddled life. Not even half a month later, he died. Of course, these were all things that happened in Fong Yuan's previous life. Right now, the 3 demonic Gu masters had not found this half token. And this half token was already in Fong Yuan's hands. As for that young man, who cared about his life or death? According to his previous life's memories, this half token would only be found by the 3 demonic Gu masters next year. But now, Fong Yuan had the half token, and brought by Ning Bing and Shang Xinci to find them. The 3 brothers also set up a stall in front of their house, enjoying themselves. Ah! It's Lord Fong Zheng. And Lord Bai Ning Bing. Seeing Fong and Bai, the 3 quickly stood up. They had all been beaten up by Fong Yuan or by Ning Bing. In this world, strength was respected. In the demonic Gu master's perspective, it was even more so. Bai Ning Bing had rank 4 cultivation, and Fong Yuan defeated Zhu Kai Bei, thus all the demonic Gu masters respected them. This time, I came to find you guys. Fong Yuan was expressionless, his gaze sweeping across the 3 brothers. These three brothers had the surname Xiong. The eldest was Xiong Tu, and was the shortest among the three brothers. He was an Earth Path Rank 3 upper stage Gu master. The second brother was Xiong Hua. He was bare-chested and wore short pants, and his body was red. He was an Earth Path Rank 3 upper stage. The third brother's name was Xiong Feng. He wore a bamboo hat and had a pair of phoenix eyes. He liked to squint at people. He was a Wind Path Rank 3 initial stage Gu master. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, the three brothers immediately felt uneasy. Xiong Tu quickly cupped his fists, greeting Fang Yuan, "Lord Fangzheng, may I know why you are here? If my brother has eyes and unintentionally offended you in any way, I apologize to you." Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. "You must have heard that I have given up on the battle stage and chose to help Shang Xinci to become Shang Clan Young Master. We're short on manpower right now. The three of you can come over." This. The three Xiong brothers immediately frowned. They came to Shang Clan City and participated in the battle. They only had one goal, that was to become Shang Clan external elders. However, Fang Yuan wanted them to assist Shang Xinci, which was far from their ideals. Shang Xinci was just a silly little girl. Her cultivation was only at the first transition, and her aptitude was even worse. All three of them had B-grade aptitude, and together, they could even contend against a rank 4 Gu master for a short period of time. The three brothers were extremely unwilling to kneel at Shang Xinci's feet and become her subordinates. If these words were spoken by someone else, the three brothers would have immediately attacked and beaten the person to the ground. However, it was Fang Yuan who said it. The three brothers felt very embarrassed. They had seen Fang Yuan defeat Zhu Kai-bei with their own eyes. Even if they worked together, they were not Fang Yuan's match. Fangzheng came with ill intentions, those with good intentions won't come. He is clearly trying to force us to acknowledge him as our master. Sigh, this is an unlucky year. We actually caught Fangzheng's eye. The three of us cannot beat him alone, not to mention he has Bai Ningbing as his helper. He even has a purple thorn token. The three brothers looked at each other, knowing each other's thoughts. They did not want to acknowledge him as their master, but the situation was against them. They could only lower their heads. However, Fang Yuan continued, "I don't want to force you. If you want to come, then come. If you don't want to, I won't force you." The three brothers looked at each other, not knowing if Fang Yuan was speaking the truth or just trying to show off his elegance. In the end, Xiong Feng was the youngest. He mustered his courage and said carefully, "Lord Fangzheng, to speak the truth, we are used to living like wild cranes. We really don't want to participate in the Shang Clan Young Master contest." So. The other two smiled sheepishly, nodding and bowing to Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, his eyes shining with a sharp and cold light. "You three are really daring. You dare to reject my invitation?" The three brothers' hearts thumped. Xiong Tu quickly cupped his fists, explaining hurriedly, "It's not like that, it's not like that. Lord Fangzheng, don't misunderstand, we feel honored to be recruited by you. My third brother is too excited, he doesn't know how to speak, he can't express his meaning. Actually, he wants to say that he really wants to join Lady Shang Xinci. Yes. That's exactly what I mean." Xiong Feng quickly agreed. Since that's the case, I can rest assured. You three are so eager, Xinci, just accept them. Fang Yuan turned around and said to Shang Xinci. At the side, Bai Ningbing frowned slightly. Forcefully recruiting people like this will not win their hearts. What's the use of having subordinates who seem united but are actually divided? Shang Xinci had the same concerns, but she still chose to believe in Fang Yuan. She took a step forward, saying to the three brothers, "From now on, work hard." Yes. Xiong Clan's three brothers greet Lady Xinci. The three brothers cupped their fists and bowed, answering weakly. Ha. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. The three brothers scolded in their hearts, Fang Zheng is too despicable, he's the son of AB*TCH, yet he still wants to maintain a chastity. He speaks righteously, but his actions are the worst. Oh right, I almost forgot something. Take a good look. Fang Yuan suddenly stopped laughing, taking out half a token and tossing it to Xiong Tuesday. Xiong Tu subconsciously reached out and caught the token. What is this? The other two brothers also looked over curiously. But soon after, the three brothers were dumbfounded. This is his. Xiong Tu, who had always been calm, cursed in agitation. Xiong Hua snatched the token and turned it around to look at it. Xiong Feng also saw some clues, and urged his brother Xiong Tu, big brother, quickly take out our token. Under by Ning Bing and Shang Xin's strange gaze, Xiong Tu took out the other half of the token. When the two tokens fit together perfectly, the token started to emit a flame-like glow. This is real. The three Xiong clan brothers' eyes widened. Xiong Tu's hands that were holding the token were trembling slightly. What's going on? Bai Ningbing and Shang Xinci were confused. Xiong clan brothers, do you think I'll come looking for you for no reason? What are you waiting for? Fang Yuan spoke at the right time. His words woke the three brothers up. Grandfather once said that no matter who the owner of the token is, even if he's an enemy, he has to repay the kindness of the past. That's right, even though grandfather is trapped, we cannot tarnish his reputation. From today onwards, Lady Xinci is our new master. However, it was only for 20 years. 20 years is enough for us to repay the kindness. The three brothers spoke one after another and quickly came to an agreement. Immediately after, they knelt on one knee and cupped their fists towards Shang Xinci. Xiong Tu, Xiong Hua, Xiong Feng, three brothers greet Lady Xinci. They shouted together, their tone different from before, filled with sincerity and excitement. Big brother Hey Tu, what's going on? Shang Xinci immediately knew that these three had submitted to her in body and mind. She became even more curious. Fang Yuan chuckled, this is a long story. Let's not talk about it for now. Next, I'll bring you to recruit another person. The group of 6 arrived at the slave market. In this world, there was a slave business. Any first-rate family or super first-rate family with great power would be in the slave business. Shang Clan City's slave business was personally managed by the head of the 5 great clan elders, Shang Buli. The slave business was too profitable, and Shang Clan's higher-ups would not be at ease handing it over to an external clan elder. Thus, it had always been handled by Shang Clan members. Fang Yuan had planned this first, and had already investigated the situation. He walked in front, leading the group, and with great familiarity, they arrived at a cage. In the cage, there were many people imprisoned. Lady Xinci, Lord Fangzheng, Lord Bai Ningbing, are you here to buy slaves? If so, I don't recommend you to buy the people in these cages. A Gu master in charge of business immediately walked over. Oh? Why is that? Shang Xinci asked. Lady Xinci might not know. These people are from Wei Clan. Wei Clan had a coup some time ago, and the younger brother of Wei Clan leader seized the position. These people in the cages are the clansmen of Wei Clan leader's faction. They were all sold by the current Wei Clan leader. The Gu master answered. Shang Xinci immediately understood why this Gu master did not recommend her to buy these slaves. Wei Clan was a first-rate clan. Although it could not compare to Shang Clan, it was famous in the southern border. Wei Clan's coup was said to be supported by Shang Yanfei. The current Wei Clan leader had even sent his family to Shang Clan as hostages. Many Wei Clan elders had also secretly transferred their assets to Shang Clan. Wei Clan could be said to be Shang Clan's puppet. To Shang Xinci, who was competing to become Shang Clan young master, these people were like hot potatoes. Chapter 335. This. Lord Fangzheng, are you sure you want to buy them? The Gu master in charge asked hesitantly. What, are you questioning my decision? Fang Yuan glanced at this Gu master lightly. This Gu master chuckled. He was a Shang clan clansman and was not afraid of Fang Yuan like the three Xiong clan brothers. I don't dare, I don't dare. He cupped his fists and turned to Shang Xianci. If I am not wrong, Lord Fang wants to buy these people to increase Lady Xinc's manpower. But these people are at a disadvantage in the competition for the young master position. Lady Xinci, you are so intelligent, what do you think? Shang Xinci looked at Fang Yuan and smiled. Brother He Tu's thoughts are my thoughts. Just do as I say. Is that so? The Gu master in charge was stunned for a moment before smiling. Since Lady Xinci insists, I will do as you say. Honestly speaking, I support and look favorably upon Lady Xinci. You talk too much nonsense. Fang Yuan coldly looked at the Gu master in charge, interrupting him with a cold voice. He. The Gu master laughed, then I will handle it for you. But there are too many people and the procedures are complicated, you will need to wait for a day. After a day. Bam! Fang Yuan raised his leg and kicked fiercely. That Gu master did not expect Fang Yuan to attack him and was caught off guard, getting kicked in the stomach. He flew 30 steps away and crashed into an innocent passerby, falling on the ground and vomiting blood before fainting. Who dares to attack in Shang clan's inner city? You don't want to live? Quickly surrender and be captured. Such a commotion immediately caused a commotion. The slave market was heavily guarded and soon, 3 groups of Gu masters surrounded it. I was the one who kicked. Fang Yuan stood out without fear. It's Fangzheng. The aggressive group saw Fang Yuan and immediately became sluggish. Fang Yuan had rank 4 battle strength while they were only rank 2. The leader had the highest cultivation level, rank 3 initial stage. However, it was not even enough to fill the gaps between Fang Yuan's teeth. Fang Yuan calmly took out his redbud token again. Shang clan's Gu masters saw this token and their morale fell to rock bottom. The leader's ferocious face suddenly changed. With a smile on his face, he said to Fang Yuan politely, Lord Fangzheng, we all know that you are our Shang clan's honored guest. But even if you are an esteemed guest, you can't casually attack in Shang clan, you even injured my clansmen. According to the rules of Shang clan city. According to the rules, I should be fined 49 yuan stone, Fang Yuan said. The leader was stunned. He did not expect Fang Yuan to be so familiar with Shang clan's rules. Fang Yuan threw out a bag of yuan stone and waved his hand. There are 50 yuan stone in here, keep the change. The leader took the primeval stones, feeling like he was a beggar. With a stunned and confused expression, he left with the others. If Fang Yuan did not have the strength, even with the redbud token, he would not be able to handle this situation. But now that he had the strength, even in Shang clan city, beating up a Shang clan clansman, as long as he was not an important person, was nothing. The Gu master in charge fainted from Fang Yuan's kick. At the slave market, another Gu master was sent to take care of them. We will buy all the people in this cage. Fang Yuan pointed at the cage and said. The people in the cage looked at Fang Yuan, most of them had a numb expression or a lifeless gaze. But a few stared angrily at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's casual attitude in buying and selling goods made them feel insulted. Yes, yes, yes. The new Gu master wiped his sweat as he bowed to Fang Yuan. In less than 15 minutes, all the procedures were done. This is a rank 3 poison scorpion Gu, please keep it well Lord Fangzheng. Finally, the Gu master presented a Gu worm to Fang Yuan with both hands. This poison scorpion Gu was pure white, like a flawless porcelain, and was only the size of 2 fingers. This was a rank 3 Gu worm, it only had one ability, to defecate. The scorpion's defecation was black like a bean, it was a rank 2 Gu. As the saying goes, scorpion defecation is unique. This scorpion defecation goo's poison was very unique. Once someone was planted, the corresponding poisoned scorpion goo had to sting it once every 7 days before it could be removed. This was the most commonly used method to control slaves. Although there was slavery goo with better effects, it was a rank 5 goo. It was expensive and rare, not something ordinary people could afford. Shang Xinci could not activate the poisoned scorpion goo, and could not make it defecate. But using it to sting people did not expend primeval essence. This poisoned scorpion goo, Fang Yuan was going to refine it first, before giving it to Shang Xinci. It was too difficult for Shang Xinci to refine this goo alone. What did you say? That group of people from the Wei clan was bought by someone? What did I tell you? I told you to take good care of them. After I settle the score with Shang Qiu Niu and the situation calms down, I will buy them. In the room, Shang Pu Lao's expression was ugly as he reprimanded the Gu master in charge. The Gu master in charge was lying on the bed with a pale face. After being kicked by Fang Yuan, he had just woken up. But now, Shang Pu Lao came to question him. Young Master Pu Lao, I've already tried my best. I wanted to sow discord, but that Shang Xinci only listened to Fangzheng. I wanted to stall for time, but before I finished speaking, Fangzheng kicked me unconscious. The Gu master in charge laid on the bed weakly, crying out in grievance. Sigh, these Wei clan people were once in high positions, holding authority in Wei clan. They have their own cultivation and management abilities. If I could obtain them, I could create half of Wei clan. Among them, especially Wei clan's Madame Wei de Xian, she is most skilled in nurturing guards. Wei clan leader's guard army was famous for a while. They had successfully dealt with many assassinations and sneak attacks, and even resisted the attacks of 5 rank 3 Gu masters. If it wasn't for this, how could it have dispersed just like that? Shang Pu Lao heaved a long sigh. Let me ask you, can this matter be salvaged? He looked at the Gu master in charge with a sharp gaze. The Gu master shook his head helplessly, saying with a sobbing tone, the people were taken away by them, there were no problems with the procedures, it is hard to find fault with them. Young master, I have let you down. Forget it, take care of your injuries. Shang Pu Lao heard this and lost interest. After consoling him, he flicked his sleeves and left. The next morning, at Nanqiu Garden Square, over 30 Wei clan members stood. Fang Yuan and Shang Xinci came together.
Just earlier, Shang Xinci had already grasped the poisoned scorpion goo with Fang Yuan's help. Rank 3 goo was too strong for her. Thus, Fang Yuan chose other goo worms to help Shang Xinci control the poisoned scorpion goo. From today onwards, Shang Xinci is your master. Come and pay your respects. Fang Yuan handed the poisoned scorpion goo to Shang Xinci in front of everyone. The Wei clan members slowly kneeled on the ground, paying their respects to Shang Xinci. Their voices were weak, filled with helplessness, numbness, and all sorts of other emotions, like they were made of wood. They were chased out by the clan, they had high positions and were well fed, but now they were slaves. Thus, it was normal for them to be depressed and dispirited. Would they be able to rest assured when using such a person? Shang Xinci sympathized, but was also worried. Wei de Xian, come out, I want to talk to you alone. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, pointing at a person in the middle of the crowd. The crowd immediately became restless. Many pairs of eyes that were originally dull suddenly burst forth with a strong and fierce light. What do you want? Many people stood up at the same time, protecting Wei de Xian. I'm warning you, don't even touch a hair on the madam. A person pointed at Fang Yuan, his face full of vigilance. Slap. Fang Yuan's expression sank, he took a step forward and slapped. The person who was pointing at him was immediately sent flying by a powerful force. Blood flowed, his teeth were shattered on the ground. It seems you still do not understand reality. Although I spent a huge sum to buy you, I don't mind killing a few of you for fun. But I don't mind killing a few of you for fun. Even if I want to do anything to your clan leader's wife, can you stop me? Fang Yuan's expression was cold, his voice as cold as ice. You. The Wei clan was furious, some of the youths clenched their fists tightly, but did not dare to act rashly. All of you, leave. Wei Da Xian took the initiative to dismiss the people around her and walked out. Although there was dirt on her face, it could not hide her peach-like beauty. She bowed to Fang Yuan. I wonder why Lord Fangzheng called for me. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, using a sharp gaze to size up Wei Da Xian's body. Madam Wei, you talk too much. Come with me, just listen carefully. With that, he turned and walked away. Wei Da Xian was helpless. She bit her lips and followed Fang Yuan to the pavilion by the lake. A cool breeze blew gently, the small lake rippled. Carps swam freely in the lake, the green leaves connected together, and red and white lotus flowers dotted the lake. Such a beautiful scenery made Wei Da Xian slightly relax. Who knew what Fang Yuan said next, made her nervous again. She only heard Fang Yuan say, Madam Wei, I am very interested in you. Wei Da Xian quickly kneeled on the ground. This servant is lowly, my looks are shallow, it is this servant's fortune to receive Lord Fangzheng's favor. But this servant does not dare to stain Lord's majestic body with this withered body. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed lightly 3 times. Wei Da Xian, don't misunderstand. I am very interested in your talent, but your looks, to me, are only a set of withered skin and bones. Next, you need to train a group of loyal female guards for Shang Xinci. At the same time, you need to explain clearly to the people of your Wei clan, tell them to work hard, and have a positive attitude. Hearing Fang Yuan say this, Wei Da Xian heaved a sigh of relief, and quickly nodded, yes, this servant will definitely do as Lord says. He. Fang Yuan laughed deeply a few times, and stared at Wei Da Xian with deep meaning. Madam Wei, I know you are pregnant, and I also know your plan. You want to protect your husband's only bloodline, and at the same time, you want to contact your blood brother, Wei Shenshi, to help you take revenge. Is that right?
Everything else could be put aside. However, it was not so easy to subdue Zhou Quan. Especially now that the rumors were spreading, describing how Shang Xinci had failed to recruit Zhou Quan more than 10 times. Fang Yuan was clear in his heart that someone was causing trouble in the dark, using this matter to attack Shang Xinci's prestige. However, even though Fang Yuan knew, he did not stop them. The time was not ripe yet, and he already had a plan. A few days later, on a night, in Nanshou Garden's secret room. Swish swish swish, in the aperture, waves surged and swept up millions of silver snowflakes. Rank 3 peak stage primeval essence, under Fang Yuan's control, swept towards the aperture walls. Like a stampede of 10,000 beasts, or like a galactic river, 90% of the primeval sea swept in all directions, far more majestic than middle or low-grade aptitude. Countless primeval essence continuously rushed towards the aperture walls. Bit by bit, the nourishment caused Fang Yuan's aperture walls to quietly undergo some kind of hidden transformation. When this transformation accumulated to a certain extent, it would cause a qualitative change from quantitative to qualitative, advancing by leaps and bounds, reaching a new realm. This realm was rank 4. Fang Yuan used the relic goo to advance to rank 3 peak stage. And with the help of Bai Ningbing and Bone Flesh Unity goo, his cultivation had been advancing rapidly. Every day, he made huge progress. It was unimaginable to ordinary people. Rank 4, I am only a step away from rank 4. In Fang Yuan's heart, this realization was getting stronger. But the primeval sea was getting lower and lower. The snow-silver primeval essence was being consumed intensely, advancing to rank 4 consumed too much primeval essence. 90% was not enough, and the aperture walls had already been polished until they were sparkling and translucent, but there was no change. Although it was only a step away, it was like a deep ravine, difficult to cross. From rank 3 to rank 4, who knew how many Gu masters had stumped at this step, and how many lofty aspirations had been trapped? Just as the aperture was about to reach its bottom, at this moment, a golden waterfall flowed down from the aperture. This was the powerful assistance that Bai Ningbing had given to Fang Yuan through bone-flesh unity Gu in the outside world. Rank 4 Yellow Gold Primeval Essence, although it was only initial stage light gold, once it appeared, it gave Fang Yuan's aperture a throbbing feeling. The waterfall-like primeval essence, under Fang Yuan's control, turned into waves and followed the steps of the snow-silver primeval essence, rushing towards the aperture walls. Everything that had been accumulated earlier was raised to a higher level at this moment. Crack, crack. Following a soft sound, the walls of the aperture started to crack. In the cracks, white light shone dazzlingly. The cracks continued to expand, and the crystal walls started to crumble, like an iceberg collapsing, sinking into the primeval sea piece by piece, turning into nothingness. After 2 hours, under the continuous support of Bai Ningbing's primeval essence, this transformation finally ended. The original crystal walls had disappeared, replaced by a thin layer of light. But it was even brighter, illuminating the entire aperture in white light. A trace of light gold primeval essence seeped out from the bottom of the sea. Yellow gold primeval essence. This signified that Fang Yuan had also entered rank 4 realm. I have finally reached rank 4. It has only been 2 to 3 years, and I have already improved so much in Shangclan City. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, shining brilliantly, like a flash of lightning in the dark secret room. He was very satisfied with this result. In a short period of 2 to 3 years, he had advanced to rank 4. The main contributors were Bone-Flesh Unity Gu, Bai Ningbing, and the favorable environment of Shangclan City. At the same time, there was his rich experience from his previous life, as well as his own hard work. Advancing to rank 4 was stepping into a whole new world. In the mortal world, rank 1 and rank 2 were at the bottom, rank 3 were the middle tier, and rank 4 and rank 5 were the upper echelons. Many clan leaders had rank 4 cultivation level. If Guyue village still existed, Fang Yuan could already compete for the clan leader position. Whether it was southern border, central plains or other places, rank 4 cultivation allowed a Gu master to roam the world. As long as a Gu master had rank 4 cultivation, they would at least be a hero of a region. Many clans only had 1 or 2 rank 4 Gu masters. Fang Yuan could only be considered to have matured after reaching this step, surpassing the majority of Gu masters. Since rebirth, I have reached rank 4. Compared to my previous life, it is many times faster. Step by step, accumulating advantages to reach today's achievement. This is the huge help from my previous life's experience. It is all thanks to Spring-Autumn Cicada. Fang Yuan was getting more and more aware of the power of the rank 6 Spring-Autumn Cicada. It was because of Spring-Autumn Cicada that he could rebirth. However, although I advanced to rank 4, Spring-Autumn Cicada's recovery speed is faster. Right now, the pressure it exerts on my aperture is also increasing. Rank 4 is a brand new starting point. The light gold primeval essence allows me to use more rank 4 Gu. Next, I need to refine charging crash Gu. But before that, I have one more thing to do. 4th Inner City. This is the house Zhou Quan is in charge of. Fang Yuan stood in front of a courtyard, his hands behind his back as he asked indifferently. Immediately, a subordinate reported, "Yes, Lord Fangzheng." Right now, standing behind Fang Yuan were Bai Ningbing, Xiao Dai and the 3 Xiong brothers, as well as Wei de Xian who had just replenished some Gu worms and recovered some strength. "This is the place, miss, and I have been here many times, but the door was shut in our face." Xiao Dai added angrily. "Lord, if you wish to see my master, please hand over your visiting card. My master is still taking an afternoon nap." The courtyard's doorman walked forward with an arrogant attitude. He recognized Xiao Dai and understood that this was Shang Xinc's people. Afternoon nap. Visiting card. He he he. Fong Yuan sneered, his expression suddenly turned grim as he waved his hand. Go, smash. He he he. The people behind him were stunned. The three Xiong brothers were the first to step forward. You, what are you trying to do? The doorman was incomparably frightened as he shouted. Little thing blocking the way, get lost. Xiong Hua laughed sinisterly, raising his leg and kicking the doorman away. Bam! Xiong Tu used brute force and forcefully smashed the courtyard's door open. What are you trying to do? Some servants ran over, but seeing the group of fiendish Gu masters, they immediately became terrified. Clang clang clang, bam bam bam, Fong Yuan's group rampaged and barged into Zhou Quan's house, smashing everything they saw and beating people up. Xiong Feng even took liberties with some pretty maids. Chapter 337. What do we do, master? The steward trembled as he ran to Zhou Quan, asking for instructions. Zhou Quan had already woken up, seeing Fong Yuan's group wreaking havoc in his house. His expression was ashen. This Fong Zheng is simply lawless. He actually dares to use force in Shang Clan City. Wait, this aura, he is clearly rank 4. Heavens, how old is he? He has already advanced to rank 4. Zhou Quan observed in secret. Suddenly his eyes opened wide, revealing a shocked expression. He was once a rank 4 Gu master, a clan leader. But he only reached rank 4 realm when he was 40 or 50 years old. Fong Yuan's age had already been known by everyone in the battle stage. He was only 20 years old. What kind of outstanding talent was this? Zhou Quan sighed inwardly, feeling envy and jealousy, anger and helplessness. Fong Zheng has also advanced to rank 4, he is a true rank 4 Gu master. He also has the purple thorn token, and now Shang Xinci has a relationship with Shang Chao Feng. This person is too arrogant. Not long ago he caused trouble in the slave market, and was only fined 49 yuan stone. His future is bright, he is likely to become a rank 5 expert. According to rumors, Shang Yan Fei thinks highly of him. Now even Shang Clan is turning a blind eye to him. How can I fight him? I can't afford to offend him, but can't I just hide? Thinking of this, Zhou Quan sighed, saying to the old steward, quickly pack up, we will move to a shop. The other party is too strong, we need to lie low for this period of time. Yes, master. The old steward hurriedly went to pack up. A moment later, everyone turned the courtyard upside down. The elegant and quiet courtyard was now in a mess. Lord, we searched, but did not find Zhou Quan. Xiong Tu reported. He must have snuck out from the back door. He can't have gone far, he must be hiding in a shop. However, this was also within my expectations. I purposely left a back door, he. Fong Yuan laughed coldly. Zhou Quan thought he would care about Shang Clan and not cause trouble. But what kind of person was Fong Yuan? In his heart, even the super first-rate merchants were nothing more than a slightly larger stepping stone. Have you prepared everything that I have instructed you to do? Fong Yuan turned around and asked Wei Dexin. Wei Dexin quickly replied, it's ready. Very well. Fong Yuan waved his hand. Let's go. Everyone walked out of the courtyard and immediately caused a commotion. Shang Clan City had always been peaceful and stable. Fong Yuan had caused a huge commotion when he smashed up the courtyard, attracting the attention of many people. Furthermore, Fong Yuan instructed Wei Dexin to spread the news. Therefore, it created an even more sensational effect. Countless passers-by were attracted over. Let's go. Fong Yuan walked in front, leading the group through the streets. Along the way, more and more passers-by were attracted by the liveliness, almost forming a phenomenon of rubbing shoulders. Master, that Fong Zheng has brought people here again. The old butler reported in panic. Don't worry. This shop is Shang clan's property, even if he had more guts, he would not dare to barge in. Zhou Quan stroked his goatee, consoling. But just as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Yuan had sent the shop's door flying with a kick. Then, he took a big step into the shop. Wait! A group of Shang clan city guards walked out with gloomy expressions. Fang Yuan's group had such a huge commotion, the city guards were already attracted by them. This is Shang clan's shop, you cannot barge in here. You are violating Shang clan city's rules. The leader of the city guards was sweating profusely as he shouted. It was his turn to be on duty today. If he did not stand up now, Shang clan city would definitely punish him for his negligence in the future. But Fang Yuan did not care about him, continuing to walk in as if he did not hear him. The rest of the people entered one after another. Bai Ningbing stayed behind, looking coldly at the city guard leader, emitting a rank 4 aura. So what if we barge in now? Can you stop us? The leader, who was only a rank 2 cultivator, felt his heart trembling. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his face extremely pale, but he still shouted with all his might, even if we cannot stop you, we have to do our best. Because this is Shang clan's city, this is our duty. You have to know, Lord Fangjing's actions have already violated our Shang clan city's 3rd chapter, Rule 25. Of course we know, it's just a fine. Bai Ningbing raised his eyebrows, throwing a bag of yuan stones at the leader's face. There are 500 yuan stones in this bag, keep the change. We still need to smash it later, pay up first. Saying this, Bai Ningbing followed them into the shop. The leader stood stupidly on the spot, holding the heavy bag of yuan stones, stunned by Bai Ningbing's imposing manner. Too arrogant, too arrogant. The passers-by excitedly shouted. I have never seen anyone who dares to act so arrogantly in Shang clan city. Fangjing and Bai Ningbing are rank 4 Gu masters, they have the strength and the purple thorn token. With the red bud token as his capital, who else would dare to do it? Even if I have the strength and qualifications, I might not dare. Their guts are too big. They actually dared to do this in broad daylight. Really? The passers-by discussed, many people were dumbstruck. Some people wanted to enter the shop to watch the show, but they were either blocked by the men left behind by Fang Yuan, or chased away by the city guards. Leader, are we going in? A city guard asked carefully. What for? To continue throwing yuan stones at our faces? The leader suddenly shouted, wait for Lord Clan Elder to come and deal with it. Back to Fang Yuan, he walked into the shop. Fangjing, what are you trying to do? You dare to attack Shang Clan's shop, do you still want to stay in Shang Clan? Zhou Quan's face was ashen, he wanted to use Shang Clan's name to suppress Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered, looking at Zhou Quan with disdain, old thing, aren't you taking a nap at home? Why are you hiding here? You and I are smart people, let's not beat around the bush, I am here for you. I will give you 2 choices, one is to submit, the other is to die. You choose. Young man, I advise you not to be so arrogant. Zhou Quan squeezed out a smile, his arrogant nature flared up, he was unwilling to lose, you want to touch me, but look at where you are. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. What are you laughing at? Zhou Quan's expression was extremely ugly. You have lived for so many years, your eyesight is terrible. Why can't you see that I am different from Shang Xinci? Well, I'll be merciful enough to give you an opportunity to know me well. Fang Yuan said as he suddenly shouted and attacked. Zhou Quan did not expect Fang Yuan to be so unbridled, he was immediately ambushed and fell to the ground, almost fainting. But he had a strong foundation, he quickly got up and fought with Fang Yuan. Boom boom boom, the intense sounds of battle spread out. The crowd outside the house was also stirred up. He is attacking, he is attacking. He really dared to attack, this Fangjing is too daring, too crazy. Zhou Quan is going to be unlucky to encounter him. Everyone sighed, almost no one thought Zhou Quan would win. The crowd's eyes were bright. The battle in the shop ended quickly. Zhou Quan was not Fang Yuan's match. He still had hidden injuries, even though he was rank 3 peak stage, he could not block the powerful Fang Yuan. The shop was unavoidably affected, half of it was destroyed. After the dust settled, everyone saw Zhou Quan lying on the ground after being beaten by Fang Yuan, bleeding and with broken bones, he could not move. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was standing, he stepped on Zhou Quan's head, his fierce gaze was filled with power. Lord Fangjing, what are you doing? 3 Shang clan elders rushed over and asked coldly. What are your eyes doing? Can't you see it is so obvious? I am beating him up. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes and replied loudly. The crowd laughed. Lord Fangjing, we are not here to joke with you. This matter is too serious, do you know what the consequences will be? The elders' expressions were grave and solemn. Under Fang Yuan's feet, Zhou Quan snickered coldly. When he opened his mouth, a string of blood foam came out. This time, Fangjing is too rash. This matter is too big, I don't know how to end it. Even though Fangjing is a great genius, he is not a Shang clan clansman. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Of course I know what the consequences will be. Not only that, I also know the consequences of killing this person. Saying so, he took out his purple thorn token. Elders, if I kill someone in Shang Clan City, it will be a serious violation of the peace of Shang Clan City. According to the city rules, I will lose this purple thorn token, am I right? Fang Yuan asked back. Yes. An elder immediately replied. After getting a clear answer, Fang Yuan's lips curled up, forming a cold smile. Then, he clenched his fist, crushing the purple thorn token into pieces. This sudden change immediately caused the crowd to burst into a wave of intense cries of surprise. The 3 elders' pupils shrunk. Fangjing actually crushed the purple thorn token. That's a purple gold command token. He actually crushed it. What a waste. Fangjing doesn't even want the purple thorn token, he clearly wants Zhou Quan's life. Zhou Quan is too arrogant, he rejected Shang Xinc's recruitment many times, and ended up angering Fang Yuan. He is really unlucky. Seeing the purple thorn token's fragments fall to the ground, even splashing on his face, Zhou Quan's sneer froze. This is a purple thorn token. Fangjing even destroyed the purple thorn token, he wants to take my life. Is he crazy? Chapter 338. He originally thought that Fang Yuan wanted to teach him a lesson. But he didn't expect that Fang Yuan wanted to kill him, and was even willing to pay such an expensive price like the Redbud token. For me, you are so brave and ruthless, is it worth it? Zhou Quan wanted to cry after receiving such attention from Fang Yuan. He was a normal person. He was also afraid of death. Or else, after the Zhou clan was destroyed, he would be alone and heavily injured, he would have taken the chance to die. But he survived. Survival was every living being's instinct. He rejected Shang Xinci because he didn't like her. He was naturally arrogant, and was once the leader of a clan, how could he submit to a silly little girl? But he didn't expect things to become so big. Now he was facing the threat of death. Fang Yuan's craziness was something he never expected. If I had known this, I would have listened to that girl and let it go. But I actually ended up like this. Zhou Quan's heart was filled with intense regret. Although he was arrogant, he was not stupid. Between survival and arrogance, of course survival was the priority. Or else he wouldn't have been a stray dog, living without purpose until now. That's right, I understand now. I rejected Shang Xinci multiple times, and severely damaged her reputation. Fangjing is also Shang Xinc's biggest supporter, so he wanted to get rid of me. Shang Yifan misled me. Feeling the increasing killing intent from Fang Yuan, Zhou Quan's mind was in a mess. With his intelligence, he only needed to probe a little to understand that the rumors on the streets were caused by Shang Yifan. At first, he was still very pleased with himself, hiding his pride. These rumors would be an excellent excuse for him to reject Shang Xinci. At the same time, from the rumors, he could see how highly Shang Yifan regarded him. If he really couldn't, he could rely on Shang Yifan. There was no difference between Shang Yifan and Shang Xinci to him. As long as he was willing to assist them, he could make them the young master. This was Zhou Quan's confidence. But now he was filled with regret. It was because of these rumors that caused Fang Yuan to have killing intent towards him. It was too late for him to rely on Shang Yifan now. Fang Yuan was a madman, he didn't play by the rules at all. This time, Zhou Quan was completely screwed. Zhou Quan was lying on the ground, his bones were broken, and his face was being stepped on by Fang Yuan. He couldn't move at all. He opened his mouth, wanting to beg for mercy. But when the words reached his mouth, he couldn't say it. There are so many people watching. Begging for mercy in front of everyone would be a complete disgrace. But if I don't beg for mercy and surrender, my life will be over. At this crucial moment, Zhou Quan's arrogance was still. At this moment, Zhou Quan's arrogance still remained. Zhou Quan, Quan said. Zhou Quan, since you don't know what's good for you, then you're not a hero. That Fang Yuan, to Fang Yuan, Zhou Yu, T. T to Zhou Yu to T Zhou goes. Quan, T Fang to Fang Tian, but Fang Yuan's leg exerted so much force that his cheeks were stuck. Zhou Quan wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Zhou Quan panicked. Wait, I don't want to die. I want to beg, I want to surrender, let me talk. He roared in his mind. At the same time, he used all his remaining strength to swing his arms and legs. He grabbed Fang Yuan's calf, but Fang Yuan's body was like steel, he didn't move. My life is over. Just when Zhou Quan was in despair, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Big brother Hey Tu, have mercy. Shang Xinci rushed to the scene. Xinci, looks like I couldn't hide it from you. I know you're thirsty for talent, but don't plead for this guy. This kind of person deserves to die. Fang Yuan replied coldly, but he was slowly withdrawing his strength. But she has Fang Zheng and Bai Ningbing by her side. Honestly speaking, I underestimated Fang Zheng. She didn't expect him to be a shrewd man despite his rough exterior. He purposely caused a huge ruckus, forcing Zhou Quan to acknowledge him as his master. If Zhou Quan did not acknowledge him as his master, Fang Zheng would have killed him on the spot. Now, the entire street and shops are talking about this. There are rumors everywhere, saying that Zhou Quan endured humiliation in order to rebuild his clan. After being enlightened by Fang Zheng, he finally chose to submit to Shang Xinci, who is thirsty for talent. Now, Shang Xinci's prestige has reached a peak. Shang Yifan heard this and was enraged. That means, we spent so much effort to spread rumors, but it was all for them? Liars, they are all liars. These rumors must have been purposely spread by them. What a good story of a meeting between a ruler and a subject. Pa! Young Master Yifan, don't be impatient. This competition is far from over. Although Shang Xinci has talented subordinates, they might not be able to gain their loyalty. Next, with the help of Madam's forces, we still have a high chance of winning. Old Steward Zhang said calmly. Under his persuasion, Shang Yifan's emotions gradually calmed down. He gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with a sinister light. You are right. Building a force is not something that can be done in a day. She obtained these people almost all because of Fang Zheng's threats and promises. How can they truly submit? Next, I will sow discord, and use money to bribe them. I don't believe it will be ineffective. With Shang Xinci's planning, Fang Zheng and Zhou Quan's support, Wei de Xian, the three Xiong clan brothers working together, the information business regarding the martial stage was finally established. Just like Xiong Xinci expected, once this business opened, it caused a huge commotion and reaction. On the first day of business, they earned back all the money they had invested in the store. On the second day, it still caused a commotion. On the third day, the excitement had yet to subside. After 7 days, Xiong Xinci's 300,000 yuan stone had increased to 440,000. Xiong Yifan's schemes did not make any progress. Xiong Xinci's force was like an iron bucket, tightly controlled by Zhou Jin. Everyone's loyalty caused the other young masters to be shocked. Xiong Yifan was panicking, because he knew, if Xiong Xinci continued to develop, with her ferocious momentum, she would definitely be the final winner. He started to borrow his mother's force to influence Xiong clan's higher-ups. Xiong Xinci's information business involved the martial stage. It was a sensitive topic. Xiong clan's higher-ups and elders discussed, just as they were about to order Xiong Xinci to stop the business, Xiong Yanfei stood up and supported his daughter. Xiong Yanfei's stance was the final blow to Xiong Yifan. Months later, Xiong Yifan and his mother's force could not reverse the situation. They were defeated by Xiong Xinci. Xiong Xinci succeeded Xiong Yazi's position, becoming one of the 10 young masters. But the sadness of parting washed away the joy of success. Big brother He Tu, are you really in such a rush to leave? Xiong Xinci walked out of the city gates, sending them off. You have already succeeded in becoming a young master. With your talent, you will definitely be able to hold on to it. Xinci, all good things must come to an end, we will meet again, don't be too sad. Fong Yuan consoled, before changing the topic, before I leave, I have something to remind you. You have to look far ahead, above the 10 young masters, there is still young clan leader Xiong Tuahai. Above Xiong Tuahai, there are the 5 important clan elders of Xiong clan, and your father Xiong Yanfei. Above Xiong Yanfei, there are Xiong clan supreme elders. Big brother, don't worry. Back then, Xiong Tuahai became young clan leader at the right time. The other Xiong clan young masters had the geographical advantage. I have neither the right time nor the geographical advantage, only investors and people can fight against them. Big brother, if you need anything, just inform me. As long as it is within my capabilities, I will definitely do it for you. Xiong Xinci's eyes shone with wisdom. These words made Fangzheng and Lu Qiue involuntarily look over. As expected of the outstanding female talent who would become Xiong clan leader in the future. Alright, we will meet again. Fong Yuan looked deeply at Xiong Xinci before turning to leave. Bai Ningbing followed beside him. Their figures, one black and one white, gradually disappeared into the forest on the mountain path. Xiong Xinci and the 2 maids stood on the spot for a long time, gazing at the direction where Fong and Bai disappeared without moving. Big brother He Tu, Sancha Mountain is dangerous, please take care. Xiong Xinci's beautiful eyes became misty as she prayed in her heart. Chapter 339. The world of Gu Masters was vast and extraordinary. To the east, there was a vast sea with islands dotting it like stars in the sky. It was called Eastern Sea. To the west, there was the Gobi Desert, the oases were like pearls, sprinkling in the yellow sand. It was called Western Desert. To the north, there was a vast grassland, called Northern Plains. To the south, there was 100,000 mountain range, called Southern Border. And surrounded by Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Northern Plains and Southern Border, there was a central region called Central Continent. Central Continent had a vast territory, stretching for hundreds of millions of li. It had the most abundant primeval energy and many sections. Many heroes, righteous path and demonic path hid within, it could be said to be a land of heroes. Its overall strength was the strongest compared to north, south, east and west. In the southern part of Central Continent, 100,000 feet above the mountains, at the peak of the Sea of Clouds, there was a huge mountain floating in the sky. Feihe Mountain. Feihe Mountain was majestic and swift, floating in the sky in the black-white sea of clouds. Sunlight penetrated the clouds and shone on the green trees on the mountain. The whole mountain was green and glistening. Mountain waves and peaks surged, layer upon layer. Every time the wind blew, the sea of clouds on the mountain moved like boiling water. The pine and bamboo forests moved like waves, and tens of thousands of cranes cried out. Iron-beak flying cranes, fire pellet cranes, phoenix tail cranes, misty cloud cranes, star aurora cranes, tens of thousands of flying cranes were either flying in the sky, resting on the pine trees or on the mountain rocks. It was a majestic and magnificent scene. The tens of thousands of cranes on Feihe Mountain were famous in Central Continent. And the Gu masters on the mountain were famous in the world. This was Crane Gate. One of the 10 great sects of Central Continent, a peak force in Central Continent. At this time, on the sect battle stage of Crane Gate, a battle had already reached its most crucial moment. Two youths, wearing similar clothing, were fighting intensely. Both sides were advancing and retreating, sometimes tangling together, sometimes separating like they were electrocuted. Too strong. It is hard to imagine, both sides are only in their 20s. Outside the stage, the spectators were closely watching the battle. Shock and admiration were written all over their faces. Senior brother Sun Yuanhua is a veteran expert. He was first in the last 3 years' small exam. I am not surprised that he has such strength. But junior brother Fangjing actually has such strength, it is truly shocking. Not bad. Junior brother Fangjing was the biggest dark horse in this year's 8-year entrance exam. No one would have thought that he would actually reach the finals. All these years, junior brother Fangjing has been a nobody, just like an ordinary rock. No one paid attention to him. He was completely inconspicuous. I didn't expect him to soar to the sky and become famous in the Crane Gate. Many people sighed with emotion. Some were envious, and some were jealous. Fangjing's face was solemn, his eyes gleaming as he fought with Sun Yuanhua. Over the years, he had grown taller. His shoulders were broad, and his waist was as thin as a bee's. He had developed a steady and vigorous aura. Suddenly, Fangjing threw out a dark green gale, forcing Sun Yuanhua to retreat. Senior brother Sun, just admit defeat, he said. His calm tone was filled with confidence. Little junior brother, if you have any trump cards, just use them. Sun Yuanhua smiled, replying confidently. All right. Fangjing suddenly whistled, the sound spread out. Soon, the cries of cranes could be heard from afar. Everyone followed the sound, countless pairs of eyes widened as countless mouths opened wide. This is an iron-beak flying crane group. Oh my god, so many flying cranes, am I hallucinating? How can this be? This is a myriad beast king. Fangjing has already cultivated to rank for middle stage, his talent is already unparalleled. But he can actually control a crane group of over 10,000, what method is this? Everyone was in an uproar, they were all extremely shocked and in disbelief. Even the sect elders outside the arena were so shocked that they stood up from their seats. Sun Yuanhua's expression became extremely solemn. The group of iron-beak flying cranes was imposing and imposing, making him feel extremely pressured. However, he did not plan to give up. His eyes shone with determination. Junior brother Fang, you are indeed powerful. But can you control so many flying cranes at once? I have not lost yet, because I also have a crane group. Come out. Flying Crane Mountain had millions of flying cranes, such a geographical advantage was fully used by Crane Gate's people. Fangjing had a crane group. Sun Yuanhua was indeed a sect genius that received much attention, he also had a crane group. Hearing Sun Yuanhua's summon, a crane group soon flew out from the sky. The size of the crane group was in stark contrast to Fangjing's iron-beak flying crane group, there were only a few hundred of them. But the cranes that Sun Yuanhua controlled were completely different from the iron-beak flying cranes. Most of their bodies were covered in white feathers, but the tips of their wings, tails and claws were deep blue. Under the sunlight, they shone with a metallic luster. At the same time, as they danced in the air, traces of blue lightning could be seen coiling around their bodies. Be careful, these flying cranes are illusion lightning cranes. They are ferocious, and in a one-on-one fight, ordinary ironbeak flying cranes are not their match. Master Tenchuru's voice suddenly appeared in Fangjing's mind. I understand, Master. Fangjing immediately replied, his eyes shining with brilliance as he stared at this illusion lightning crane group, while controlling the ironbeak flying crane group in his hands. They are going to collide. The ironbeak flying crane group is too huge, it is like a giant monster. Senior Brother Sun's crane group might not even be enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. No, Senior Brother Sun still has a chance of winning. Crane battles are not just a competition of numbers, but also of control. Senior Brother Sun has been cultivating hard, his ability to control cranes is top-notch in the sect. Now it all depends on Fangjing. To be honest, I don't think Fangjing will win. Fangjing might be a genius, but he is still a human. These years of cultivating to rank 4, and doing sect missions to accumulate this outstanding set of goo worms, he has already expended a lot of energy. I don't believe he still has the time and ability to control the crane group. Everyone discussed, their emotions surging. Such a huge scene was rare in the sect's 3-year small exam and 8-year high school exam. Only in the 15-year large exam would it happen occasionally. Although Fangjing had a huge number of cranes, not everyone thought highly of him. The current situation was like two armies facing each other. Fangjing had over 10,000 flying cranes, his army was huge, but once the numbers increased, he would not be able to control them all. He was after all only at rank 4 middle stage, his soul could only reach a certain level of strength, and his mental strength was also limited. And although Sun Yuanhua had few cranes, he was a group of elite soldiers, and could command them as if they were his own limbs. Adding that he spent a lot of time training, his outstanding crane control skill was widely known in the sect. The two crane groups were about to collide in the sky. But at this time, Sun Yuanhua suddenly leapt. He activated his aperture goo, and his body turned into a flash of lightning. With a crack, he arrived in front of Fangjing. Fangjing did not expect Sun Yuanhua to suddenly attack. This way, Sun Yuanhua would fall into the ironbeak flying crane group's encirclement, and fall into an extremely dangerous situation. Sun Yuanhua unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks, as if he had gone crazy. The intensity was unprecedentedly fierce. Fangjing had lost the initiative, and was suppressed by Sun Yuanhua, and could only defend with all his strength. The two crane groups fought in the sky, while on the ground, Fangjing and Sun Yuanhua were engaged in an intense battle. Although the illusion lightning crane group was few in numbers, they gathered together and charged forward, tearing apart countless ironbeak flying cranes with their iron claws. In contrast, the ironbeak flying crane group was in chaos, like a swarm of headless flies. The ironbeak flying crane group could not stop this small group of illusion lightning cranes. Senior Brother Sun is mighty. The battle tactic he chose is too appropriate. That's right. Fangjing's mental strength is limited, commanding such a large group of flying cranes is like a baby playing with a hammer, extremely clumsy. Right now, he is being attacked by Senior Brother Sun with all his might, he cannot even protect himself, and can only defend with his utmost concentration. How can he spare any attention to deal with the flying cranes above him? But the ironbeak flying cranes are too numerous. There are many hundred beast kings, 1,000 beast kings, and even myriad beast kings. The illusion lightning crane group only has 300 beast kings, and one crippled 1,000 crane king. To avoid these beast kings, the illusion lightning crane group has to charge left and right, and even if they kill large numbers of ordinary ironbeak flying cranes, they also suffer heavy losses. Sun Yuanhua and Fangjing are evenly matched, one attacking and one defending. They are extremely familiar with each other, there is no way to determine the victor. Now, let's see the outcome of the battle between the flying cranes. An elder saw the key to victory. If the Ironbeak Flying Crane group devours the Illusion Lightning Crane group, then Fangjing will definitely win. But if the Illusion Lightning Crane group breaks out of the Ironbeak Flying Crane's encirclement and rush down to help Sun Yuanhua, then Fangjing will be the loser. Persevere, persevere. Work hard to divert your attention, look after the Ironbeak Flying Cranes, and kill all the Illusion Lightning Cranes. If you can do that, it will be a huge breakthrough, and will be of great benefit to you in the future. In Fangjing's mind, Master Tenchiru's voice continued to guide him. Fangjing tried his best, and followed Master Tenchiru's instructions. But just as he was about to succeed, he would be interrupted by Sun Yuanhua's attacks. Sun Yuanhua was older than Fangjing, and had put in a lot of effort to control the Crane group. Under his control, although the Crane group suffered heavy losses, they were about to break out of the Ironbeak Flying Crane's encirclement. Junior brother Fangjing, if you want to defeat me, you still have a long way to go. He laughed coldly, and said. When these words entered Fangjing's ears, it suddenly drew out a scene from deep in his memories. Back then, in southern borders Qingmao Mountain, in Guyue's village, he and his own brother Fang Yuan had fought in the arena. Fang Yuan had also said the same to him. No, I cannot lose. I still have to take revenge for my family, for my aunt and uncle, for my clan leader, for Lord Qing Shu. All these years, what have I worked so hard for? I want to stand in front of my brother and defeat him. How can I lose to Sun Yuanhua now? In Fangjing's eyes, there seemed to be a raging fire burning. He endured the pain in his head, and diverted his attention. The Ironbeak Flying Cranes suddenly moved, like a huge beast opening its mouth. They swallowed the Illusion Lightning Crane group. Seeing this, Sun Yuanhua's face was ashen. He won. The entire place was filled with praises. Chapter 340. Central Continent had many sects. It was different from Southern Borders' clan system. In clans, kinship was maintained and clansmen were nurtured. But in sects, the relationship between master and disciple replaced kinship. Sects accepted disciples. As long as they had aptitude and character, they could be accepted into the sect. Because of this, Fangjing could be accepted into Crane Gate and become a member. In Immortal Crane's sect, from bottom to top, they were divided into Outer Disciple, Inner Disciple, Elite Disciple, Legacy Disciple, Sect Elder, Sect Leader, and Supreme Elder. 3-year small exam, they could choose to become Inner Disciples. 8-year middle exam, the winner could become Elite Disciples. 15-year large exam, they could become True Disciples. Above the direct disciples were the Sect Elders. Crane Gate's Sect Elders had at least rank 4 cultivation. The Sect Leader was definitely rank 5, while the Supreme Elders were rank 6 Gu Immortals. There were even rank 7 Gu Immortals. Central Continent was the strongest region among the North, South, East and West. And Crane Gate was one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. It was even stronger than Shang Clan. Because when sects chose disciples, they did not ask about their background and only chose the best. Thus, in Crane Gate, there were almost no C-grade aptitude members. B-grade aptitude was the most common, but a grade aptitude was not rare. Fangjing had a grade aptitude. He was indeed a genius. But in a peak force like Crane Gate, there were many geniuses like him. Fangjing, you are talented and diligent. Now you have rank 4 middle stage cultivation. With this cultivation, you can already become a sect elder. But you have only joined for a short period of time. You need to complete a large number of sect missions to test your loyalty. I hope you can continue to work hard and obtain victory in the large exam, becoming a true disciple. Crane Gate's leader sat on the sect leader's throne, looking down at the kneeling Fangjing. Yes, I will remember sect leader's teachings. Fangjing answered. Now, there's a sect mission for you and a few elite disciples to handle. Go back and think about the details of the mission. Go. As the sect leader spoke, a bookworm flew out. Fangjing respectfully excused himself after receiving it. When he returned to his residence, he lay on the bed and fell asleep immediately. Controlling goo worms expended a lot of mental energy, sometimes it required a high degree of concentration, and sometimes it required multitasking, splitting one's attention. In the battle with Sun Yuanhua, Fangjing had used up all his trump cards and exhausted all his effort. He was too tired. He forced himself to meet the sect leader and complete the promotion ceremony for elite disciple. His brain was still hurting, and his head felt like it had turned into a heavy hammer. His neck and shoulders couldn't bear it, and he felt muddle-headed and light-headed. Fangjing slept for 2 days and 2 nights before he was awakened by a knock on the door. Pushing the door open, Zhang Xian saw a group of elite disciples. There were both males and females in this group, most of them were rank 3 while some were rank 4. Unlike a family, the loyalty of a family usually didn't need to be tested. But the sect needed it. The higher up one went, the more elite disciples, true disciples, and elders would be restricted. Many people cultivated to rank 4, but were eliminated in the assessment. Thus, this resulted in many disciples and elders in the sect having rank 4 cultivation. But regardless of their cultivation, the elders' battle strength was definitely higher than the disciples. Because they had been selected through strict assessment step by step, and were outstanding individuals that were 1 in 10,000. Fangjing, we have the same mission. Along the way, we need to take care of each other. Fangjing, I saw your battle with Sun Yuanhua, it was very exciting. I hope we can spar along the way. These people all behaved in a very friendly manner. They all knew that Fangjing had a group of over 10,000 ironbeak flying cranes. Although Fangjing could not control them as he wished, such a powerful force made them revere him. Greetings, fellow sect members. I am ashamed to say this, but I have been sleeping these days and have not read the mission details. Fangjing cupped his fists towards everyone, feeling a little ashamed. So that's it. Then I will tell you directly, our sect mission this time is not a small matter. Fangjing, a few months ago, an earth-shattering matter happened on Tianti Mountain, do you know about it? An elite disciple asked. Tianti Mountain? Fangjing nodded, this matter is too big, of course I know about it. On Tianti Mountain, Fairy White Fox's inheritance suddenly appeared. Fairy White Fox is a famous righteous path figure, a rank 6 Gu immortal, and she occupies Hu immortal blessed land. Once this inheritance appeared, many Gu immortals came out. As long as one inherits this inheritance, they can obtain Hu immortal blessed land. Right now, Tianti Mountain is surrounded by many Gu immortals. Fangjing, I will tell you directly. Our mission this time is to go to Tianti Mountain and try our best to obtain this inheritance. Our Lord Crane Gates Gu Immortal has already discussed with the lords of the other sections. In order to avoid harming our relationship, they will not make a move, and will choose a few elite disciples from their sects to have a gentleman's competition. When Fangjing heard that, his eyes widened. His eyes emitted a luster of desire. Are you serious? This is a Gu Immortal inheritance. Of course. Our luck has arrived, if we can become the inheritors, we will definitely soar to the sky. There is also great hope for us to become Gu Immortals in the future. But other than our Crane Gate, there are still Heavenly Lotus Sect, Spirit Butterfly Valley, Ancient Souls Sect, Heaven's Envy Manor and the other top 10 forces of Central Continent. Thus, we need to cooperate with sincerity and unite our wills. Of course. Fangjing immediately nodded in agreement. Southern borders Huatan Mountain was a half-dead volcano. It was thousands of meters tall, and there was a large circular hole at the peak, lava flowed inside, and sometimes, dust would rise, like a huge chimney. The biggest resource on the mountain was fire charcoal, it could be seen almost everywhere. This kind of fire charcoal could burn for a long time, had low heat, and had no smoke. It was widely used in 5th Inner City by Shang Clan City. It had been several days since Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing stepped into Huatan Mountain. They had set off from Shangliang Mountain, and to reach Sancha Mountain, Huatan Mountain was the only way. Stepping on the fire charcoal, they could feel heat from their feet, and the air was dry without a trace of moisture. Looking ahead, all they could see was the dark red color of the charcoal. There were also trees on this mountain. But these trees were short and thin, their branches and leaves were as thin as needles, they did not obstruct one's vision. Thus, Huatan Mountain had a wider field of vision compared to other mountains. Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing trekked on the mountain. If one looked from a bird's eye view, they would look like two tiny ants crawling. In fact, they were indeed receiving attention. Hee, they are finally here. Huatan Mountain is a necessary route, they will definitely come to Sancha Mountain. In an inconspicuous corner, two demonic Gu masters were hiding. They were two bald men, the old man was called Jiao Huang, while the young man was called Meng Tu. They were a famous assassin duo among the demonic Gu masters. As long as we kill these two, Shang Clan City will not only reward us with 10,000 yuan stone, they will also give us a yellow pear token. How can we let go of such a good deal? Meng Tu excitedly licked his lips. But they are both rank 4 Gu masters, while we are only rank 3 peak stage. The benefits of this deal are great, but the risk is even higher. I don't know if accepting this deal is right or wrong. Jiao Huang was older and more prudent, his face showing some worry. Brother Jiao Huang, don't be scared by their cultivation. So what if they are rank 4, they are only rank 4 initial stage. The Gu worms in his hands were mostly rank 3 Gu. Moreover, it is not like we have never killed a rank 4 Gu master before. Back then, didn't that Xiao Fu Lu die in our hands? Meng Tu encouraged. Once Xiao Fu Lu was mentioned, Jiao Huang immediately frowned and said nervously, "Didn't I tell you many times? Don't mention Xiao Fu Lu anymore. He is the grandson of Shao Clan's supreme elder. If we kill him, we will offend a Gu immortal. We must keep this matter to ourselves and never mention it again." Humph. So what if they are Gu immortals? After so many years, aren't we still living freely? Meng Tu curled his lips unconcernedly. Gu immortals are not omnipotent, not to mention these two newly advanced rank 4 Gu masters. Brother, don't forget the trap we painstakingly set up for them these days. He. Jiao Huang's expression immediately relaxed at the mention of that trap. He pondered, as long as Fang Zheng and Xiao Fu Lu fall into this trap, after an intense battle, their primeval essence will be greatly damaged, and we will have a chance. That's right. Meng Tu said this, his eyes suddenly shined as he excitedly shouted, "Look, they fell into the trap." Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing stopped in their tracks. The nearby mountains suddenly trembled violently. Small mountain rocks rolled down the two sides of the cliff. On the ground, the soil opened up as lava crocodiles crawled out. It's a lava crocodile group. There's 1,000 Beast King. Bai Ningbing's gaze focused as he saw the leader of this beast group. This lava crocodile king was huge, with the body of 3 elephants stacked on top of each other. Its whole body was covered in dark red scales, and its 4 thick legs supported its majestic body. Its crocodile tail gave off a metallic luster and was 10 meters long. On its back, there were 2 protrusions, as if they were 2 mini volcanoes. As it breathed, 2 plumes of black smoke came out of the volcano's crater, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. The lava crocodile king crawled out of the ground and stared at Fong and Bai. Most of its attention was on Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing were rank 4 initial stage Gu masters, but he had rank 4 middle stage primeval essence. The lava crocodile king's senses were extremely sharp. It immediately sensed that between the two, Fong Yuan's aura was more terrifying. It opened its mouth and roared, and over 1,000 lava crocodiles slowly surrounded Fong and Bai. Facing such a dangerous situation, Fong Yuan smiled, "It's just a group of underground crocodiles. Bai Ningbing, let's work together and kill this lava crocodile king." "Okay." Bai Ningbing lightly answered, but his eyes were filled with battle intent and heroism. Back then, when they drifted out of Qingmao Mountain, they had met a lava crocodile king and avoided it. Now, they were no longer the same as before, they both had rank 4 cultivation. Even if this lava crocodile king was 1,000 beast king, it could not stop them. Chapter 341. Mountain rocks flew, crocodiles wailed. The battle was nearing its end. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing stood proudly on Huatan Mountain, lava crocodile corpses littered the ground below them. As for the thousand-beast king Lava Crocodile King, all of its bones were broken, and the 2 volcanic protrusions on its back were forcefully crushed. It wailed softly, lying on the ground as blood flowed out from the countless wounds on its body. Its claws trembled slightly, trying to dig back into the ground, but it could no longer do so. It struggled less and less, until death befell it. With the death of the thousand-beast king, the remaining lava crocodiles scattered, burrowing into the ground and fleeing in panic. After cleaning up the battlefield, Fang and Bai continued their journey. Jiao Huang and Meng Tu hid in a corner far away, not moving. These 2 famous assassins of the Devil Dao had ugly expressions on their faces at this moment, like zombies. They were frightened. Are these 2 still human? They fought against the entire lava crocodile group alone. Bai Ningbing's Ice Dao is a great counter to the lava crocodiles. That was nothing, but the crux of the matter was that Fang Zheng was a monster in human form. The more heavily injured he is, the stronger he becomes. In the end, he easily sent the lava crocodile king flying. Jiao Huang and Meng Tu glanced at each other, seeing the fear in each other's eyes. The terrifying battle prowess of Fang and Bai had greatly exceeded their expectations. They did not live in Shangclan City, but after witnessing the entire battle, they deeply understood how terrifying Fang and Bai were. These 2 youngsters, are they really only in their 20s? Damn it, compared to them, my 40 years of life is like a dog's. Meng Tu cursed with lingering fear. Old brother Meng Tu, don't say that. You're making me too ashamed to show my face. The older Jiao Huang heaved a deep sigh. There's no doubt that these 2 are geniuses. Comparing oneself to others will only make one angry. We are not their match at all. If I knew this, I wouldn't have accepted this deal. Old brother Jiao Huang, what you've said has instead aroused my competitive spirit, causing me to feel even more unwilling. This matter is not over. Although we can't beat them, we still have a chance. Meng Tu spat on the ground and said fiercely. Oh? What kind of opportunity? Think about it, brother Jiao Huang. The 2 of them are going to Sancha Mountain to fish for benefits from the 3 kings' inheritance. Sancha Mountain was in chaos. There were rank 4 and 5 experts. When they got there, there would definitely be conflict. Let's find the right time. If we can pick up a bargain, that would be the best. With Meng Tu's reminder, Jiao Huang's eyes lit up. He patted Meng Tu's shoulder and said, "Brother, what you said makes sense. Let's go, we will also follow to Sancha Mountain." The appearance of the lava crocodiles just now was a little strange, Fang Yuan thought to himself as he walked. The timing and location of these lava crocodiles were too coincidental. Once they appeared, they firmly surrounded Fang and Bai. Bai Ningbing could not sense anything, but with his previous life's experience, the astute Fang Yuan could smell a trace of a scheme. Fang Yuan was very familiar with this smell. Someone purposely set up this trap to deal with me. Then which side is it? Wu clan, Bai clan, or Shang clan? Fang Yuan thought to himself. Wu clan is because I know Li Rant's identity. If I leave Shangliang Mountain, they will most likely attack. And Bai clan? I have enmity with them. I know their clan's spirit spring has dried up, and extorted 3 million yuan stone from them. How can they not hate me? There is also Shang clan. I have offended many people in Shang clan. Shang Yazi and Shang Yifan bought Wei clan's people, and offended Shang Pu Lao. Shang clan young masters are competing with each other. I am one of Shang Xinc's helpers. If I am killed outside, Shang Xinci will be weakened. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. I will deal with it when it comes. Fang Yuan shook his head, throwing all the complicated thoughts out of his mind, and calmed his mind. If it was before, when he was weak, he would have to put in all his effort and scheme for everything. But now that his strength had grown, He had the feeling of being unshakable no matter what happens. Central Continent. Above the clouds sea, intense winds were howling. Tens of thousands of cranes were spreading their wings and flying together. Fang Zheng and the other elite disciples of Crane Gate were either standing on or sitting on the back of the cranes, rushing towards Tian-Ti Mountain. Boss Fang Zheng, your crane group is truly majestic. This time, you will definitely shine on Tian-Ti Mountain and sweep through everyone. An elite disciple said. As he spoke, he used a goo worm. No matter how the wind howled, it could not stop his voice from clearly entering everyone's ears. Fellow disciples, you are praising me too much. This time at Tian-Ti Mountain, those participating in the White Fox Goo Immortal Inheritance Contest are the elites of the 10 great sections. If we want to obtain the inheritance, not only do we need strength, we also need luck. Fang Zheng said. Boss Fang Zheng, you are too humble. With your tens of thousands of cranes, who can stop you? An elite disciple immediately said. Boss Fang Zheng, you are the role model of our generation. No wonder you were sent out by the sect leader the moment you became an elite disciple. In this trip to Tian-Ti Mountain, we will follow your lead. An elite female disciple said respectfully. Along the way, Fang Zheng had sparred with these elite disciples one by one. He was strong, and had the spirit incubating flea in his aperture. Master Tenchuru's soul was placed in the spirit incubating flea, and could guide him at any time. He also had the support of tens of thousands of cranes. Thus, Fang Zheng defeated the other elite disciples one by one. He was not arrogant, had a magnanimous bearing, and was even more humble. He easily won everyone's goodwill, and was elected as the leader. They were all filled with admiration towards Fang Zheng. Which of the 10 great sects of Central Continent doesn't have deep foundations? I believe there must be capable people among them. Although I have the tens of thousands of cranes, I also have a weakness of not being able to command them. As for commanding the flying cranes, I still need to seek your guidance. Fang Zheng said, cupping his fists towards the people beside him. We don't dare, we don't dare. To be able to spar with Boss Fang Zheng is our honor. These days, Boss Fang Zheng has been training hard, and your hard work makes us all blush with shame. Boss Fang Zheng, your progress is godly, and you have great talent in controlling cranes. You only lacked practice earlier. In time, you will definitely surpass Sun Yuanhua. The other elite disciples replied one after another. Their words were completely from the bottom of their hearts. Along the way, Fang Zheng's progress was obvious to all. Fang Zheng couldn't help but smile. He had Master Tenchuru's guidance at all times, imparting his secret insights, and sometimes even controlling on his behalf. How could he not improve quickly? After flying for a while, the iron-beak flying cranes started to call out. Fang Zheng and the rest understood. All right. It's time, let's go down, it's time to feed the cranes. Fang Zheng stomped his foot, and under his command, the flying cranes started to dive towards the clouds below. Instantly, everyone's surroundings were filled with white fog. Soon, the fog disappeared, and everyone followed the flying cranes down to the lush ground. The flying cranes also needed to eat. The larger the crane flock, the higher the need for food. But fortunately, the iron-beak flying cranes ate everything. Sometimes, they could even eat pebbles to fill their stomachs, and were very easy to feed. Fang Zheng had this huge crane flock, but it was also troublesome. Every once in a while, he had to fly down to the ground to feed the cranes. There's a battle below. While descending, an elite disciple suddenly spoke. Everyone soon discovered the abnormality below. The 4 demonic goo masters laughed sinisterly, surrounding the 3 female goo masters and slowly closing in. Pfft, it's those 4 great perverted thieves. Soon, an elite disciple revealed the identity of those 4 demonic goo masters with a disgusted tone. These 4 great perverted thieves were East perverted Chenin Dao, West perverted Yu Baguang, South perverted Shirbao, and North perverted Fan Chunyao. They had been roaming in Central Continent, and each had rank 4 cultivation. Together, they could even contend against rank 5 goo masters, and were extremely powerful. Look, they are surrounding Heavenly Lotus Sect's little fairy by Xia. An elite disciple with a sharp gaze shouted. Humph, demonic cultivators, everyone has the right to punish them. Fang Zheng's expression was extremely cold, and without thinking too much, he immediately commanded the crane flock to dive down. Fairy by Xia can't escape this calamity today. To think my luck is so good today, to be able to obtain little fairy by Xia's grace. Even if I suffer heavy injuries, it is worth it. The four great perverted thieves winked at each other, gradually approaching the three female Gu masters of Heavenly Lotus Sect. Damn it! Little fairy by Xia almost crushed her teeth. She was heavily injured, and wanted to break out of the encirclement, but she was powerless. Just as she gradually felt despair and was about to bite her tongue to commit suicide, a group of cranes suddenly cried out in unison. Who is it? The four great perverted thieves raised their heads and shouted in unison. Crane Gate's elite disciple, Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng stepped on the iron-beak flying crane king's back, his voice like thunder. He stood proudly on the crane's back, his body robust, thick eyebrows and fierce eyes staring at the four perverted thieves, before pointing his finger. The elite disciples behind him, as well as over 10,000 iron-beak flying cranes, passed him and charged towards the four perverted thieves. Oh my God, so many cranes! They are the elite disciples of one of the 10 great sects, Crane Gate. Oh no, we are injured, we are not their match, let's retreat first. The four great perverted thieves judged the situation and turned around to run, quickly running far away, their figures vanishing from everyone's sight. These demonic dregs, they don't have any other abilities, but they can run fast. The elite disciples laughed loudly. Are you alright? Fang Zheng walked down from the crane's back and arrived in front of little fairy by Xia, asking warmly. I am fine, thank you young master Fang Zheng for saving my life. Fairy by Xia looked at Fang Zheng, her face flushed red, her gaze filled with infatuation. She had thought she could not escape this calamity, but she did not expect a hero to descend from the sky. Chapter 342. Two young dolls, leave behind your yuan stone, strip off your clothes and kowtow to me 3 times, and I will spare your lives. He. A rank 3 demonic Gu master old man with disheveled hair suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Old monster Heisher is making things difficult for the newbies again. These two youngsters are unlucky to meet old monster Heisher. That girl looks really good. Why does she look familiar? Too bad old monster Heisher is here, otherwise we would have made a move. In the darkness, many demonic Gu masters looked over and laughed sinisterly. Bam! Fang Yuan's response was very straightforward, directly using a beast phantom. The moment he moved, the breath concealment Gu's effect immediately dissipated, and a rank 4 aura burst out. Old monster Heisher's face immediately showed a horrified expression. He wanted to escape, but Bai Ningbing attacked at the same time, restraining his movements. Old monster Heisher was directly hit by the beast phantom, and his whole body was smashed into meat paste. Blood, bone shards, and brain matter mixed together and splattered everywhere. Damn, these two youngsters are rank 4 Gu masters. I remember, they are the black and white twin demons. One is called Fang Zheng, the other is Bai Ningbing, they are both geniuses of the demonic path. They shined brightly in Shang Clan City's battle stage, especially Fang Zheng, people call him Little Beast King, almost dominating the place. Why did they come out? The temptation of San Cha Mountain's inheritance is too great, they were also attracted here. Old monster Heisher kicked an iron plate, dying so miserably. In the darkness, countless demonic Gu masters' eyes almost popped out, they were extremely shocked. Humph! Fang Yuan did not feel satisfied after killing old monster Heisher. With a thought, he sent out a beast phantom and pounced towards a certain shadow. Bam! With a loud sound, a certain demonic goo master hiding in the shadow was smashed into meat paste by Fong Yuan. In the darkness, countless demonic goo masters drew in cold breaths. Jin Qingzhen is also dead. Little Beast King is too murderous, he doesn't even let bystanders go. Go, go, go. Even old monster Blackrock is no match for them. If we're too late, we won't be able to leave. The forest moved. The stone was lifted, and countless black shadows scuttled out, running in all directions. Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing watched quietly without stopping them. They trekked all the way and got closer to Sancha Mountain. The more demonic goo masters they encountered. Normally, he would only meet these people occasionally. But Sancha Mountain was like a fragrant honey, attracting all the flies, bees and so on. Even before reaching Sancha Mountain, all sorts of demons and monsters are fighting to appear. One can imagine how chaotic Sancha Mountain's situation is right now. Bai Ningbing's expression was cold. His tone was grave. Since Sancha Mountain's three kings' inheritance had appeared, it had already been a few months and it had caused a huge impact in the southern border. Countless figures. One by one, they all rushed there. The righteous path and the demonic path fought with each other for a spot to enter the inheritance. Sancha Mountain had become a meat grinder. Every day, a large number of lives were lost in open battles and plots. Kill, we can only kill to gain fame. Kill until these people are terrified, only then will they not dare to provoke us. Fong Yuan sneered, his eyes filled with dense killing intent. Fong Yuan knew, reputation is very important when you are outside. Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing mingled in Shangclan City, although their reputation had spread, it was mostly limited to the city. Many people did not understand Fong Yuan and Bai. Making a name for himself by killing his way out would be a huge help to Fong Yuan's future plans. Good. We will continue to use breath concealment goo to conceal our rank 4 aura. This way, the process of killing will be very exciting and interesting. It will leave a deep impression on others and make them remember it for life. Bai Ningbing smiled, her blue eyes flashing with a cold light. She was as beautiful as an ice fairy, untainted by dust. Her words were like a venomous scorpion, filled with terrifying killing intent. Breath concealment goo was only a rank 3 goo, Fong and Bai were barely able to use it to conceal their rank 4 cultivation. Fong Yuan advanced to rank 4 initial stage, many goo on him would need to be replaced. Bai Ningbing was the same. There are many goo I need in the Three Kings' inheritance. As long as I obtain these goo, my set of strength path goo worms will be greatly perfected. They will be a huge help to me advancing to rank 5 and roaming the mortal world. Looking at the time, Central Continent's Who Immortal Blessed Land should be opening soon, right? Fairy White Fox is a rank 6 goo immortal, the inheritance she left behind is extremely complete, many times better than the Three Kings' inheritance. Unfortunately, I am not in Central Continent. No, even in Central Continent, I am not a disciple of the 10 great sects, and cannot participate in the contest on Tian-Ti Mountain. What a pity. Fong Yuan looked toward Central Continent's direction, before continuing to move forward. Bai Ningbing was silent, walking beside him. The two crossed mountains, rampaging around, directly killing demonic goo masters and righteous goo masters they met. His ruthless reputation quickly spread. In Fong Yuan's opinion, every stage has its own corresponding and suitable development path. When they are weak, they need to keep a low profile, act in the dark, endure hardships, and secretly develop. When they are strong, they need to spread their fame and make a move when it is time to make others feel fear, dread and fear. Sometimes, reputation is a more powerful weapon than strength. Soon, Bai Ningbing felt the benefits of reputation. When they had just set off, they were often troubled by goo masters along the way. For example, that old monster Blackrock dared to come out with merely rank 3 cultivation. Fong and Bai's age, as well as Bai Ningbing's stunning beauty, were all reasons that caused others to have the impulse to commit crimes. But now, even if Fong and Bai used breath concealment goo and concealed their cultivation, They were unobstructed, saving them a lot of trouble. They had not even reached San Cha Mountain, but their bad reputation had already spread. Good deeds are not famous, but bad deeds spread far and wide. This kind of bad reputation spread the fastest. Right now, everyone knew that there were two rising stars of the demonic path. Both were rank 4 geniuses. They charged toward San Cha Mountain with fierce momentum, killing people at the drop of a hat. They were both terrifying characters. On this day, they finally reached the foot of San Cha Mountain. Sounds of fighting suddenly came from the front. Don't come over, don't come over. A female Gu master's clothes were torn, her shoulders and thighs were exposed as she panted, her face full of panic. Ha ha ha, little beauty, just obediently follow us. If you resist, Big Brother will cut off your pretty face. Don't resist. Later, Big Brother will make you wish you were dead, ha ha ha. Several demonic Gu masters' eyes flickered with a wolf-like green light as they continuously attacked the female Gu master. The female Gu master did her best to resist, but she was alone. She was powerless, the situation was firmly controlled by the male Gu masters. Damn it, damn it. The female Gu master bit her full lower lip with her pearly white teeth, her face full of panic and panic. She retreated step by step, the clothes on her body continuously getting cut. Her smooth and silky hair was in a mess. As she dodged, half of her chest bounced up and down like a rabbit, causing the surrounding demonic Gu masters to howl uncontrollably. Someone save me. Someone save me. I have 30,000 yuan stone here. The female Gu master screamed, her delicate voice igniting the lust in the Gu masters' hearts. Nobody move. This little girl is our 10 tyrants' prey. Our boss will also come over later. That's right, we can give up 30,000 yuan stone. We will enjoy it first, you can continue later. He he he. Some righteous Gu masters wanted to save her, but hearing the name of the 10 tyrants, they immediately chose to retreat. The boss of the 10 tyrants was a rank 4 Gu master. Who can save me, please save me. The female Gu master's voice was melancholy, like a cuckoo crying blood. She continued to run, asking for help everywhere, but everywhere she went, the Gu masters all retreated and avoided her. Only Fong and Bai stood on the spot, coldly watching from the sidelines. Young masters, please be merciful and save me. The female Gu master's eyes shone with the light of hope, begging with tears on her face as she ran towards Fong Yuan. Where did these two brats come from? Mind your own business. We are the 10 tyrants of Southern Mountain, you two young juniors, eh? Something's not right. These demonic Gu masters' expressions suddenly changed as they recognized Fong and Bai. Although that person is dressed as a man, she is actually a woman. These two are a man and a woman, one black clothed with black hair and black eyes, the other white clothed with silver hair and blue eyes. Don't tell me they recently debuted. Black and white twin demons. Their momentum came to a halt as they nervously stared at Fong and Bai, their eyes revealing a deep sense of dread. They had heard of Fong and Bai's reputation the most recently. Although these two were young, they were true geniuses of the demonic path. They were extremely vicious and merciless, with a deep killing nature, especially when they had rank 4 cultivation. This kind of cultivation was incredible. Rank 1 was considered mediocre, rank 2 was a small fry, and rank 3 was a cornerstone able to hold their own. Rank 4 was already an expert among Gu masters, the leader of an ordinary clan. Even among the 10 tyrants, only their boss was at rank 4 middle stage. As for rank 5, they occupied the peak of the mortal world and were few in number. In the huge southern border, with 100,000 famed mountains and countless heroes, there were only over 100 of them. Lord Twin Demons, save me, please save me. The female Gu master ran to Fong and Bai's feet, kneeling on the ground and begging. The surrounding Gu masters all focused their gazes on them. These two are the recently famous black and white twin demons, they are actually so young. 10 tyrants against black and white twin demons, one has been famous for a long time, while the other is a rising star of the demonic path. This is interesting. As long as the boss of the 10 tyrants does not appear, these people are not the match of black and white twin demons. Black and white twin demons gained an advantage and saved that beauty for no reason. TSK, Little Beast King will have many beauties in the future. His luck with women is really not shallow. Under everyone's gazes, Fong Yuan lightly took a step back. Save you? Why should I save you? Because of your meager beauty, or because you think I have a kind nature and love to help others? Fong Yuan looked down at the female Gu master with a cold gaze. The female Gu master looked at Fong Yuan in a daze. Fong Yuan sneered and looked at the 10 tyrants members behind him. You guys continue, I will not make a move. Since the journey is boring, let me watch a good show. Chapter 343. Hearing Fong Yuan's words, the 10 tyrants members' expressions eased up. Soon after, one of them anxiously pounced and pressed the female Gu master to the ground. The female Gu master struggled helplessly. The 10 tyrants member laughed loudly and stretched out his demonic palm, tearing. Swoosh, the female Gu master's silk clothes were torn apart, revealing the bright red undergarment inside. This scene caused the surrounding wolves to howl. The demonic Gu masters were extremely excited. Many righteous Gu masters gritted their teeth. Someone wanted to make a move, but was stopped. Don't. Not only the 10 tyrants, but also the black and white twin demons. Are you courting death? Moreover, that female Gu master is clearly not a righteous person. Don't worry about this. Damn it. Demonic cultivators are truly scum of the world, despicable and shameless to the extreme. Some Gu masters were indignant, clenching their fists. Many female Gu masters could not bear to watch and turned their faces away, closing their eyes. No, no. I beg you, please stop. The female Gu master screamed for help in vain. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, glancing at Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan sneered, looking at them silently. Greetings to the black and white twin demons. Thank you for being merciful today and watching from the sidelines. We will definitely report this to boss. A Gu master from the 10 tyrants walked forward, smiling politely as he cupped his fists towards Fong and Bai. The other members walked towards the female Gu master. One of them spat out a mouthful of saliva and cursed, "Little bitch, do you think you can seduce the black and white double ghosts with just a few pleas? Naive. Fool. You're having fun running away, I will let you die. He he he." The other laughed lewdly, his expression extremely vulgar. The one riding on the female Gu master was about to make his move. But right at this moment, a pink light burst out from the female Gu master's body. The male Gu master was caught off guard and was sent flying by this pink light. He was like a shooting star, flying far away and smashing on the ground 100 steps away, immediately fainting. What? This female Gu master is still causing trouble. Brothers, let's attack together. How dare you? Do you still want to resist? The other members of the 10 tyrants shouted as they pounced at the female Gu master. But in the next moment, the pink light exploded, and screams rang out one after another. The members of the 10 tyrants were all swept away. The female Gu master had an arrogant battle strength, her eyes were cold and demonic, the disguise on her body faded away like dust, revealing an even more bewitching appearance. The members of the 10 tyrants laid limply on the ground, each and every one of them horrified. Who knew what method this female Gu master used to make them feel weak all over, unable to even get up? The ferocious 10 tyrants member was actually not a match for the female Gu master. This sudden change caused the expressions of all the onlookers to change. Many people were flabbergasted and astonished by what they saw. Only Fong Yuan's expression did not change, as if he had expected it. The female Gu master giggled, she showed her true appearance, her charming eyes could captivate one's soul. Her body was graceful, her front and back were curvy, like a gorgeous peach smiling in the spring breeze, extremely alluring. Taking advantage of this time, the 10 tyrants members got up from the ground. their strength began to gradually recover. Even so, the fear on their faces did not diminish in the slightest. It was because the female Gu Master's body was emitting a genuine rank 4 aura. This female Gu Master's cultivation was actually rank 4. Countless people's expressions changed, they were moved by this discovery. Little Beast King, you actually left a beauty to die, are you still a man? The female Gu Master looked at Fang Yuan, her charming eyes revealing grief and anger, giving people a feeling of love and hate. At once, almost all the male Gu Masters stared blankly. Many Gu Masters even started to hate Fang Yuan out of jealousy. If they could get a glance from this woman, it would be worth it even if they died. But Fang Yuan was not moved, his tone was like ice, revealing a bone-chilling coldness. Hu Mei Er, you think you can fool me with this bit of acting? The female Gu Master's pupils shrunk. She did not expect Fang Yuan to directly expose her identity. But she quickly recovered, her dark red little mouth slightly curled up. I didn't expect my lowly name to be known by Lord Little Beast King, this lowly one is really honored. It's just that I haven't torn off my disguise before, so how did you see through it, sir? Fang Yuan laughed, before you revealed your true identity, I was only guessing. Whether I guessed right or wrong, there is no loss, isn't there? Even though Hu Mei Er was a demonic cultivator, hearing Fang Yuan's cold and heartless words, she could not help but feel a chill in her heart. It is actually her, this woman is a famous demoness of the demonic path, she is extremely terrifying. Don't be fooled by her charming appearance, she is actually a merciless demoness who eats people without spitting out their bones, she is extremely vicious. Hu Mei Er has a wide circle of friends, she has affairs with many demonic Gu Masters. How did the 10 tyrants offend her? The members of the 10 tyrants were supporting each other, their faces were pale as paper without a trace of blood. Now that things had progressed to this stage, they could tell that they had been tricked by Hu Mei Er. Hu Mei Er's strength was rank 4, it was more than enough to deal with them. The disguise and performance earlier were all to trick them, it was very likely that she was using them to probe and get close to the black and white demons. But Little Beast King's gaze was sharp, he actually saw through Hu Mei Er's disguise. Ha ha ha, Fangzheng, you really have a heart of stone. You really have a heart of stone, but don't be too pleased. You have been in the limelight these days. Right now, the whole of Sancha Mountain knows that 2 demonic path geniuses have come. Be it the righteous path or the demonic path, many seniors and experts want to measure you. You have already offended many people, I advise you to stop here. Otherwise, it will not be worth it if you lose your life on the mountain. Hu Mei Er laughed. Oh? That means you are the first person to measure us? Hee hee, why are you worried about our safety? As for offending people, the thing I am least afraid of is offending people. Even if I offend everyone in the world, so what? Fang Yuan lowered his head and spoke in a plain tone, but his words made people feel a chill. Hu Mei Er's eyes shone brightly, her charming eyes were filled with splendor. She covered her mouth and giggled, well said. You are really courageous, I like it. Not afraid of offending people? Then let me tell you, by looking down on my appearance, you have already offended me. In this world, only vile people and women are hard to deal with. I am not only a woman, I am also a vile person. Hee hee hee, Little Beast King, let's ride a donkey and read a libretto, wait and see. I hope you can leave the mountain alive. Hu Mei Er's eyes shone sharply, after saying this, she flicked her sleeves and left. Extremely direct and efficient. Everyone looked at her pink dress, her long sleeves fluttering in the wind as she flew away in a beautiful manner, they were all speechless. Hu Mei Er. Fang Yuan snorted coldly in his heart. This Hu Mei Er was a famous demoness of the demonic path. Her origins were extremely mysterious, no one knew about her background. In his previous life, she was very active, stirring up trouble everywhere, sowing dissension and creating a bloodbath. She cultivated the enchantment path, focusing on bewitching people. Using her beauty, she controlled many demonic path experts, Her subordinates were all over southern border, there were even rank 5 Gu masters among them. There were also many rank 4 Gu masters who fought for her affections. However, others did not know her origins, but that did not mean Fang Yuan did not know. This demoness had a huge origin, she was the granddaughter of Granny Meihua. Granny Meihua was a rank 6 Gu immortal of southern border, occupying Meihua blessed land. The demoness recruited subordinates everywhere, she was especially fond of young talents. 100 years later in his previous life, she gathered all her forces and went to Shiyang Mountain. No one knew what happened on the mountain, but the result was that she went down the mountain alone. What was worth mentioning was, she was only a rank 4 Gu master when she went up the mountain, but when she left, she was already rank 5 peak stage. This demoness has an unspeakable scheme. Right now, she has already started to use her enchantment path to recruit people. To think that in this life, I actually attracted her interest. Fang Yuan compared it to his previous life and sighed. Using the huge advantage of rebirth, he rapidly developed and became the candidate that Hu Mei wanted. Hu Mei saw his potential and wanted to develop him into a subject under her skirt. But how could this be possible? In the 500 years of my previous life, I have already seen through worldly pleasures. But enchantment path has its merits, I have to guard against it. Hu Mei is definitely going to incite others to find trouble with me. She has a goose set by Granny Meihua. If I want to kill her, I need to make sufficient preparations and isolate that goo for now. Let's see which blind fool dares to find trouble with me. Fang Yuan continued to ponder in his heart. Unable to kill Hu Mei for the time being, Fang Yuan could only deal with whatever comes his way. Fortunately, Hu Mei's enchantment path had not reached great success yet, the subordinates she could bewitch were at most rank 4. As long as they were not rank 5, Fang Yuan was not afraid. He was confident that with his experience and the set of goo worms in his hands, even if he could not win, he might not lose. Central Continent, Tian-Ti Mountain. Riding on flying cranes, Fangzheng and the others traveled day and night, finally arriving here. Before him, many elite disciples of the 10 great sects had already arrived. It's Crane Gate's people. Why is Heavenly Lotus Sect's Fairy by Xia with Crane Gate? Who is that kid? Fairy by Xia is talking and laughing with him. I have never seen Fairy by Xia talking so happily with someone of the same generation. The arrival of Fangzheng and the others naturally attracted everyone's attention. Bai Xia, you are here too. Do you know, ever since we parted, I have been looking forward to meeting you again. Chapter 344. So it's young Master Wei. No need to worry, young Master Wei. Thanks to young hero Fangzheng's help, Bai Xia is safe and sound. Bai Xia Fairy avoided Wei Wushang's burning gaze and bowed. Young hero Fang. Wei Wushang narrowed his eyes and looked at Fangzheng who was beside Bai Xia Fairy. Hello, I am Fangzheng of Crane Gate. Fangzheng had a slight smile on his face as he cupped his fists and bowed, exuding a friendly intent. Young hero Fangzheng is an elite disciple of Crane Gate, the first in this year's high school entrance exam. He can control thousands of cranes. It's all thanks to these cranes that we could reach Heaven Ladder Mountain so quickly. Bai Xia Fairy looked at Fangzheng as she spoke. Her face blushed shyly and her tone hid a hint of sweetness. On the way here, she and Fangzheng had a pleasant conversation and were very congenial. Cranes? These are only ironbeak flying cranes, just that their numbers are slightly greater. Wei Wushang's eyes flickered as he hated Fangzheng to the point of madness. He gritted his teeth and raised a palm, returning a bow to Fangzheng. Fangzheng, you're an elite disciple of Crane Gate? Very good, very good. I've long heard of Crane Gate's crane controlling technique and have long wanted to learn from it. Please give me some pointers this time. With that, Wei Wushang strode forward and glared at Fangzheng with a threatening light in his eyes. Fangzheng was slightly stunned as he sensed the other's hostility and felt baffled. Ha ha ha. In his heart, Master Tenchiru's laughter rang out. It's the hardest to accept a beauty's kindness. Disciple, you've already incurred the enmity of many by saving the little girl by Xia this time. This little girl by Xia is a great beauty. She obviously favors you now. You're in big trouble. This Wei Wuxiang is the first challenger. Ah! Favors me? Fang Zheng let out a cry of surprise in his heart. Speaking of love, his heart throbbed with sorrow. All these years, the figure of a woman had always existed in his heart. She was only a mortal, very ordinary, very ordinary. She was far inferior to Fairy Bai Xia. But in Fang Zheng's heart, she was unusually playful and cute. Fang Zheng's deepest and most beautiful memory of the time they had spent together. Unfortunately, she had already perished, no longer in this world. She was Shen Chui, the former personal maid of Fang Yuan. Thinking of Shen Chui, Fang Zheng's heart became gloomy. The woman I like is already dead. Master, you also know that all these years, I've been diligently studying and training. My biggest goal is to defeat my elder brother, to avenge my ancestors, and to complete the unfulfilled wishes of my uncle and aunt, Shen Chui, Lord Patriarch, and Lord Qingshu. Although the Guyue village has been destroyed, there are still people from the Guyue clan. Ha ha ha, my foolish disciple. Even if you have such intentions, this Wei Wuxiang will not let you off. Since you have already saved Fairy Bai Xia, why don't you have any awareness of this? Master Tenchiru laughed. But I don't want to spar with him. I have already heard of this Wei Wuxiang's name in Crane Gate. He is a healing Gu master, the rising star of Heaven's Envy Manor, and an A-grade genius in name only. He is most proficient in healing himself. Often, after an intense battle, there is not even a trace of injury on his body. If I fight with him, even if I defeat him, my strength will also be affected. It will also be disadvantageous to the fight for the Gu immortal inheritance. Fang Zheng frowned as he replied in his heart. Master Tenchiru laughed heartily, don't worry. Fight well, Hu immortal inheritance on Tianti Mountain has its own mysteries. It is not a competition of pure battle strength, but a competition of willpower and soul power. With my soul secretly assisting you, you will have an enormous advantage. After pausing for a while, Master Tenchiru continued, you are still too young, you don't know the use of fame. Sometimes, fame is more convenient and useful than strength. This is a rare opportunity. Defeat these challengers and accumulate fame. Use more flying cranes, you don't need to care about these beasts' lives. In any case, Crane Gate has a lot of them. If they are used up, you can replenish them after returning to the sect. Hearing his master say this, Fang Zheng could only sigh and say to Wei Wuxiang, if you want to fight, then let's fight. Very well. Please. Wei Wuxiang sneered and stomped on the ground, his body shooting into the sky like lightning. Fang Zheng was not to be outdone, he waved his hand and stepped on the back of the cranes. Tens of thousands of iron-beak flying cranes chirped together, as if they were welcoming their king. The battle was about to start, the surrounding people could not help but become excited. Boss Fang Zheng, do your best, beat this sissy from Heaven's Envy Manor. Crane Gate's elite disciples shouted. Junior brother Wei, teach this kid a lesson. Wei Wuxiang naturally had his supporters. Wei Wuxiang nodded, his eyes burning with battle intent. He was the leader of this generation's elite disciples in Heaven's Envy Manor. Fang Zheng's 10,000 cranes could scare ordinary elite disciples, but not him. He also had his own trump card. Let's fight. Wei Wuxiang activated the Gu worms in his body flashed in the air and vanished. At the next moment, space ruptured, he crossed hundreds of steps and directly appeared in front of Fang Zheng. It's actually breaking space Gu. This time, even Master Tenchiru was shocked. A fierce battle was about to begin. At the same time, on Sancha Mountain. In a certain cave, the 10 tyrants gathered together. That means, you are all used by Hu Mei Air as chess pieces, to probe the black and white demons. The leader of the 10 tyrants, Tyrant Hung Mei, muttered. That's right. Boss, this time, that demoness played with us, she even heavily injured 7th and 10th brother. Boss, you need to seek justice for us. Number 2 of the 10 tyrants shouted. Slap. Tyrant Hang Mei fiercely slapped. Number 2 of the 10 tyrants was fiercely slapped on the face, spinning on the spot. Boss. He covered his face, looking at Tyrant Hang Mei in shock. Heavily injured? Heavily injured is a good thing, as long as you are not dead. You bunch of sperm-addled things, take care of your lower bodies. Before coming here, I instructed you to be careful with your words and actions. Do you think this is still the Southern Mountain? Tyrant Hang Mei scolded in pain. Wrong. This is San Cha Mountain. Be it Kong Ri Tian, Long Qing Tian, Wushan Tong, or Yi Chong, any one of them can crush you to death like an ant. Although you are all rank 3, what is the most important thing for you to be able to roam freely here? It's all because of my reputation. Humph. Take this as a warning to all of you. I also want to tell you, don't even think of finding trouble with Hu Mei. This little demoness is extremely charming, she has a wide circle of friends. She is flirting with Lin Sanqi, has rumors about Li Xian, and even has an affair with Mo Wu Tian. Tyrant Hang Mei's words no doubt shocked the 9 brothers present. Lin Sanqi was a rank 4 demonic path Gu master. Not only was he skilled in metal path, he was also an earth path Gu master. He had extreme metal and earth, he had been famous for a long time. Li Xian's cultivation was also not weak, he was not a native of southern border, he had wandered here from eastern sea. He was a famous and scrupulous merchant in the demonic path, he was most proficient in profiteering, buying low and selling high. He had a wide network, many demonic path Gu masters who committed crimes went to him to sell their goods. As for Mo Wu Tian, he was even scarier. He had inherited the mysterious inheritance of an ancient Gu immortal, he was the number 1 rising star of the demonic path, an absolute genius. Be it Lin Sanqi, Li Xian, or Mo Wu Tian, they were all rank 4 Gu masters. These important people all have an affair with that demoness? The tyrant members heard the boss' words and their faces turned pale, their hearts trembling in fear. I will tell you one more time. This is not Nan Shan. Sai, I told you to use your brains and remember more, but you didn't listen to me. Sai, this 3 kings' inheritance is not a small matter. I wonder how many more powerful people will appear. Tyrant Hang Mei sighed. The other brothers looked at each other, they were speechless. Tyrant Hang Mei saw that it was about time and changed the topic, but you don't need to worry too much. Right now, on San Cha Mountain, for rank 5 Gu masters are keeping each other in check, no one dares to act rashly. We, the 10 tyrants of Nan Shan, are not to be trifled with. We cannot suffer this loss for nothing. Let's go, follow me to meet the black and white demons. Boss, you are going to meet the black and white demons personally. Some members expressed shock. Boss, you are a rank 4 middle stage, an old senior of the demonic path. When you roamed the world, those 2 were still drinking milk. That's right. Boss, let's call them over. You are giving them too much face by going to meet them personally. Humph, what do you know? Tyrant Hang Mei immediately berated, these black and white demons are so young. They didn't do anything to you this time, it means they know of my reputation and know their limits. But they are youngsters, they care about their reputation. I've given them enough face by personally paying them a visit. Then, I will propose an alliance to deal with Hu Mei, they will definitely agree. He. Boss, I understand. You are using them as cannon fodder. Boss, you are really wise and mighty. These black and white demons are only over 20 years old, they are too young. Now that they are enemies with Hu Mei, they will definitely be overjoyed to hear your suggestion. Once boss takes action, you are truly extraordinary. The 10 tyrants members flattered. Ha ha ha. Tyrant Hang Mei raised his head and laughed, waving his hand, brothers, follow me to visit the black and white demons. Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing raised their heads and looked at San Cha mountain peak. This Sancha mountain had a peculiar shape. From the foot of the mountain, it was divided into 3 peaks. Looking from afar, it looked like a huge fork, pointing towards the sky. Above the 3 peaks was the entrance to the 3 kings' inheritance. Every once in a while, 3 pillars of light would appear at the peak of the mountain, allowing people to enter. When the number of people reached a certain amount, the light pillar would disappear and the entrance would close. After that, there would be Gu masters who failed to pass the trial and would be sent out. Of course, every time, a large number of Gu masters would lose their lives. Chapter 345. Sancha Mountain was originally deserted. It was the border between Che clan and Zhua clan. But ever since the inheritance, it became very lively, with people moving about in the forest from time to time. Small conflicts often occurred, but Sancha Mountain was currently in a peaceful period. Every time the light pillar opened, the number of people who could enter was limited. At that time, Sancha Mountain would definitely erupt into a storm of carnage. To fight for the opportunity to enter the inheritance, Gu masters all chose to station themselves on the mountain. This led to a phenomenon. The stronger the Gu master, the closer they would be to the mountain peak. This was called the pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first. When the inheritance appears, forcefully rushing in would be fast and convenient. The cave Fong Yuan chose was halfway up the mountain. Looking at the cave entrance, it was obvious someone was living there. Sure enough, once he got close to the cave, a loud and clear voice came from inside. "This is my, Mang Kuang's, territory, quickly leave, otherwise you will die a horrible death." Haha, Mang Kuang. What is this? This place is not bad, I like it, scram. Fong Yuan stood at the cave entrance and laughed loudly, giving his ultimatum. Damn it, you really refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Since you are courting death, don't blame me for being ruthless. Following this voice, a strong man walked out of the cave. His upper body was naked, and he was wearing ragged pants made of coarse hemp. His body was covered with green snake scales, and his face was covered with a big beard. His eyes were bloodshot, and his black hair was messy. His beard was blowing, and his eyes were glaring. He walked out of the cave with a fierce expression. You too are blind. Ugh! Mang Kuang cursed at Fong and Bai, but suddenly his pupils shrunk and his mouth opened wide. His gaze revealed a bewildered expression. You too, are you the black and white twin demons? What do you think? Bai Ningbing smiled faintly, her blue eyes flickering with killing intent. Mang Kuang only felt a chill rising from his spine and spreading to his whole body. The black and white twin demons were rank 4 Gu masters, while he was only rank 3 upper stage. Moreover, Mang Kuang had recently been hearing how these two killed without batting an eye, and how ruthless their methods were. Damn it! I, Mang Kuang, was hiding in this cave. Who did I offend? This is truly a calamity falling from the sky. Mang Kuang's heart trembled. The expression on his originally fierce face suddenly changed. His raised eyebrows drooped down, and his widened eyes narrowed into slits. The corners of his mouth that had curved down immediately curled up. He tried his best to smile and express his goodwill. For the 2 sirs to take a liking to my cave abode, this is the good fortune that I have cultivated in my previous life. Mang Kuang bent over and rubbed his hands together, giving a flattering smile to Fong and Bai. His body was tall and sturdy, but his head was hunched, and his originally arrogant and overbearing aura immediately disappeared without a trace. Coupled with his rough appearance, he simply looked like a clown. Oh, you're quite sensible. You can scram now. Fong Yuan waved his hand and said. Yes. Python Kuang felt as if he had been pardoned, and he quickly ran off into the distance. Fong Yuan chased the python away and walked into the cave with Bai Ningbing. This cave had already been set up very well by Mang Kuang, so there was no need to spend any more effort to set it up. Sancha Mountain is filled with danger. For the next 8 days, we will take turns to keep watch. When one person sleeps, the other person must be awake. Fang Yuan warned Bai Ningbing. Of course. Bai Ningbing nodded. Hu Mei'er will not let this go. In these 8 days, we will have endless troubles. But it's also good that these people came to us to establish our might, which is exactly what we want. As Fang Yuan spoke, a voice came from outside the cave. Is the black and white twin demons here? I am Tyrant Hang Mei, I have long heard of your great names. I have specially come to pay a visit. Tyrant Hang Mei. Isn't this the boss of the 10 tyrants? I heard that this person is cruel, cultivates the strength path, likes to eat children's meat, and does evil in Nanshan. Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. This Tyrant Hang Mei, he had originally planned to find trouble with him. To think that he actually came to him. The two walked out of the cave entrance, and saw 8 people standing outside. The one at the front had a majestic body, his chest was bare, and his chest was covered with black chest hair. His whole body emitted a dense aura of rank for middle stage. But at this moment, this demonic character who was famous for his cruelty was smiling. Seeing Fang and Bai, he immediately cupped his fists, and at first glance, he looked like a graceful black bear. To think that black and white twin demons, these 2 youngsters have such a huge background. Tyrant Hang Mei purposely spoke in a loud voice, attracting the attention of many Gu masters. Even Tyrant Hang Mei came to pay a visit to them. Many people were surprised. Fortunately, I ran out. When has Tyrant Hang Mei been so polite? Mang Kuang had not run far, and was holding his chest, feeling a lingering fear. Tyrant Hang Mei, you came at the right time, I was just about to look for you. Fang Yuan replied. Tyrant Hang Mei's smile deepened, thinking that Fang Yuan was going to pay him a visit. But who would have thought that Fang Yuan's next sentence would make his smile freeze? Fang Yuan said, I heard you are also a strength path Gu master, let's have a life and death battle to see who is stronger. I, Fang Zheng, walk the strength path, and I will become number 1 in the strength path. Hand over your life. Before he finished speaking, Fang Yuan activated his Gu worm, and charged towards Tyrant Hang Mei. What? Tyrant Hang Mei reacted, shocked and furious. He had tried to befriend him, but to think that this Fang Zheng did not appreciate it, and charged towards him without saying a word. What kind of person is this? Is he still human? Is there something wrong with his brain? Fang Yuan did not care about what he was thinking, he moved quickly and rushed towards Tyrant Hang Mei. All-out effort Gu. He did not say a word, and directly charged over. Howl. The shadow of a brown bear instantly appeared in the air behind him. Violence Gu. Tyrant Hang Mei opened his eyes wide in anger, he did not dodge, and raised his arms. Once Violence Gu was activated, his body expanded, and his strength rose sharply. Bam! Fang Yuan fiercely collided with Tyrant Hang Mei, and the latter retreated 5 steps. But Fang Yuan was repelled by the huge force. Tyrant Hang Mei was rank 4 middle stage, leading the other 9 people, he had dominated the southern mountain for many years, and had a deep foundation. Humph! Little beast king, I gave you face, but you don't know what's good for you. Tyrant Hang Mei shouted, but did not pursue. He was rank 4 middle stage, and after fighting with Fang Yuan, he knew that he was weaker than him, only rank 4 initial stage. However, there was not only a rank 4 Fang Yuan, there was also Bai Ningbing, standing there. Tyrant Hang Mei thought he was confident in defeating Fang Zheng, but it would be difficult to fight 1 against 2. Tyrant Hang Mei, why are you so wishy-washy? Bai Ningbing, deal with the others. Leave Tyrant Hang Mei to me. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, shrugging his arms, and took large strides towards Tyrant Hang Mei. I'll give you 10 minutes, if you can't deal with him, I'll do it. Bai Ningbing slightly raised his eyebrows, his blue eyes flickering with brilliance. two juniors who boast shamelessly. Hearing Fong and Bai's words, Tyrant Hang Mei felt his lungs were about to explode from anger. He had a bad temper to begin with, and being able to endure it earlier was already an extraordinary display. Now that he knew this matter would not end peacefully, he threw everything aside, and killing intent surged in his heart. Fight! Both sides collided. Fong Yuan faced Tyrant Hang Mei, while Bai Ningbing suppressed the other members. What a chaotic battle! Mountain rocks cracked, mountain streams stopped flowing, caves caved in, and thunderous explosions resounded. The more Tyrant Hang Mei fought, the more apprehensive he became. Fong Yuan possessed bitter strength Gu, the more injured he was, the greater his strength and battle strength. He had just fought with Fong Yuan, and felt that the so-called Little Beast King was only a so-so. But halfway through the battle, his expression turned grave. When Fong Yuan was able to use 6 beast phantoms at the same time, Tyrant Hang Mei's face turned pale. This Little Beast King, how can he be so strong? Not only are his goo worms more outstanding than mine, his battle experience is also so rich. How did this person live? His methods are so experienced and ruthless, there is not even a shadow of a youngster, he is simply a 100-year-old monster. No wonder he is so overbearing, with such strength, I can also be so unbridled. I am done for this time. I must retreat. Fong Yuan fought head-on, his attacks were swift and fierce, like a fierce tiger coming out of the mountains, or a flood dragon overturning the sea. Tyrant Hang Mei's qi and blood were in a mess, and he was gasping for breath. Most importantly, every time he injured Fong Yuan, he would become stronger at the same time. Now that he was fighting with Fong Yuan, he was almost unable to hold on any longer. If Fong Yuan became even stronger, that would be terrible. Every time Tyrant Hang Mei thought of this, his fighting spirit would decrease by a bit. As time went on, he did not dare to make a move. He clearly had the chance to injure Fong Yuan, but he would hesitate, should I make a move or not? How could he fight well with such thoughts? Tyrant Hang Mei gradually felt his hands and feet bound, but Fong Yuan completely let go. His attacks were like waves crashing on the table, wave after wave, without end. Beast phantoms flashed in the air, every time they collided, there would be a violent explosion. The continuous explosions caused everyone's heart to palpitate with fear and trepidation. What kind of fierce attacks are these? Even an older generation expert like Tyrant Hang Mei is not Fangzheng's match. Fangzheng is clearly at rank 4 initial stage, but he is able to suppress the middle stage Tyrant Hang Mei. Little Beast King. Many people who were watching the battle in the dark started to ruminate over Fong Yuan's title. Who is the tyrant here? Mang Kuang could not help but grit his teeth. He felt that Fong Yuan was even more unreasonable than Tyrant Hang Mei. Tyrant Hang Mei, who was usually ferocious, now paled in comparison to Fangzheng. Fangzheng, don't go too far. Tyrant Hang Mei was beaten by Fong Yuan until he vomited blood, his chest, arms, and legs were all fractured. He wanted to retreat, but Fong Yuan had already seen through his intentions. After Bai Ningbing killed the rest of the tyrant members, she firmly restrained him. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. Fong Yuan stretched out his hand and pointed, the 6 beast phantoms turned into solid forms and descended from the sky, drowning Tyrant Hang Mei. Boom! A loud sound was heard, and the smoke and dust dispersed. Tyrant Hang Mei's entire body was beaten into mincemeat, his internal organs and bones were scattered on the ground. Hiss, countless gasps could be heard from the surroundings. Chapter 346. Tian-Ti Mountain was the #1 mountain in Central Continent. It was also known as the Land of Inheritance, the Mountain of Sages. It was over 1,000,000 feet tall, the mountain was majestic and had an extremely grand aura. The mountain peak pierced through the sky, hidden in the snowy clouds. Strangely, there weren't many jagged rocks on this mountain. Huge square rocks were lying horizontally, extending from the foot of the mountain to the top, forming a flight of stairs. But the scale of this flight of stairs was so huge that there was an ancient legend in Central Continent that this mountain could reach the immortal realm, and was the bridge between heaven and earth. There were many moving, mysterious, tragic, or joyous stories surrounding Tian-Ti Mountain in history. Tian-Ti Mountain was the holy land in the hearts of Central Continent Gu masters. It was the place closest to the immortal court. Many Gu masters sought immortality in their entire lives, but failed. Before they died, they placed their graves here. Most of them had also set up their legacies here. There were countless inheritances hidden on Tian-Ti Mountain, but only fated people could obtain them. Every year, after the clouds covering Tian-Ti Mountain dissipated, a huge number of people would come to Tian-Ti Mountain. Many inheritances would be inherited, and many new inheritances would be placed here. But this year was different from the past. This year, on Tian-Ti Mountain, Hu Immortal Blessed Land opened, attracting Gu Immortals. After discussing, they teamed up and surrounded this mountain, arranging for their sect's juniors to compete. Right now, at the foot of Tian-Ti Mountain, an intense battle between youngsters was coming to an end. Tens of thousands of cranes flew together, coiling around Fangzheng. Meanwhile, Wei Wuxiang was panting, his clothes were tattered, he was heavily surrounded, his gaze fixed on Fangzheng. No, I haven't lost yet. I still have a trump card, I still have a trump card. Wei Wuxiang was at a disadvantage, but he was unwilling to admit defeat. Under normal circumstances, he might have already admitted defeat. But at this scene, who knew how many elite Gu masters were watching attentively? Wei Wuxiang was not only representing himself, but also the heavens' envy manner behind him. At the same time, forget about the others, Fairy Bai Xia, whom he admired, was also watching. I can't lose. With such a thought, Wei Wuxiang activated a Gu worm in his aperture. He had been hiding this Gu all along, he did not use it even in the sect's important tests. Once this Gu was activated, it produced a colorless breeze that blew gently. A gentle breeze circled around his body, causing his clothes to flutter and the ends of his hair to flutter. But Fangzheng felt like he was facing a great enemy. Because Master Tenchiru was already warning him, not good. This kid actually has a wound wind Gu. Defend with all your strength. This Gu's wind seemed gentle and harmless, but it was actually extremely powerful. This Gu master, this is his trump card. This Gu master, this is his trump card. As the cold wind blew, Fangzheng completely gave up on attacking and used all his strength to defend. Gu Tenchiru Gu of the wind. 1 on 1 in Gu. Phone Gu 1 Gu. The cold wind blew on Fangzheng's body, causing the protective light around his body to sway continuously. Cold sweat dripped down Fangzheng's forehead, he gritted his teeth and instilled primeval essence into his defensive Gu worms. The two were in a deadlock for a while. Finally, Wei Wuxiang sighed helplessly and stopped using the wound wind Gu. It was not that he did not want to fight, but his aperture was close to drying up. Gu masters all had one similarity: when their primeval essence was exhausted, their battle strength would fall to rock bottom. Rank 1 to rank 5 Gu masters were restricted by their primeval essence. In order to avoid this unexpected calamity, Fangzheng chose to avoid the battle. Gu Ting naturally wasn't willing to let the matter go. Every day, he would come to the cave that Fangzheng was temporarily living in and challenge him. This happened every day for 7 days in a row. Gu Ting's words became more and more unpleasant. The other disciples of Crane Gate were indignant and came to challenge him, but were defeated by him one by one. Ancient Soul Sect's morale was greatly boosted. On the 8th day, they directly led the crowd to block Fangzheng's cave entrance, constantly shouting and cursing. Fangzheng, you coward, why haven't you come out yet? Fangzheng, you can hide for a while, but can you hide for a lifetime? Obediently give up on interacting with Fairy Bai Xia, and Big Brother Gu Ting will be merciful and let you go. Crane Gate is only a so-so to actually raise such a cowardly disciple like you. Once Crane Gate was involved, Fangjing, who was in the cave, immediately let out a sigh and could only helplessly walk out of the cave. He could endure other people cursing him. But once it involved the sect, the nature changed. As a disciple, he had to protect the sect. This was the value of Central Continent. If he did not protect it, when he returned to Feihe Mountain, he would be impeached and punished. Master Tenchiru made a loud noise in his heart, Gagaga. Fangjing, my disciple, do you understand now? My advice to you before was not wrong, was it? Blindly enduring will cause others to misunderstand that you are easy to bully. In this world, the more harmless and cowardly you appear, it will only attract more people who want to bully you. Fight, defeat this Gu Ting. Make all the people of Ancient Soul Sect shut up. Your reputation will soar by a large margin. Sigh, in Jianghu, one has no choice, I finally feel it. I can only fight. After experiencing this matter, Fangjing also had a clear understanding in his heart. Gu Ting, come, let us have a good fight. While Fangjing and Gu Ting were fighting, far away on Sancha Mountain in the southern border, a battle that everyone was paying attention to had already ended. The battlefield was a mess, blood sprayed all over the ground, rocks cracked, trees collapsed, and holes were everywhere. Fang Yuan stood proudly on the battlefield, while his opponent this time, Fei Li, was kneeling on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Lord Fangjing, please be magnanimous and let me off. Fei Li kowtowed towards Fang Yuan, begging pitifully. He had rank 4 middle stage cultivation, and was also a strength path Gu master. He was originally in high spirits, but now he was bathed in blood, his right arm was torn off by Fang Yuan, and both his legs were broken, he was in an extremely miserable state. Since you want to beg for mercy, then hand over your expend strength Gu first. I will consider whether to agree or not. Fang Yuan looked down at Fei Li, his eyes shining with cold light. Fei Li hesitated for a moment, but could only hand over expend strength Gu. This Gu was his vital Gu, his core Gu, it could make the enemy's every move waste more strength, and increase the expenditure of strength. The expend strength Gu was handed over to Fang Yuan, losing his vital Gu and causing Fei Li to suffer heavy injuries, vomiting a mouthful of blood. Fang Yuan received the expend strength Gu, his gaze flashing, I have considered it, expend strength Gu is not enough to exchange for your life. Fei Li's eyes opened wide, ignoring his heavy injuries, he shouted, Lord Fangjing, this is my most precious Gu worm. Bam! Fang Yuan willed, and the beast phantom pounced down, turning Fei Li into a pile of bloody meat paste. Pauper! Fang Yuan looked at the unrecognizable corpse at his feet and sneered in disdain. Next, he shifted his gaze and looked around the battlefield. There were many spectators, but seeing Fang Yuan's gaze, they all subconsciously avoided it. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, what? Sky Tiger Shuesensi did not come. Go tell him, we are all strength path Gu masters, 3 days later, I will pay him a visit and spar with him. Once he said this, many people went into an uproar. Little Beast King was too ferocious, he killed Tyrant Heng Mei a few days ago, and now he made Fei Li kneel and beg for mercy, but he still did not let him off, turning him into meat paste. Next, he still had to challenge Sky Tiger Shuesensi. Chapter 347. What, Little Beast King wants to challenge me? Hearing this news, Shuesensi was in disbelief. She thought to herself that she had no relationship with the black and white twin demons, she had not offended him and had not even met him. How could he find trouble with her for no reason? But soon, Shuesensi investigated and found that this news was true. How can this be? What is this Little Beast King's brain filled with? 3 Kings' inheritance is opening in a few days, he actually has the mood to challenge me? What did I do to provoke you, why are you finding trouble with me? Shuesensi felt helpless and angry. Don't tell me that just because we both cultivate in the way of strength, we have to decide who is better. Sigh, this lunatic. Shui Sensi thought about it and finally defined Fang Yuan as a lunatic who could not be judged with common sense. Shui Sensi had heard of the name of the black and white twin demons a few months ago. As time passed, the reputation of these twin demons became more and more famous. They were publicly recognized as the recent rising stars of the demonic path. At first, Shui Sensi did not care too much. After Fang Yuan and Hu Mei had a conflict, she had even rejoiced in his misfortune. But now, she could not laugh anymore. After the black and white twin demons came to Sancha Mountain, not only did they not restrain themselves, they even made a bigger commotion. Especially Little Beast King's unbridled viciousness, causing people to feel apprehensive. Tyrant Hung Mei of the 10 Tyrants had visited him out of goodwill, but was killed in the end. Fei Li had already begged for mercy, but Fang Yuan did not let him go and smashed him into minced meat. One had to know, these two rank 4 Gu masters were middle-stage Gu masters. Little Beast King, however, could kill the two with his initial stage cultivation. This kind of battle prowess really caused people to feel fear in their hearts. Shui Sensi also had rank 4 middle stage cultivation. She believed that her strength was not much different from Tyrant Hung Mei and Fei Li. Now that Fang Yuan wanted to challenge her, her heart was heavy and she was very apprehensive. There was even a trace of fear that she had to admit. This Fang Zheng is too fierce and unreasonable. He wants to step on the bodies of us seniors to build his reputation. Tyrant Hung Mei and Fei Li were both victims of his ambition, and now it's my turn. Shui Sensi had also done such a frivolous thing when she was young. But at that time, she only killed those rank 3 Gu masters. He was far from being as fierce as Fang Yuan, picking Gu masters with higher cultivation levels to spar with. To be honest, Shui Sensi didn't want to fight with a lunatic like Fang Yuan. But unfortunately, her godfather was in closed cultivation to refine Gu recently. Fang Yuan challenged her in public. She had to accept this challenge. In Jianghu, one had no choice. If she, Shui Sensi, did not accept the challenge, the reputation that she had painstakingly built up would be completely destroyed. Shui Sensi had been in the demonic path for many years. She had a clear understanding of the cruelty of this world. This was a world where survival was extremely difficult. In order to fight for that slim chance of survival, all living beings would kill each other. The kinder you appeared, the weaker you were. You would not obtain peace, but would instead land yourself in more danger, attracting more wolves. A demonic Gu master who could reach Shui Sensi's position would definitely have killed many people and offended many more. The world was like this: if you didn't kill so many people and offend so many people, how could you accumulate enough resources to build up strength? How could you have battle achievements to build up your reputation? To protect her reputation, Shui Sensi quickly responded to Fang Yuan's challenge. Both sides agreed to battle, and the location was chosen in a wide valley. 3 days later, Shui Sensi saw Fang Yuan for the first time. She was a little surprised. Fang Yuan was not as fierce as she had imagined, and instead looked rather delicate. There was no trace of arrogance, and his eyes were deep like a pool, appearing very calm. Flying Tiger, I have heard of you long ago. You offended the clan's higher-ups and were exiled. But you worked hard in secret. You took the risk to kill beast kings and used the goo worms you seized to arm yourself, finally becoming an expert step by step. Then you killed your way back and killed those elders who framed you. To be honest, I admire you a little. Fang Yuan spoke. These words were said very politely, but those who heard them were very surprised. Why did Fang Jing change his personality this time? Why is he speaking so gently? Could it be that he has taken a fancy to Flying Tiger? But then again, although this Flying Tiger looks ordinary, she has a great figure and is indeed a beauty. Is Little Beast King such a person? He didn't even bother with Hu Mei. This person is vicious and cold-blooded, very scary. These days, I have seen through him, don't place any hope on him. While everyone was discussing, Shui Sensi also responded to Fang Yuan, well said, well said. Little Beast King, I have heard of your reputation as the Black and White Demons. Fong Yuan smiled, I cultivate strength path, you are also a strength path Gu master, we can spar more and benefit each other. Earlier, I had sparred with Tyrant Hung Mei and Fei Li. These two were very good and benefited me greatly. But I am also a little tired of this kind of sparring. Why don't we change the way we spar this time? Shui Sensi heard this and raised her brows, oh? What good idea do you have? Let me hear it. Very simple. I will stand still and let you spar. After you finish, I will spar. This is much better, it will be straightforward and end quickly. How about this, seeing that you are a woman, I will let you spar 3 times. After the 3 times, I will only spar once. Fong Yuan smiled. Spar like this? Shui Sensi's eyes brightened, attracted by the content of Fong Yuan's words. Fong Yuan did not move and allowed her to spar 3 times. This suggestion was too tempting. Alright, then let's spar like this. Shui Sensi thought for a while and agreed. Please. Fong Yuan smiled faintly, standing still as he extended his right palm. Shui Sensi's eyes flashed with killing intent as she shouted, first move. Several goo worms in her aperture were activated at the same time. Her delicate hands suddenly glowed brightly and turned into 2 tiger claws. The tiger claws pierced through the air and struck Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out like a cannonball, crashing into a huge rock far away. Bam! With a loud sound, the huge rock shattered and the fragments flew everywhere. Good fight. Fong Yuan laughed heartily, standing up. His chest had caved in, at least 4 of his ribs were broken. Not only that, Fong Yuan also felt that his internal organs were injured and bleeding. Waves of intense pain came, Fong Yuan endured it, his nerves were severely tested. Shui Sensi's expression changed slightly. Yes, Fong Zheng is a good schemer. The more injured he is, the more strength he can exert. In that case, should I be more forceful, or more gentle? The harder she attacked, the more injured Fong Yuan was, and the more his battle strength would increase. If she went gentler, when it was his turn to attack, the pressure on her defense would be reduced by a lot. No, I will use all my strength to attack. I will kill him within 3 strikes. Shui Sensi thought for a while and made up her mind. Second move. She shouted and activated her goo worm, her body suddenly expanded by 2 times, turning into a giant. The hair on her body grew longer, turning into brown-yellow tiger hair. Her eyes turned into tiger eyes, and her teeth protruded out, forming sharp tiger fangs. On her forehead, there was also a wang pattern. Her strength had increased by more than 2-fold. When she arrived in front of Fong Yuan, a beast phantom appeared in the air behind her. A fierce tiger roared towards the sky with a ferocious aura. Its whole body was covered in brown-yellow tiger hair, and its body was extremely robust. What was most eye-catching was that it had a pair of wings on its back. A tiger with wings. A fierce tiger with wings. That was Biao. Tiger was the king of beasts. Biao was the flying tiger, the king of tigers. 3 dogs and 1 mastiff, 5 tigers and 1 Biao. Biao's strength was 5 times that of a fierce tiger. A Biao beast phantom could suppress 3 or 4 ordinary beast phantoms on Fong Yuan's body. Shui Sensi's original strength had more than doubled. Now, she unleashed a Biao's strength. Under this enormous strength, Fong Yuan was like a meteor, sent flying. He flew hundreds of steps before crashing into a mountain wall. Boom! The entire small valley shook intensely because of this. Mountain rocks collapsed, completely submerging Fong Yuan below. Such strength. Is Fong Jing dead? No, not yet. His aura is still here. The stacked rocks were destroyed by someone from behind. Fong Yuan walked out. His arms were completely crippled, his iron bones were broken, the steel bars were turned into mush, and his copper skin was beyond recognition. With every step he took, the bones in his body could not bear the burden and were on the verge of collapsing. The current Fang Yuan could definitely unleash 8 beast phantoms at the same time. However, all of these injuries were healing at a steady pace. Fang Yuan activated self-reliance goo. Its healing effect was extremely outstanding, completely surpassing flesh-bone goo. Third move. Shui Sensi was anxious, not wanting to give Fang Yuan more time to recover. A pair of wings suddenly grew out of her back. This pair of broad and strong wings were covered in orange-yellow feathers. With a light flap, Shui Sensi's body flew into the sky. Shui Sensi flew higher and higher, until she reached a height of over 3,000 feet, before she dove down. She had calculated carefully, this height was already her limit. If she went any higher, she would not be able to bear the force of the impact. Under the nervous gazes of the crowd, Shui Sensi charged straight down towards Fang Yuan. Biao's phantom appeared again. But this time, Biao's phantom did not appear above her head, but directly enveloped her entire body. At this moment, she seemed to have transformed into a real soaring tiger. You will definitely die with this move. Shui Sensi roared, her killing intent was so sharp that it seemed to have materialized. She had to pay a huge price for activating Biao's phantom twice in a row. This was her strongest strength, her strongest attack. She was confident that she could completely kill Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked up at Shui Sensi and activated Golden Shield Goo. Chapter 348. In Shui Sensi's vision, the verdant valley was rapidly enlarging. The sound of the fierce wind whistled in her ears. On Shui Sensi's unrecognizable face, a pair of tiger eyes stared intently at Fang Yuan on the ground, the corner of his mouth revealing a bloodthirsty smile. She could clearly see the scene of the little beast king being smashed into minced meat under her unprecedentedly fierce attack. He definitely won't be able to withstand such an impact. When she saw Fang Yuan activating the golden shield goo and raising a bright golden defensive barrier, she could not help but sneer inwardly, what a joke. Rank 3 golden shield goo. Even if it is a rank 4 golden bell shield, it will not be able to block my attack. The battle between rank 4 goo masters was very intense, it was not something that rank 3 goo worms could defend against. This time, I will teach you the consequences of being young and arrogant. Shui Sensi's killing intent was overflowing. It's over, Fang Zheng is finished this time. Feeling Shui Sensi's fierce attack, many people outside the valley shouted. Very good, little beast king is too arrogant, he should be taught a lesson. Many righteous goo masters were also rejoicing in his misfortune. It seems little beast king still wants to rely on golden shield goo to resist. How naive. No, maybe he'll use his beast power phantom. The power of the 8 great beast phantoms joint attack was not to be underestimated. However, if Ruguo were to make a move like this, he might not be able to fulfill the sparring agreement that they had just made. As long as he makes a move and breaks this agreement, it means that he has lost this competition. Many of the people present, whether they were from the righteous path or not. Even the demonic goo masters hoped that Fang Yuan would lose this round. These days, Fang Yuan was very active. It brought them a huge psychological pressure. No, there's still one more factor on the field. That's Bai Ningbing. So. A few figures suddenly landed at the entrance of the valley, faintly surrounding Bai Ningbing. These people had a tacit understanding and took measures together. If Bai Ningbing were to save Fang Yuan, they would stop her. This was what made the black and white double ghosts so terrifying. It was because these 2 rank 4 goo masters were extremely close partners. Now that Bai Ningbing was restrained, the little beast king would be in danger. Once the little beast king falls, Bai Ningbing will be left alone. Thus, it was not as scary as before. Looking at Shui Sensi in the sky, Fang Yuan's gaze was calm, and there was a trace of disdain in his eyes. Shui Sansi had yet to collide with his body, but the formless wind pressure she created was enough to make him feel uncomfortable. She engulfed him in an overwhelming manner. Displayed from the other side. The impending impact was enormous and violent. Biao's shadow shrouded Shui Sansi, and the wings on her back kept flapping. Her speed was getting faster, and she was getting closer to the ground. Just as the collision was about to hit him, he felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, Fong Yuan's eyes shined as he activated the goo worms in his aperture. Horizontal charge goo. He swerved to the left and dashed out. Then he turned sideways. Vertical crash goo. Another 100 steps later. Little Beast King, you. Shui Sansi saw Fong Yuan suddenly ran away. He was instantly enraged, and his eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. His eyes were about to split open. She tried her best to adjust herself, but her speed was too fast. Even after using all her strength to accelerate, she could only let Fong Yuan run out of the attack range of the Ziji. Seeing Fong Yuan's sudden retreat, the spectators had yet to react when a huge explosion resounded like thunder from a clear sky. Bam! Shui Sansi fiercely crashed into the ground. In an instant, the spectators at the side of the valley could feel the rocks under their feet shaking. Broken rocks flew everywhere, and the impact created a violent wind pressure that spread to the surroundings. Wherever it went, rocks were swept away, and trees and flowers were uprooted. Smoke and dust billowed, and in an instant, the huge destructive power formed a circular pit with a diameter of more than 3 feet. Everyone was in shock, sighing at the huge impact force, when Fong Yuan suddenly changed his direction and charged into the dust and smoke. Horizontal charge goo, vertical crash goo. He used both goo, ignoring the biting cold wind pressure and the pain from the broken rocks, and quickly approached flying tiger Shui Sansi. Shui Sansi's whole body fell into the deepest part of the huge crater, and the huge impact force caused her whole body to be covered in dust, looking extremely miserable. Her ears were buzzing, and her head was dizzy. Biao's fierce phantom had already dissipated. The incomparably powerful aura that burst out earlier was no longer there. Bitter strength goo, all-out effort goo. Fong Yuan arrived, his eyes shining with an ominous light. Howl howl howl, 8 beast roars resounded at the same time. Boar, brown bear, crocodile, green bull, horse, stone turtle, white elephant, black python, 8 beast phantoms appeared above Fong Yuan's head. Strength Chi Goo. Yellow gold primeval essence was injected into Strength Chi Goo, and a formless and enormous strength was produced. The 8 beast phantoms attached to this Strength Chi Goo, and turned from phantom to solid, suddenly becoming vivid and lifelike. Fong Yuan willed, and the 8 beast phantoms pounced into the deep crater together. Shui Sansi's body swayed, and just as she was about to pull her legs out of the ground, she suddenly heard beast roars above her head. She hurriedly raised her head to take a look, only to feel her vision darken. Countless attacks rained down on her body like a torrential storm. Bam bam bam, at the bottom of the huge crater, intense sounds of fighting could be heard. Shui Sansi struggled with all her might, resisting with all her might. She was after all a rank 4 Goo master, and had a deep foundation. But after half a cup of tea's time, the sounds of fighting stopped. Of the 8 beast phantoms, only 5 were left, and were immediately taken back by Fong Yuan. And Shui Sansi, as the loser, had a miserable ending. The whole bottom of the crater was filled with her dismembered corpse, and blood was scattered all over the ground, mixed with white bone fragments, brain matter, hair and so on. As the dust settled, the whole battlefield became clear. Seeing this result, the spectators burst into an uproar. Flying Tiger is dead, another rank 4 Goo master was killed by Little Beast King. Didn't Little Beast King make an agreement with Shui Sansi? He said not to move, but in the end, he actually left. This battle. It should be Little Beast King's failure. Because he violated the rules of the arranged battle. The valley was filled with clamor, and everyone was discussing with astonishment. Anger, they expressed intense anger and disdain towards Fang Yuan's shameless actions. Bai Ningbing chuckled coldly as he swept his gaze across the room. She had already expected such an outcome. The so-called agreement was only a trap dug by Fang Yuan. What kind of person was Fang Yuan, and she, Bai Ningbing, was the clearest person in this world. The Gu masters who had surrounded Bai Ningbing. Then, they all retreated at the same time. Fang Yuan listened to the countless Gu masters around the valley reprimanding and disdainful towards him. His hands were behind his back, and his face was calm as he squinted his eyes. There seemed to be a sense of enjoyment in it. From his point of view, the so-called integrity. It was only because he was afraid of being cheated, so he hoped and demanded other people's standards. Walking the demonic path, one had to be fearless and have no taboos. So what if he broke the agreement? So what if he didn't keep his promise? As long as he was strong enough, he could do whatever he wanted. So what if others disdain and ridicule him? These powerless words could only show the helplessness of the weak. Could they touch even a hair on him? As for this Xue Sensi, she was really stupid. She was actually restrained by her reputation. She came to fight with him. Fang Yuan felt disdain towards this in his heart. Reputation is something to be used. It is only a tool. But in this world, there are many people who treat reputation as something more important than their lives. What a joke. Of course, I also played some tricks in this battle. Xue Sensi was different from Tyrant Hang Mei and Fei Li. She had a flying gu, and as long as she sensed something was amiss, she could fly into the sky, and Fang Yuan could do nothing to her. Thus, from the start, Fang Yuan proposed the duel. His goal was to restrict Xue Sensi's movement ability. The so-called 3 strikes, when Fang Yuan proposed it, he had never thought of complying with it. Xue Sen fell into Fang Yuan's trap step by step. Fang Yuan's heavy injuries tempted her to continue moving forward. After the second strike, Fang Yuan purposely healed his injuries in front of her. Xue Sensi didn't want to see her efforts go to waste. She was anxious and didn't think too much about it. She flew into the sky and chose her strongest attack. But in the end, Fang Yuan instead borrowed her strength and deftly counterattacked, killing her. If it was a fair and square battle, Xue Sensi could fly and would not be killed by Fang Yuan so easily. Little Beast King, you are really despicable and shameless. You broke the agreement, you are the loser of this battle. Among the spectators, many people were shouting and shouting, saying similar words. That's right. I admit defeat, so what? Fang Yuan sneered and replied loudly. His voice echoed in the valley. The originally noisy shouts suddenly quieted down. That's right, so what if he lost? Look at that Ing family, she had turned into a pool of blood and flesh, even her parents would not be able to recognize their daughter. What was the meaning of this kind of victory or defeat? After realizing this point, the voices in the valley suddenly increased by an octave, becoming even more violent than before. Fang Yuan calmly admitted defeat, showing his shamelessness, thus arousing the indignation and anger in everyone's hearts. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed loudly. You guys are so crazy, are you trying to take revenge for Xue Sensi? I didn't expect her to be so popular. Come, all those who want to take revenge come down, I will take you all. The noise in the valley suddenly became softer, and soon, it became completely silent. Although Fang Yuan used some tricks to kill Xue Sensi. But Xue Sensi was a famous rank for middle stage expert, she would be exhausted if she did not use 3 strikes. She was also beaten into meat paste by Fang Yuan, displaying Fang Yuan's formidable battle strength once again. Fang Yuan used his rank 4 initial stage cultivation to defeat 3 rank 4 middle stage experts in a row. With such strength, other than a limited number of people, who would not be fearful? Moreover, the more heavily injured Fang Yuan was, the stronger his battle strength was. Fang Yuan challenged them arrogantly, but no one stood up. Demonic path people were wary and suspicious of each other, almost all of them were lone rangers, no one stood up for Xue Sensi. But among the righteous path people, there were some who wanted to get rid of the demon Fang Yuan, but it was not good to do so now. For what? Because if they stood up, people would say that they were taking revenge for Shui Sanxi. Shui Sanxi was a demonic path person. Is there anyone who wants to take revenge for her? Is there anyone? Fang Yuan shouted a few more times. Countless spectators had gloomy expressions, some looked at each other, but no one answered. If there is no one, then I am leaving. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, taking a few steps forward before stopping. I am really leaving. Still, no one spoke. Fang Yuan's domineering aura suppressed everyone present. His attitude was too arrogant, causing many rank 4 experts to feel indignant. Many people were tempted, but they endured in the end. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.